Hello and welcome to the Set 6.5 Challenger Series. I'm Casanova, joined by Jirachy, and we are about to embark on the final journey to pick up a couple of spots at the North American Regionals. The last chance. Jirachy, we're about to get into that action. How are you feeling today?
Feeling great. We had some great games yesterday, some surprises, some kind of expected results, and I'm just hoping for some more games today, hoping for some great casts. We got a great desk. Gonna be a good time.
Yeah, it was so much fun yesterday, and I can't wait to jump into the games today. But first, of course, gonna have to go through some housekeeping. Remind everybody what's going on. We're gonna take a look at that in just a second. But other than that, Jirachy, we're looking to get into these games. Excited to jump in with everybody. Who are you really looking forward to out of these top 8 that you've been just waiting to see?
I think out of everyone has their eyes on Nubal. Like, it's gotta be. He took all of set 6 off after being known as just this ladder god who had decent tourney success, but not the best results. Takes a set off, comes back in set 6.5, is playing again for maybe a month, and all of a sudden he is crushing ladder again. He's right back at it. He's making finals, and with the snapshots, he is pretty much a lock to get that second snapshot spot if he doesn't make top 2 today. So everyone has his eyes on him. There's a couple people, if Nubal gets this top 2 spot here, they can sneak in through snapshots. So a lot of people rooting for Nubal today.
All right, well, now we can take a look at what the format is for today. Let's jump in. Yesterday, we saw 16 players competing in 6 games. The top 8 advanced to today. Now there's 8 players competing in 6 games once again, and the top 2 from today will advance to the Gizmos and Gadgets North American Regional Final. With that, they're not only playing for the spot, they're also playing for some money. There is a prize pool of $2,500. First taking home $800, second taking home $500. They're on and they're fourth. Alongside that, of course, we mentioned the invite to the NA Regional Finals, which is really what everyone is coveting and what everyone wants. But Jirachy, we had a day of games yesterday. We got to see how some of the compositions shook out. Can you go ahead and break down what we saw yesterday with this graphic?
Yeah, like we kind of expected coming in, we were not seeing quite as much reroll. Obviously, Twitch is in there. We saw Warwick taking some games, but most of the comps getting played are more around these 4-cost flex, the Innovators, Aurelia, Draven, Ahri. Ahri not having quite as much success, which I think speaks to the nerfs and the general scale back power of the AP tree. Only that 30% top 4 rate, not that much success, but with the more AD flex side, even though they're not taking that many wins, they're getting relatively consistent top 4 results, and I expect that to continue into today.
Yeah, it was somewhat surprising because we did see Ahri. It felt like was doing okay in some of the lobbies that we were watching, but really the one that stood out was that mutant Ahri, not the normal Syndicate Ahri carries that we're seeing throughout the day. They didn't end up doing as well, but we saw some of the comps that are happening. We know what's happening today. Let's take a look at all of those players. We already mentioned Nubal, but there's Soju, Darth Nub, Deepay, Lucky, Malala, Nubal, Ripple, Overdrive, and Spetham. This is a crazy good group of players. We saw them all having some wonderful performances yesterday. And while Nubal is kind of the only one on this list that can potentially get in from the snapshot, for everyone else, it is top 2 or bust to make it into that regional final, Jirachy.
Yeah, and you've got these 2 groups of players coming in, Nubal and Soju, the more established players. And even within that, Nubal, who is more or less locked, it's just what avenue he gets there through. Soju, he does not have snapshot points. He is one of those old guard, those established tournament players this is his last chance. For all these players, their last chance. Besides that old guard, you've got these 6 new up-and-comers who are really looking to use today to establish themselves as tournament contenders, get themselves to regional finals, and just establish themselves even further.
Yeah, and Soju certainly does not want to miss here. He's never missed a regionals before, and he doesn't want to start now. You know there's going to be a chip on his shoulder coming into this game, into this day. But Jirachy, if I have to put you on the spot and you have to pick one player who you think you would put money on making top 2, who's it going to be from you, Jirachy?
Okay, he's not on my fantasy team, but I'm going with Darth Nub, and I think he looked so good yesterday. He's someone that a lot of people have been sleeping on for a while, but some people are like, yeah, this guy's really good at TFT. Usually we have the winners debuff going on, whoever wins day 1. Yeah, they just they just completely bomb in finals. Nah, Darth Nub's got this. He's gonna break winner's debuff today.
I mean, he had a really insane day one. I think for my pick, I would probably go with Ripple Overdrive. They are on my fantasy team, but also I really believe in them. They've been on the very much the cusp of succeeding in many of the tournaments on this set, having really solid placements across the board. And I just think that this is their time to finally break in and get that pop off, get a top 2. But for you at home, if you have a different prediction or you think you know who is going to make it to first, or maybe on the flip side of that, you know who's not going to win, you can head on over to Fantasy TFT and play along with Ball Street and have a chance to win some Little Legends eggs if you are able to predict correctly throughout the day with that stock market. So head on over and play along. But Jirachy, we're going to be jumping into game very shortly. Excited to get into game one to see how the tone is set. This is the last chance to make it into regionals for pretty much everyone. You know, there is the Nubal exception, but even then, to guarantee it, Nubal would have to win right now to guarantee that they get that spot. So it is still just very big for all of these players. The pressure has got to be on. I mean, what do you think is going through their heads as they get into this first game?
For sure, these players really looking to start off strong, put themselves in a good spot so they don't have to scramble for points, scramble for placement later in the day. And we are playing with just the standard 6 games. This is the first Challenger Series without checkmate format. And it's going to be setting yourself up through good placements at first in a different way. You know there is a set number of games, and you know there's going to be a certain point cutoff that you need to hit. You get a strong top 2 out of the gate, that's going to set you up really well to have a good final score total, put you into regionals.
All right, but we're going to be jumping in. It's game number 1 of day 2 of the set 6.5 Challenger Series. We're going to see who starts off strong, who struggles early, but end of the day, consistency is going to be key. Just like you said, Jirachy, there are 6 games. No matter what, it is not checkmate. This is not chess. We are playing TFT right now.
Yep, it's TFT. We're not playing any other games here. And so we're going to start with Darth Nub, the winner of yesterday, day 1. Got his rod starts, one of the more flexible starts right now, even though it leans more towards that AP tree. Still have some really good flexible items you can slam out of this component start, point you in really any direction.
Yeah, I mean, Ginsu, the one that immediately comes to mind, is feeling pretty good on a lot of the AD carries right now as well. Draven, we also just saw the prevalence of Warwick yesterday, which was surprising, but it still is open when you start with the rod.
Yeah, and immediately this first shop, I mean, you have double Ezreal. That's maybe putting you in a more AD carry direction. It really does depend on the item drops, though, and we'll see what Darth Nub ends up getting. He gets a BF and a Warwick. Okay. Maybe not enough to immediately point you in that direction. It really is about the augments. I mean, disintegrators here, yeah. But you could go any direction here, really. Even if you want to get early Enforcer and take the Enforcer heart, just automatically get a Sejuani, you already have the Alawi pair on board. That gives you Bruiser. You can play around a Gnar behind that. It depends on what direction Darth Nub wants to go in. Disintegrator, a little more general, little more towards mid-late game once those health totals on the units really start getting up there. This early in the game, not necessarily the best choice, and he's going to go with Meditation. That's another one of those just super general augments. He's not going to try and take the Sejuani, necessarily commit himself in that Bruiser Enforcer direction. It's all about keeping your options open. Yep.
Pretty solid augment. I mean, we see a Warwick in shop, but we're just going to sell those. I like just playing flexible here, play with that meditation. Now, I wanted to reel it back a little bit because we saw Metamorphosis hit the screen as the mutant for this game. And Jirachy, I wanted to pick your brain a little bit because we see the prevalence of mutant. It does feel like we should talk about the augment a bit. What do you feel about Metamorphosis as one of the options that we get from mutant?
I feel like it's a very mid-tier mutant. It's not bad. It's just when you look at the other options you can get, when you consider Cyber, when you consider Synaptic Web, it's fine. It's not something you're gonna see and necessarily think, hey, I have to play around mutant this game. But we see Spetham immediately has the mutant going in and playing around that Cho'Gath, one of the better mutant units to play around, that Cho'Gath's going to get very tanky over the course of a fight, especially with this Frozen Heart stacked on, just completely negating anything this Nocturne can really do. As is going to get one more eat on. Not quite going to be enough for Spetham, though.
Yeah, it feels like it's one of those mutant traits or different versions of mutant that you don't feel bad about playing, but it's not necessarily forcing you there. So Spetham seeing an early Cho'Gath is going to go ahead and just play mutant because you've got that early Cho'Gath, and actually finds that win. Surprisingly, it did feel like they were going to lose that one.
Yeah, off the Frozen Heart Slam, sometimes just you need to slam the items, and that's all you need to do. But we're going to swap back over to Deepay, who has a more traditional Yordle start. This is an opener we've just seen all of set 6. I mean, come on. You have the Blitzcrank in, you have the perfect synergies, you have the Yordles to get some of your economy going. He also has the 2-item start, which is good to know, him and Darthna both. That's giving you a lot of bonus gold to get you through the early game, really get your econ snowballing, especially with Yordles. Deepay is going to have a lot of money to work with this game.
Yeah, I mean, Deepay can make 10 gold if they choose to on this stage. They could sell everything on the right side of the board. Now, of course, they might be wanting that Malzahar. They might be considering trying to hold on to that, but at least they have the option if they want to just try and heavily econ.
Yeah, and Deepay, one of those... This is really interesting about TFT. You have so many players coming from all kinds of backgrounds, and Deepay coming from a first-person shooter background, which you don't think translates that well to TFT, except being good in one game means you have the competitive knowledge and knowledge of how to succeed, and those skills translate over no matter what game you're coming from. So yes, we have this huge diversity of games people are coming from, some of the strategy games, League of Legends, first-person shooters. Any player that comes from those games that is good at those, just because the games themselves aren't similar, they still have the mental advantage coming in. Deepay, gotta know he's playing with that, gotta know that's giving him a little bit of an advantage this series.
Well, there's also just the fact that they were extremely competitive in that game as well, and you come over and the pressure that a lot of players who maybe this is their first time on the final day of a big TFT tournament with the stakes that are on the line are going to be feeling a ton of pressure. The nerves might start to get to them, but someone like Deepay, who has been on a stage as big as this before, is not going to have the same issue with nerves, or at least potentially won't, because they've experienced it so many times before. So regardless of even the skill transfer, just the competitive transfer of being in esports for so long, Deepay going to have that little bit of an edge helping them out as well.
Yeah, and also coming from being a coach. Like, Deepay was most recently a coach over in the FPS world, so he's got the brain power going on. He clearly knows how to strategize, so even coming from an FPS, he's got the brain. Those skills especially translate over super well.
All right, and we're heading to the carousel. Let's take a little bit of stock of the augments. Deepay, of course, had that second wind. It looks like mostly pretty flexible augments out of our players here. You know, we've got Double Trouble, though. That's a bit interesting from Ripple Overdrive. We'll have to keep our eyes on that. But other than that, you know, Meditation, Item Grab Bag, Makeshift Armor, Trinity Force. These are all kind of augments that are a little bit more flexible. Soju, of course, with Stand Behind Me, is going to keep them more in that bodyguard tree, at least early on.
Yeah, it kind of locks you into your front line, but there's still so many carries you can play behind that bodyguard front line. We'll check in with him later, see what he's up to. Meanwhile, iLucky got the item grab bag as his augment start, a very strong augment for getting that win streak going, and we know iLucky loves to play from ahead. He was playing from ahead all of yesterday, using those advantages to go level 9, secure top 2s, top 1s. Already on that track today, a random 2-star brand that he got off carousels and now has a redemption on it. It is still a 3-item carry this early that's upgraded, and you have all the supporting traits. This redemption being stuck on brand might not be a bad thing for now, actually.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly not great, right? Like, you don't want to have the redemption on this brand. However, if the goal is just a win streak right now and Lucky is interested in pivoting out of this later, a 3-item brand 2 VIP is certainly going to win streak stage 2. He might be able to just win streak all of stage 3 as well, with maybe just an upgrade on Syndra or something along those lines. Like, this is going to be a very powerful board to get them through the early game, and later on, that redemption can go somewhere else onto your front line, where this Deathcap and Morello can still work in a different AP carry in the late game. I don't expect to see a brand reroll with this because you're sitting on a redemption. It's
no.
just not going to be very good. So it does just feel like, hey, you got a really nice setup for a win streak, and we can pivot to an AP comp later.
Yeah, and he got either. It looks like he got one of these items off grab bag. If I'm not sure which one, but if it was the Morello, I mean that's a high roll. That's one of, if not the best items in the game and the most flexible. The Rabadons, if he got that sets up his carry items. He only needs to find 4 carry components instead of 6. So even playing from ahead when you're anticipating getting less of those carry components, when you have such low carousel priority, you are chilling because you already have a third of your carry items good to go. He's gonna barely win
like,
this.
Losing the win streak would be so bad here, actually, but it works out really well. Gets the win streak, beats Spetham, who is also at 100 HP there, and Lucky gonna keep that win streak through Krugs. This is a huge fight between Lucky and Spetham when it comes to economy, because they both were at 100 HP. They were both win streaking into Krugs, but instead it's Lucky who gets to reap the rewards of all that gold, where Spetham is going to lose out a little bit.
Yeah, that's the importance of not just maintaining your own board strength, but also being stronger than the other strong players in your lobby. It's not just about being stronger than the bottom half. You got to be able to beat these other 100 streakers to keep your win streak going. Lucky just a little bit stronger than Spetham, but honestly, Spetham's board, he's running 4 units. He has a 1-star Cho'Gath, a 1-star Gnar. He's got the Malzahar now, Cho'Gath pair on bench. This board loses out on the 5 streak, but has a lot of room to spike and be super strong in the mid game.
Yeah, a lot of potential for this board. We talked about Spetham hitting that very early Cho'Gath, right? So it's going to be scaling up with those feasts, getting that HP, stacking away. And if Spetham can find some perfect items for it, maybe, even though Metamorphosis isn't the best possible one that you could get, it's certainly not bad, especially with the Cho'Gath, because it's just giving more tanky stats and a bit more damage.
Certainly not bad, especially for the mid game. He can always pivot out of mutants later, especially now when you have all these pairs on board. You have, 4 pairs? 3 of them are 3 costs? It looks like he's going to be shooting for mutants at least through the mid game.
I think it's committed because this is Trinity Force as well. There's a Triforce, right? This is like, you're looking to play these 3 costs, and you've got the Cho'Gath, you got the Malzahar. It feels like a good setup. Like, this is a Cho'Gath that can contend for a first as long as the items come through and you're able to still like hit those 3-star 3 costs with the Trinity Force. It definitely is very powerful.
And I think part of that is going to be maintaining this strength throughout the mid game. This kind of Cho'Gath reroll, you kind of want to be playing it from ahead, so I expect Spetham to be doing a 3-2 level 6 roll down. You have so many pairs, you have such good odds of hitting. There is no shot you don't do that. But we're going to swap over to Malala, who has a lot of gold right now, not the strongest board, is going to do a bit of rolling for himself. Has a bunch of pairs as well. Finds a Jarvan 2, not the biggest spike, but a decent spike. Finds 2 Alistars. Okay.
Yeah, if the Alistar 3 randomly came through, that'd just be disgusting, but it's a lot of gold to just be holding on your bench. We'll see if Malala just hangs on to that Alistar pair. I was just trying to keep tabs of Spetham throughout that too, because I was with you. I was expecting a little bit of a roll down. They did in fact roll down a little bit of gold and ended up with a Malzahar too, but that's it. So not actually hitting as hard as possible. But we do see Ripple being who Malala is going against. Ripple is going to be running the twin shots for the early game, trying to get those carries through. It is just a 1-star Lucian though, so not going to be nearly powerful enough to take down Malala after all that gold that was rolled down.
Yeah, this is one of those kind of dizzy spots. You rolled all this gold on level 6, you have a full bench, you have no idea 100% what you're playing yet, but good enough, did the job. Malala got the win anyway. Now we're going to look to convert that into a win streak. Maybe this can... recombobulator time.
There's a 2-star there's 2-star Vex. You'll get a 2-star 4 cost. There's got to be consideration.
I think it's recombobulator. Oh, this is spicy.
2-star
Please.
4 cost at 3-3?
I want the spice.
And you have to be thinking about it.
You have Static Shiv. That's a super flexible item. There's a lot of different 4 costs that can use it. He's going to recombobulate into a...
Renata.
2-star... He has 4 Renatas? Hello? Okay.
Hit the 2-star Renata as the 4 cost upgrade off of the Vex. Found
That's
an
not
Ari,
bad.
which is kind of works within the similar comp. It's not the worst. Maybe not the best we've ever seen on Recombobulator, but certainly not bad. And you are on that 2-star 4 cost.
Yeah, and the Shiv is a perfectly acceptable Renata item. It's not part of her best items by any means. Shiv is actually going to go on the Ahri for now, which makes sense. She can make really good use of all that attack speed, really get the ramp going. Malala has a Gunblade on bench that he can consider slamming. I don't think he's going to for now. He really wants the Morello first, I think.
He also has 6 talons, which I don't think you're doing anything with that, but it's just very...
I wish.
It's very interesting to see it, right? Like, it's just 6 talons, and Malala's not... Okay, there we go. I was, like, not selling the extra 3. I was like, what are you doing with those, Malala? I don't think you're gonna go for a talon 3 here with your 2-star Renata on board as well.
Yeah, so we'll go back to him. I want to see where that goes. He has an Ahri. He has 3 Renatas. There's no belt here, so he's not getting a Morello, but... He'll have some kind of AP flex board later. Checking in on some of the augments. A lot more just general augments. You got Thrill coming in for Deepay, Phony Frontline for Nubal, and Unstable Evolution for Spetham.
That's a really good hit.
That's a really good hit. It's one of those super trait-specific augments that you have a mutant angle at this point. Might as well just take that mutant augment. So he's going to be in a good spot for a while.
Yeah, especially just the fact that you're going to be 3-starring these most likely and getting all that extra power, stacking up with the fact that the Triforce augment is also helping to empower all these 3 costs. They're just going to get a lot of stats on this Cho'Gath, on this Malzahar. So it's going to be good to watch out for Spetham. I think they're going to have a really strong game with these mutants, and just a matter of if they can hit.
Yeah, I'm going to call this out from Ripple Overdrive, actually. He's not making the Gangplank 2. And it's correct, because he has Double Trouble as one of his augments. If he's playing the 2 Gangplank 1s, it's not like that Gangplank's carrying the items, so it's actually a little better to play these 2 Gangplank 1s, and it also lets him make Econ. He'd have to dip below 40 gold to buy this Gangplank, make the Gangplank 2, and play another unit. So this lets him still play 6 out of 6 and barely gets in the fight
he squeaks
win.
A win.
Wow. Yeah.
Really well done.
Yeah.
Really well done.
Hey, you got the win, and you still made your econ. That is best case scenario.
And we jump in over to Soju. We saw, of course, the stand behind me as the first augment choice. Looks like he ended up losing that round to Ripple Overdrive. Able to pick that up, and we're going to jump over to Ripple now. Sorry, no, that was against Lucky. Yeah, it was Lucky.
Yeah.
Jumping on to Ripple.
Wow, and good hits as well. He had the Sivir in there initially, but in next shot finds Corki and Illusion, so now he can get Double Trouble value on those other twin shots. And honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if we go for a full Double Trouble twin shot reroll board. It's something we saw a decent amount in Innovation Cup, even though Twin Shot, I believe, got some nerfs. It's still good units, still good mid-game carries, and it's still pretty much the premier Double Trouble comp. So if Ripple Overdrive really wants to reroll these units, definitely has the angle to.
Yeah, the board is extremely strong with the Double Trouble already. All these twin shots, it's a very powerful trait, and especially on the 3. And then once you can find that Jinx later, just creating so much power on this board. And I'd love to see the reroll. You know, the Double Trouble we've seen do so well in the past. We've seen a lot of different comps. We've seen like 3 syndicates. We've seen very strange different comps coming through, but twin shot being the strongest that we normally see, and Ripple in a very good spot for that. We'll see what items they're able to pick up though off of the Wolves.
Yeah, so and that how Ripple plays this mid game is not necessarily going to dictate whether he rerolls. He's probably going to want to roll some on 7 to upgrade the solution. Maybe find a little bit better front line, because just the Jarvan 2 right now, it's fine, but it's not quite enough. So we'll check back in with him. Meanwhile, we're going to hop on board with Cloud9's own K3 Soju. Please don't block me on Twitter. He's got this is a typical Soju thing right now. He's actually going to roll a little bit. 1% to Zeri immediately, and that's kind of not the classic Soju way. He pretty firmly believes in not wanting to roll before level 8, even level 9 sometimes, but taking the 1 roll there, finding the Zeri, it puts him in a good spot to go level 8 at 5-1 and still have a ton of gold to roll. Can maybe even consider going on 4-5, knowing Soju could go either way, but for now, just hits the 1% 5 cost and gonna let that just spike his board just enough to save some HP.
Yeah, just going to be trying to clear off as many of these units as he can with this Zeri. It's not doing, a ton of damage just yet, but it's still helping quite a bit. Does kill off a couple of the units, but still a decent sized chunk for Soju. He should have time to lose streak a little bit with these softer losses, though, and set up to go to 8 on 5-1, like you mentioned.
Yeah, a little bit unlucky for him. He hit Deepay, who did also roll a little on 7, but has Aurelia too already to go with the 3 Socialite, with the Seraphine behind her. So, I mean, you rolled that little bit, you hit something. It's not quite enough because someone hit harder, and now he has to roll even more. He finds the Draven, and that might be enough on its own to just let him sit. You've got the 4 bodyguard going. You have all the traits you really need to make this Draven work. Infinity Edge, Rageblade. This is probably the best carry he could have hit. He had the items set up for it already. The bodyguard frontline fits very well. So Soju opting to not roll anymore, even with a Nico on board. So at this point now, he's going level 8 on 5-1. And from that point, you just hit the Zeri. Maybe hit the Zeri 2, you hit the Draven 2, and you're good to go. Even though he takes another loss.
I mean, he has the Nico, so he can go for the Zeri 2 off of that potentially. And it's the Debonair Zeri, so working out well to find that Draven. As you mentioned, there's just like a lot of stars aligned for that being the perfect carry. Not only is Draven so strong right now, but also having that bodyguard set up, so you want the Leona anyway. And then you found a Debonair Zeri. So there's a good setup for Soju to have an insanely powerful spike on level 8 if he can get there with enough health. And I think he is well positioned to do just that. We're jumping on board now with Nubal, who's got the Mutant in play, but a lot of different traits being run right now. And a Malzahar 1 as kind of the auxiliary carry alongside a Titan's Resolve Quicksilver Kassadin in the front line.
Yeah, it's not something you think of as super strong in the mid game. You're still running a 1-star carry. You're still using a Kassadin as your main tank with okay, but not the best tank items. But Nubal is in such a healthy spot already that he doesn't feel a need to really roll any more on level 7, preferring to just go straight level 8, find his rolls there. Get a good amount of gold to do it. And for now, actually, is this Aurelia? This Aurelia's... it's dead. Okay.
That was an Aurelia. At some point, that was an Aurelia.
But still, just DP with a strong enough board that looks like... please? Okay.
Wow.
DP
Such
wins.
a good loss, though.
Wow. That's a great loss for
loss.
Nubal. That, and when you're sacking the level 8, you take a great loss like that, you're not complaining at all.
All right, back onto the carousel. We do see a Jace and a Kai'Sa. There are mutant players in the lobby, so Spetham, there's potential there, but probably looking to finish up the items for the Cho'Gath. See what they end up grabbing. Soju gonna grab a sword. Lucky picks up the Jace with a rod. Jace carry has just been phenomenal in the tournament so far. Yesterday, a lot of the Jace flex was, I think it had like 100% top 4 rate or something ridiculous like that.
I wonder if this Vest Kai'Sa means Nubal's gonna play around that. You have the Morello for her. This Vest is half of a Guardian Angel. Kai'Sa hasn't seen that much play this set. There's a world. It is definitely better for now. You take out the Rek'Sai, which was only providing 3 Bruiser. You get to level for this random Sivir 2. This is very classic Nubal. This board is a whole mismatch of stuff, but that's Nubal's style. He just plays whatever he hits. He's just super flex. He finds this mismatch of a board, but it's upgrades. It's still a strong board, even though it doesn't look like a traditional one.
Yeah, it is, and of course, seeing we have this pause here, we're going to see if these issues can get resolved relatively quickly so that we can get back to the action. But it is a very cool board to see from Nubal, right? He's just transitioning. We saw him play just the most insane things throughout day 1. We saw the Caitlyn 3 that he just kind of kept in for almost the entirety of the game. It ended up I believe he top 4'd with that, which was
he went 6th.
He
did not top 4. That was the 6th, yeah.
That was the 6th. But even then, it's like a board that you think is going to go 8th is like, nah, Nubal is going to turn that into a 6th. And this one, of course, he's got a lot of HP to work with. He's got a lot of time that is going to be bought by the Sivir 2. And Nubal just going to be continuing the insane play. He has the respect of the other competitors, too. Darthnub in his interview was like, Nubal is probably going to win. Nubal is the scariest person in the tournament.
Yeah, Nubal already proving a little bit, just flexing the early game to mid game strength. But if we're taking stock of the rest of the lobby, K3 Soju did actually go level 8 on 4-5, knowing he doesn't need that much gold to hit this Draven 2 with a Nikos, and he did just that, hit the Draven 2. Spetham running his 3-item Cho'Gath, using the Gnar carry still secondary with the Triforce. So a lot of these directions we expected players to go, even with the slightly more conventional boards, are still really strong. They're putting themselves in good spots and maybe some good results at the end of it.
Yeah, and Soju finds a great third item for their Draven, right? The Giant Slayer to round that out. That's going to be an insanely strong Draven, an insanely strong board, as he also found the 2-star on that. So we were talking about how good of a position Soju was finding themselves in, and now they can still finish up that 2-star Debonair Zeri to secondary carry alongside a amazingly strong Draven with great items that are going to be great against a lot of the field, because we saw a lot of boards with very high HP.
Yeah, and meanwhile, this augment choice, there's two very interesting routes Nubal could go. Makeshift synergizing really well with the phony frontline. Those target dummies going to be getting the extra resistances, and that's exactly what he's going to go with, opting to just boost his tank line just a little bit, which I think maybe could make him lean even more towards Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa needing that time to build up her ultimate stacks. When you have makeshift armor plus the phony frontline, that's going to buy quite a bit of time, get the Kai'Sa going. We swap over to Malala, who is put the Spear of Shojin and the Morello on that Renata too. He's had for a while now, but is also carrying the Ahri. It's a very interesting AP flex option. These are the two premier 4-cost AP carries right now. Malala hits both of them 2-star. Hey, why not? Let's just carry them both.
Yeah, I think the rough thing for Malala is finding that recombobulator and getting the Renata, but not having the items immediately for the Renata or the front line to help her out enough, meant that the win streak didn't come that you were hoping for when you got that 2-star 4-cost. And now you're in a position playing AP Flex, which we've seen be a little bit softer in this tournament so far, and you're down to 10 HP, so you're not even in the lead. So this might end up being an 8th, even with that round 3-3 Renata 2.
Yeah, just speaking to, even when you recombobulate, even when you get the 2-star 4-cost, the rest of your board is just not set up to take advantage of this Renata. These two AP carries really need so much time to ramp up to really get their damage going, and this front line just not quite strong enough. But poking around the lobby, poking at the third augment choices, we got some interesting ones. We got Darth Nub with the binary airdrop, widely considered one of the best late game augments especially, and K3 Soju has the future sight, and he has 2 Zephyrs plus a Blitzcrank. He's in such a good spot to really take advantage of knowing exactly who he's playing, get perfect Zephyrs, not having to guess, not having to recycle those Zephyrs just to guarantee a good Zephyr against one of 3. He already knows who he's playing. He can position for that player. That really strong augment right there.
Yeah, and in the hands of a strong player like Soju, with a board that is very strong already, right, with that Debonair board, being able to have that extra information, that edge on your opponents, is going to be so incredibly impactful. And everyone, as this game goes on, is going to have to start looking as, where is Soju scouting? Is he scouting me? If he's scouting me, I might need to be careful of those Zephyrs.
Yeah, and Malala did end up going level 8, not able to really make significant upgrades to their front line, going up against iLucky, who now is a Vex 3, which, yeah, it's just a Vex. The rest of the team is wiped out. And the Vex, just a little bit overwhelmed for now.
It's not gonna win this one.
Gonna hang on to fight another day. It's rough though. He's barely hanging in there.
Yeah, and I mean, Lucky had a really good start and has fallen quite a bit in this game, not able to hold on to that lead from earlier. We are going to jump on board with Darth Nub, who is one of our HP leaders, right behind Spetham. Going to be playing that Gnar carry. Damn you, Appies.
This Appies guy just single-handedly reviving, not even reviving. Gnar wasn't alive to begin with, and then Appies just plays the Gnar, and suddenly, oh, Gnar's just alive now. everyone's playing around him, and Darth Nub with the IE Jewel Gauntlet, which is traditionally what you think of as an AP item build, but it's actually okay for these AD carries. The Jewel Gauntlet, kind of a budget secondary Infinity Edge, so not his best item choices, not really what he ideally wanted, but as a more scuffed item, it's actually not as bad as it looks, even on the AD carries.
Yeah, I mean, the Gnar is just going to be going bowling every single time he throws one of those rocks. It's just going to knock over every pin that's in its way, and they're all going to do 1,000 damage each time. So with this build, there is a lot of damage out of the Gnar. It's just about getting enough time to actually go through, and it's not going to be a Gnar 3 in this game. There's just not going to be enough time for Darth Nub to get there, being on only 3 Gnars. So it will only be able to carry for so long.
Yeah, and this Gnar at this point isn't necessarily who he wants as his late game carry. You still would kind of prefer that Aurelia, especially because it allows you to get these items off Gnar, put the Edge of Night Infinity Edge on Aurelia, get more binary airdrop value. You can put the Jewel Gauntlet somewhere else. But for now, just gonna carry the Gnar. It is what he's hit. It's his best board for now. We'll see how far this 3-cost carry can take him. Takes out that Renata with a real strong boulder, so this might be the end of Malala if this Gnar Sivir combo can clean up.
One more boulder. Oh! Gnar kind of griefs it.
He's blind. Gnar is blind.
Hey, there was a 7-10 split, and Gnar threw it right down the middle. Didn't actually hit anything there. And Malala gets to live another day.
Yeah, sometimes it be like that with Gnar. I've seen that unit can do some work. I've also seen that unit miss a few too many boulders. It happens.
Yeah, there's a Debonair spat on the carousel there. Ability to potentially go more Debonair for Soju.
Oh, Soju wants it.
I feel like he wants it. No, Static Shiv. Okay.
Okay. Probably just a Zeri item. It's fine to go for. He actually has 2 other Zeri items. He's got Hand of Justice, Morellonomicon, and now the Static Shiv, so the Debonair spat, he'd have to roll some more to find a 5th Debonair and would have to somehow fit in a Syndra. So, you know what? Takes the Shiv. I'm looking at his board, big fan of that.
Okay, and we just saw on the corner of your screen there, Spetham just hit the Cho'Gath 3. So Spetham, who was starting to lose some rounds, now getting a big power spike as we jump on board with Deepay, who does have this very strong Aurelia. Great carry items on this. Just going to be a matter of... I've talked about this a lot with Aurelia. If she doesn't get locked down, she's going to run through your board. But if she gets caught by CC and the enemy carries alive, it feels so terrible a lot of the time. But right now, there's the reset starting. As here goes the Aurelia, just taking down so much. There's a knockup, though. Bouncing back and forth, ping-ponging all around the board. That's Deepay taking a big chunk out of Darth Nub.
Wow, that Aurelia putting in work, and Malala goes down in 8th. Lucky pinning his hopes. Okay, I mean, Vex wins this eventually, I think. I think so I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
okay. Okay. I mean, Vex in a 1v1 against a Malzahar with just a Morello. Yeah, that's not happening. But Spetham, yeah, you talked about earlier, has the Cho'Gath 3, has a decked out Gnar on the Socialite Hex, still opting to run all these 3 costs because of the Triforce, and these are pretty good Gnar items. You talked about the Rage Blade earlier. AD carry is starting to like that a little bit more now. Just that ramping attack speed, especially on Gnar, allows him to throw out more and more ults, and this Cho'Gath is such a beast in the front line. Redemption and Gargoyles, 2 of the best items, had the Frozen Heart as the slam earlier. With the Metamorphosis as the mutant, good luck killing this Cho'Gath.
I mean, it's just the raw stats too, right? Because the unstable evolution, it's stacking up so many times because you have gotten 3 different 2-stars. You've gotten 3 iterations of that increase coming through, and the Malzahar is about to go 3-star as well. So this board is going to get stronger from Spetham, and also the nature of Cho'Gath is he does get stronger almost every round as long as his feasts are killing units.
Yeah, that Cho'Gath just did not die. The invincible Cho'Gath.
Is that a Gunblade?
Wow, that's a Gunblade.
Oh my god.
For Malzahar.
He's gonna hit 3-star Malzahar sometime soon, and he's gonna get to Gunblade it. That is so insane.
I'm learning. I am learning so much here. I mean, in all fairness, there are a litany of items that this Malzahar could have gotten from the dragon that would have been really good. Hextech Gunblade, one of the best ones. You already have all the survivability, all this tank stats. Let's just add healing on top of that.
Can you name me a better one?
Yeah.
Can you name me a
I
better
mean,
one?
I did say I could name you a better one. I said I could name you some good ones.
Yeah,
There's a difference.
I think that might be the best possible item that
Okay, it
Spetham
is.
could have asked for.
Yes. Yes. Okay, it's the best. Fine.
Oh, he just hits the mouse 3. Spetham hits the mouse 3. All right.
He's chilling. Yeah, I learned.
Oh
I have
my
learned so
God.
much.
All right, but Soju still looking for that Zeri 2. Does have a lot of gold to eventually roll down once he feels like he needs to. He's only suffered his first loss in quite some time. He was win streaking for a while. He's got the most HP in the lobby. Going up against Noob Owl. This is another Aurelia board, but also a Sivir carry and the backline and a Renata carry. 3 threats on this board that you have to deal with. And right now, the Aurelia is not even falling. So none of the threats are down. The first one goes, and now it's all about Zeri trying to kill the rest. Draven's still alive. And Noob Owl going to drop very, very low. Darth Nub falling on this fight. And Soju still looking really strong. That was an interesting board from Noob Owl. The triple threats.
Yeah, and Darth Nub not able to convert that Gnar carry to a stronger carry that maybe you'd want the four costs. Goes down 6 though. iLucky's got him on the 7, so we have our top 5. Deepay and Noob Owl both at single digits. Noob Owl with the little bit, not necessarily scuffed board, but it's not, you're playing around a bunch of 4-cost carries, kind of like, again, that mishmash of units. So going to be looking to hang on for that top 4. Soju though, 50 gold, going level 9. No one is surprised. That is his wheelhouse. Ooh. That's his comfort zone. So really looking to go push that extra level, really cap out. Has to get through Spetham first, though.
And remember the future sight, though, because we see the Malzahar gets picked up by one of the Zephyrs. That's going to help out a ton, slowing that Dot from taking down all of Soju's team. And look, it's going to net in a win, being able to get that Zephyr.
Yeah, and that getting that Zephyr on the Malzahar, I think, mattered a lot more than getting the Zephyr on the Cho'Gath, because the Cho'Gath is going to sit there and tank for a while, sure, but the Malzahar is really what's going to be taking advantage of that Cho'Gath sitting there and tanking for a while. If Malzahar isn't spitting out damage, then Cho'Gath tanking for forever doesn't mean a thing.
Yeah, you're honestly, at that point, happy that your Zeri and Draven are getting time to just pump through that Cho'Gath. But we jump on board with Ripple Overdrive, the double trouble, 2 Dravens on board right now.
He didn't reroll.
Zeri too.
He's playing 2 Dravens. Sure.
Yeah, why not, right? We were talking about a twin shot being pretty, like, one of the better ones for it, but I guess if you can play 2 of arguably the best forecast carry in the game right now, that might as well, right? That seems pretty good.
Yeah, I like it that he's making some use of the Double Trouble Augment, but not, like, full committing. It's something we saw a lot in Set 6 with Built Different 1. You use that to get through mid-game, and maybe you can get value on a couple units, but you're not going to all-in your board just to take advantage of a Silver Augment. Ripple Overdrive opting to just find the value on these 2 Dravens on his board, and that's all he needs out of that Silver Augment. Didn't have to hard commit, didn't have to risk anything, puts himself in the top 3 with Deepay going down in 4th. And we got Soju, Ripple Overdrive, and Spetham. Kind of the Ripple Overdrive we didn't necessarily expect, but K3 Soju and Spetham, them in top 3, not particularly surprising.
I mean, yeah, seeing the setup that Spetham put together for this mutant board with all the hits that they had, the Trinity Force Augment, the picking up the Unstable Evolution, like, it was looking really good with those items that they had as well. So even a third is almost slightly surprising. It felt like Spetham had put themselves in a spot to get a top 2, even a top 1, but Soju having such a phenomenal pivot into this board, into the Draven, and now utilizing the double Zephyr, utilizing the Blitzcrank against these boards, knowing who he's going to play with the future sight. It's looking really good as we jump over to Ripple versus Spetham fighting. If either of them lose here, they are going to drop in third, and it is a very close fight. The Malzahar still alive, the Gnar still alive. It's down to 1 Draven left, and the Malz just has too much HP.
No, he's not. Oh, okay, that's my bad. I miscalculated. Yeah, Ripple Overdrive goes down. Spetham taking that crucial fight he needed to get the top 2, and that's hits the Gnar 3 as well. I don't know if it's quite going to be enough to beat Soju, who did get to go level 9. His level 9 board isn't that capped out, though. It's only a Zeri 1. Has the Jin 2 for a good secondary carry, but I can see a world that Spetham actually wins this.
Yeah, but we saw Soju win the last time they fought. If he can get these Zephyrs on the priority targets, he can still take it down. But now it's no longer an advantage of future sight because Spetham also knows that he's going against Soju. The Cho'Gath and the Ori get hit though, and this just means that everything else gets absolutely decimated by Soju's carries, and Spetham is definitely going down here. Soju has never missed a regionals before, and he has come to play here in game 1 of day 2 of the Challenger Series.
Great Zephyr usage from Soju there, even using that through the mid game with the future sight. Final 1v1. What's future sight? You know exactly who you're facing. So at that point, it is how you use the Zephyrs when the opponent knows that it's coming. And Soju got the Zephyr on the Cho'Gath and the Blitzcrank pull on the Malzahar. One way or another, he needed to take out that Malzahar. Got it on the Blitz pull instead of the Zephyr that we saw him do the last fight. And that Malzahar dies. You don't have any damage anymore. Spetham's board gets completely overwhelmed. Soju really wanting to prove himself here, wanting to make it to regionals, starting off really strong with that first.
Look, and Soju would have had a couple of lives to try and land the perfect Zephyrs and win that round. He had a lot of HP to work with, but he only needed one. Because Soju came to play today, absolutely. He looked really good in that game. The pivot in the mid game. You talked about how Soju greeds a lot to go to 8, to go to 9, but not greeding this time around, rolling down on 7 because he noticed that the lobby overall was pretty strong. He was going to be losing those fights really heavily, rolls down, finds the Draven, gets a great pivot, uses the Nico on the Draven immediately when he finds the second one because he knows I just need to be stronger at this point and is able to take it from there. So really well done from Soju on this one. And Spetham as well, making it to top 2, Ripple Overdrive on the 3rd. This lobby is heating up very quickly, and we have so many more games to go, Jirachy. But other than Soju in that play, was there any player that you were really looking at in that game that did something interesting or that stood out overall?
I mean, I want to touch on Ripple Overdrive again, because, again, he utilized the double trouble. He got value out of that augment. He didn't, instead of prioritizing your whole board getting value out of the augment and warping your whole game plan around that just to get silver augment value, which, let's be honest, silver augments, they matter, but they don't matter as much as playing around like double trouble on prismatic or gold level. But he got value out of that augment. He used the double trouble to get him through the early and mid game with those twin shots, used that to pivot to a double Draven board later, gets a really solid 3rd out of that great augment usage, playing around his board. That's what you'd like to see.
Yeah, it felt like such a powerful way to use that silver augment as you highlighted, right? Because you don't want to commit, but also we mentioned it in the game, the best performing carry that is a 4 cost so far in the Challenger Series has been Draven. So why not play 2, especially if they get to be stronger than your average Draven? But with that, let's take a look at the graphic here real quick. We had Soju taking down game 1. Really impressed with their play today. Yesterday was a struggle, but Soju made it in at the very last spot and starting it off with a bang with that 4 bodyguard Draven carry.
And starting off with the stand behind me as his first augment, locking him into a little bit more of that bodyguard front line, but locking yourself into that front line, not the end of the world, and you just play around that. You play the flexible carries behind it. He hit the Draven, he hit the Zeri, he's going to play around that. He went 9, guys first.
Yeah, and I mean, just taking a look at the scores, right? We only had 1 game so far. There's a lot to play. You got to remember, this is not a sprint. It is a marathon. We have 6 games to play. It's going to feel good to start off on the high note with that win, but Soju is going to have to continue to play consistent if he wants to lock that regional spot that we know he wants so bad. He does not want to be missing the regionals for the very first time, and he knows he's got to bring it to play it today. But if you at home think you know who is going to win today, you who's going to go 8th, make sure that you're following along over on fantasytft.com. Make sure you're playing along. Friends at Ball Street have set up some awesome stuff there so you can play the stock market. You can pick the players that you want to play with. You want to win, you want to lose, and you can even win rewards, Little Legends eggs in the process. But Jirachy, we've got 5 more games to go. We've got Soju with a win in game 1, coming out the gates swinging. We're going to pull in Bupasaurus for game number 2, but don't go anywhere. 6.5 Challenger Series returns after this.
Everyone, and welcome back to the 6.5 Challenger Series. I am Boopasaurus, the new face here, along with Casanova. That first game was pretty awesome. We got to see a pretty unknown player named Soju win out that lobby. You know, and I think this is worth talking about before we get into the game, the difference between tournament experience versus the ladder, right? And I think what we saw from Soju was just nice, clean play, right? Sometimes you don't need to be fancy. I mean, two Dravens can be fancy, but sometimes you don't need to push the envelope too hard, and you just got to play your game cleaner than the rest. And I think Soju really accomplished that in that last lobby.
I mean, he's just an absolute sweat in that lobby too, picking up the future sight, making sure every single fight he's taking, he's scouting and knows exactly where he's going, getting those Zephyrs, moving around the positioning, ensuring that even if he loses, it is by the slimmest margins, and just playing really solid, clean TFT. Some of the best TFT we've seen all weekend in this first game, and that just bodes well for the rest of the day, right? Like, if he's starting out, his warm-up, his first game of the tournament is going to be that, I want to see how Soju is playing by the time we get to game 6, and I'm excited to see him doing this, right? Because, like, I know everybody loves Soju, right? He is the face of TFT, but also, when you see a player who has made it to every regionals, it can be really sad to see them not cut it. And the fact that he's playing so well is very exciting to see, because I think you can tell that Soju really wants this. He really wants to make it a regionals here.
And just to add a third point onto this before we talk about some other players, you know, seeing Soju in tournaments before, there have been a good amount of unforced errors coming from Soju, right? Trying to make things happen. All of a sudden, we become a streamer player in the middle of a tournament, right? And that did not happen in that first game. And that goes to show when Soju is locked in, he, in my opinion, is one of the best players in the entire world and can be very, very scary. And there's a consequence if we don't top 2. And that brings me to my next question, Cass, which is, this is only the top 2 get the invite, right? First and second place are the only ones to go to. So a top 4 play style throughout the day might not be enough. I think most of these players are going to have to be a little bit more risky than normal.
Yeah, I think playing incredibly risk averse and playing to be like, oh, I'm fine with fourth or fifth. It can be okay in the first couple of games if you're just trying to make sure that you have a very stable placement, but you're not going to top 2, as you said, unless you are actually getting top 2s in some of these lobbies. And so it is incredibly important to take the risk when it's presented to you. If you see an opportunity to play something that maybe you wouldn't always play because, oh, I could go 8th if I don't hit, sometimes you just have to bite the bullet and go for it when that option arises and try and ride it to a first, to a second, because that's how you're going to make it to the regional final.
The lobby is loading in, and I do think the other players that might suffer from a top 2 type of play style are some of our top 4s, which, like Malala, who did suffer in that first lobby, getting that 8th place. So I'm so excited to see where the rest of the lobby is going to stand after the second lobby of the day, because we should get a bigger picture on where people are going to need to go. Is Soju going to be able to be consistent throughout the day, because a bad placement here throws everything out the window?
Yeah, and I love going to Soju's board and seeing a BF start. You know, we had someone had seen a tweet about Soju saying it clicked, it's giant belt start and you win. And then I saw another one where it's like, never mind, now it clicked, it's BF start. And since then, Soju has made day 2 of the Challenger Series and had a great game 1. So we see the BF start again for Soju this time around. And I believe that was Metamorphosis once again. Am I right, Boop? On the,
I think that's what I saw.
Yeah.
And what I am seeing here as well is a potential Inno strat. So Twitch Evaders actually came back with a vengeance yesterday. I believe won 14% of the games yesterday. So it is not a dead comp by any means. And we do have a really great innovator start right now with the Singed, with the Twitch. We still need the Ezreal as well, but we're going to keep it a little open, right? Camille can start in this comp as well as we get our first augment. It is going to be a tier 2 augment. I don't believe we've gotten any prismatic so far over the whole weekend.
Yeah, I'm not really remembering prismatics. Certainly we didn't get any in our game 1 today, and of course this is going to be Knife's Edge from Soju, so that is going to inform the positioning that Soju wants to play throughout this game. Being a gold augment, it's very, very powerful. Gonna want to lean towards the AD tree as well, but can play the Twitch Evaders. It is possible. Like, you can certainly position your Twitch at that point. He's going to be jumping to the back line anyway. Just get that extra AD on the rat.
extra AD on that rep. But the big thing, the kind of crux of this plan, especially if you are running that Twitch, is getting that Twitch in time. It seems if we could tier 3 that Twitch, by the time we hit 3-1, you're going to be able to get enough of a lead throughout the lobby because of just that raw power that you might just slip into the top 4 without even getting to the max power of that comp. Looking at these items, we've got a Bloodthirster, we've got a Shojins. These are items that can go on a couple different people. I don't know if we're going to particularly slam anything. There's also a Chalice route if we want it, but we have pretty good units on the board right now, but we did not pick up our third innovator, so that's going to have to wait for now.
Yeah, and I mean, I just want to call out, right, the innovators had that 75% top 4 rate. Jace Flex at 100% top 4 rate, so if you can actually find the Jace later on in the game, that's incredibly good. And Soju, with getting a first place in game 1, actually does mean he's one of the players that can play more for a consistent finishes, right? Like trying to just top 4 is kind of okay for a bit here because he already got 1 first place. That's a lot of points. That's a little bit of a lead early on. And so just ensuring that the rest of his placements are consistent and strong, he's got the extra oomph that might take him to that second place or that first place.
We actually have seen Soju run this comp before. We did the reroll version with the Twitch, and I actually think it's part of the reason why we made it into the finals. We qualified in 8th place. We almost didn't even get here, but innovators are a reason why we did get here. We did get some really good tier 3 units pretty early. Like I said, the Twitch got there around 3-1. We're a little behind now, and innovators are usually contested in the early game, so that might not be the final part, but that's definitely going to be the map that we're using as we're looking at Darth Nub right now, and we have some Arcanus and some Yordles. Pretty common opening for that AP direction. Yeah,
very strong start here. Three's Company. I'm not sure which of these were grabbed from that, but we see 2 Vexes, a Nara, and a Malzahar with a Hextech Gunblade to kick things off. So a very strong board, even though nothing 2-starred yet. But if you find that 2-star Vex very early on, as he already has 2 copies of it, Darth Nub is going to be win streaking very hard, very early.
And that's scary for the rest of the crew because yesterday, Darth Nub did a lot of streaking and, had a lot of points coming into today. So right now, we're in 6th place, a little bit of a slower start than we had all day yesterday. We have a portable forge item on this Ziggs who does steal a unit, potentially 2 units if we get another ultimate off. Is that going to land in time?
Ooh, not in time.
No. The Shaquille O'Neal of the convergence strikes again, folks.
In and out. Didn't quite make it. Doesn't quite get there. But yeah, looking through, the other thing that stands out to me, because we saw it yesterday as well from New Bowel, is Ripple Overdrive has Thieving Rascals. So that's another one that's very, very it didn't work out for New Bowel last time, and we'll check in eventually if Ripple Overdrive has an overflowing bench of items or not.
Well, this early, right? If you're able to use it to effect, you actually can make a lot of moves happen earlier than you normally would have. Same thing with running Yordles, right? You have the economy, you can boost that up, and we're not going to be struggling to hit 10 gold, right? We have the units to be able to do it, but we are also running that for Arcanus. So eventually, this Malzahar will be doing a lot more damage. We have to tier 3 it if we really want to get that win, but if we get kind of 2 itemized Arcanus, this is a pretty good way to get to that top 4, but we've seen it with the Ari, 0% wins last week. So in terms of bringing it today, we've already seen a little bit of adjustment in terms of comps. Like we've already seen less Warwick than we did last week, as this is actually going to be a full-on Yordle comp, because look at that augment on the other side.
Yeah, the Thieving Rascals from Ripple Overdrive. We'll see if they actually full commit to it, because there was a point Jirachy made yesterday when we saw the Thieving Rascals where you don't want to actually keep those Yordles because you want to sell them to get the components. And so Thieving Rascals ends up being better to just play like the 3 Yordle and just farm econ with them and sell them off for the components throughout and then shift from there. And it's just entirely an econ augment, but it's a different kind of econ augment where it's an item economy versus gold economy.
It also gets upgraded by other augments, think binary airdrop, right? So if you're able to get those 2 together, it's like kind of playing mercs. You're going to be able to find value, but you don't know it yet. That's why it's a little risky picking that augment at first, but we might be able to get more items throughout the early game, which will help our power level, as we have 4 Yordles and a makeshift armor augment, which will become pretty dead by the end of the game because most people, especially your carries, will have those items. But for now, it is definitely going to help us bleed out a little slower than we would have normally because our stats are just a little bit better across the board if you don't have that item.
Lobby's relatively economy heavy. A lot of Yordles players. I'm just trying to count through them right now to see how many people actually have Yordles in. It looks like 4 or 5 players have Yordles in right now, just trying to make that money. Yeah, it's gonna be 4 of 8 players playing Yordles in the early game, just trying to make money right now. And Nubal is one of them, and actually going to find a win. But I think it just means that the strength of the overall lobby going to be a little bit reduced because of all these Yordles just working for that econ.
Well, once people do find those units and are able to identify exactly where to make that pivot, and if we do it cleanly, I think we are going to drop some Yordles here. Definitely before 4-1. We do have, again, the Yordles coming in with those items. The Yordle portal going to be giving a lot more than usual, and we have a ton of money right now for Nubal on the bench. And we saw Nubal try to go twin shots, but yesterday we also saw a reroll sniper comp. He won with Jin yesterday too. So while things might not look super traditional for Nubal, it doesn't matter. Nubal plays Nubal's game, and everyone kind of plays along with it sometimes.
And for now, that game is just going to be economy and the twin shots to try and carry through. Corki, very, very strong in the early game, so can help win some of these rounds. And we were just talking about how there's a lot less Warwick today, but I see a Warwick with a Titan's Resolve over on the side of DPay. And it doesn't mean they're going to be committed to this, but you are starting to slam some items. And there's also, a cloak on the bench to start getting towards the Quicksilver for the Warwick. You're almost there on the items, right? You need 3 more components to have the perfect items as Nubal actually picks up that win.
That's perfect for DPay. So DPay loses by 1 unit in 3rd place playing Mercs and is going to get just as much Merc benefit from losing with 1 unit as 4. So that's another kind of situation where you're quelling the bleeding just a little bit more. You're not losing 0-4, DPay losing by just the 1. So we are going to get a little bit of value from those Mercs. It's a pretty strong Merc comp, though, with that Warwick already running through it.
All right, now on board with Lucky, another one of those players that is playing the early Yordles, but having the Vex 2 means this board is actually a lot stronger than maybe some of the other Yordle boards are going to be. Vex 2 with Warmogs, incredibly tanky, going to buy a lot of time for this blue buff Malzahar to take down the rest of these boards. Lucky always playing to win streak, it feels like, and usually having a lot of HP late in the game. Last time around, though, started hemorrhaging and never stopped, falling out in 7th place after a very strong early game.
Lucky also played pretty good early games yesterday, but this was one of the players that we talked about in the pregame, right? That might struggle with just less players in the group, right? Because we have the 8 now, you have to get to those top 2 positions, and Lucky with this Arcanist comp has been kind of favoring this a little bit. It works pretty well, and it worked really well yesterday, but let's see what the individual metas for these lobbies are going to be. As Malala looking at some mutants right now, we also have that portable forge with Corki kind of stalking us right now.
Yeah, I mean, this is... Corki is stocked up on items, is going to be doing a lot of damage, but the Sunfire board actually going to quell that Hextech Gunblade quite a bit, stop it from healing too much early on, and yeah, going to be Lucky taking another win, continuing this win streak at 40 gold on a 3-win streak, and, leading into this 3-2 pretty nicely to be able to level up and try and maintain it with the 4 Arcanist.
And getting Sunfire board for our Arcanist comp too means that we don't have to build a Morellos.
Right.
So we're totally cool with putting the power into the augment. It's only for the first half of the fight, but we should be able to get most of our damage done in a time to make it happen. Really curious to see where these items are going to go. The blue buff Hextech and Zonia's will be great, will be Malzahar. But, sometimes you can get a little spicy in these situations, like the double Shojin's Caitlyn from Nubal yesterday. But most of the time, just like I talked about with Soju, don't try anything fancy. Just play the game, play this comp as clean as possible. Sometimes you want to buy the Lambo, but the Toyota Corolla is just fine, right? And you can go in there and it's going to work, and you might get the dub because of it, because you know how to play that, as this Malzahar is starting to get pretty scary now and is going to be able to use that Zonia's to kind of no effect, as Cho'Gath is the only one that is able to get a kill so far.
Yeah, I mean, was basically caught by that Nocturne who feared it right off the gate. So the Malzahar was delayed by quite a bit, but the fact that Cho'Gath has been able to step in front of the Malzahar now means that this round is still potentially a win for Malala, as the healing from the Hextech Gunblade is just so much. Gonna come down though to this lifesteal from the Ezreal, and wow, it was incredibly close, but Spetham still able to pick up that win. Malala gonna continue that loss streak. It's a very good loss, and they're probably happy with it. We saw how good Triforce was with this mutant composition last time around, but they go second wind instead. So not going for the Triforce.
So second wind for mutants, Triforce is easy to see because you've got 2-3 cost units on the board right now. Well, 3 with the Zac, but within the mutant package, you've got the Malzahar and the Cho'Gath. But what both of those 2 units also benefit from is utility healing. So it's not just going to be the Malzahar keeping the rest of the team alive. Malzahar can kind of focus on a certain unit during the initial portion of the fight. Second wind will come, and then Malzahar is going to be able to transfer that healing into potentially a carry that is going to be behind potentially on that second wind. But we are looking for that Malzahar 2, and seeing the Morgana and the Zyra means that Ahri is also potentially going to be coming through as well.
Yeah, I mean, maybe part of the thought is metamorphosis being the trait they just want to survive as long as possible, so second wind they're feeling is going to help provide that more. But I don't know, I do really like the Triforce with this composition, but we are going to see how this line works up for Malala. I mean, we'll even see in this fight, when does that second wind come in? Does it feel very impactful? It's going to land in just a second here on these units, and wow, see, very impactful in this one fight at the very least, and we'll see if it continues to have that same kind of a effect with the Cho'Gath, the Bruisers in the front line.
Yeah, this Twitch, we said we wanted to have a Twitch 3 at 3-1, but I only see 4 on the bench total. Knife's Edge and Thrill in the Hunt going to be our augments. So once we do power up, that's going to be really nice, particularly for innovators, because by the end of the game, the way that the damage works, it can be a little bit slower than some other comps, but they have enough utility to survive, as we do have a spatula on the board on a Draven. So that could potentially be pretty spicy, but Malala kind of looking at what to do right now with no intention. That's always kind of scary when you see that from a player.
Yeah, a little dizzy on the carousel, trying to figure out what they really wanted. Ends up going for the Chain Vest. New Bowel gonna move in and get the BF sword. So just taking a look, taking stock of some of these augments, right? We saw a second win, but New Bowel picked up a Stand United. So gonna be going for a lot of traits. Ripple Overdrive grabbing first aid kit. So gonna be looking for where that healing is coming from. Currently, nowhere.
It helps with the shielding too for the Locket.
There
and
we
the
go.
Bloodthirster.
A little bit for the Locket and the Bloodthirster.
Yep, so we have the Locket, and if we do put scraps in, there we go. So first aid with scraps is super fun
that works.
as well. Even if it's just the 2, I think we're still going to have some value out of it. The Locket is going to look a little bit bigger, and the Gnar is going to be able to life steal just a little bit more. And we have stats that the other side doesn't have with similar units, so my money is on Ripple Overdrive here. Initially, if the targeting is good on this Kha'Zix, and it looks like it's not, as it falls immediately.
Yeah. So those are some pretty beefy shields. The first aid kit coming in big with the Locket in particular. And there with the Bloodthirster, even you see how big that was. It looks like this round might end up going the right way. We'll see how Ziggs does with his accuracy on these bombs. It looks like that's going to be Poppy dying as he throws it. So he's going to go ahead and miss that one. And the second one, he will connect, but going to be a little late there. Ripple going to lose that round.
Oh, man. Ziggs getting drafted last in every playground basketball game of all time. But it makes it super hype when he does something like when he pulls off a miraculous shot from half court, right? As we're looking over here, this is Deepay, who has won, I believe, before with the Warwick. So this is a player who knows how to run this comp and knows how to push it to the victory, which I think is the mark of a great Warwick player versus a good Warwick player. And we're 1 item away from best in slot as well.
1 item away, but has Pandora's items. So this is going to be pretty easy for Deepay to eventually get to perfect items on the Warwick. That might have been what helped get to the Ginsu as well. And so I would be surprised if we don't see Deepay at least get to the perfect items for Warwick in the next couple of rounds. Now, going to be a ways off on actually getting to that Warwick 3. It looks like just 3 Warwick for now. Already has 6 Quinn. Not really the 2 cost you wanted, but eventually going to need to get there, and has a really strong position currently as long as those rolls start to hit.
Zonya's so good on Malzahar. Yes, it fell, but if you kind of saw what the interaction was, once we do go into stasis, whose ult is probably the best in that situation? Malzahar would be one of those argued to be at the top because of how it works. How many times has Malzahar been the last person on the field, and now you have to add the Zhonya's along with the ult that is already on you. So there's a whole, 4 or 5 seconds that you're going to take damage that you normally wouldn't. So that Zhonya is going to be very key in the late game. Just not enough damage right now at where the Malzahar is. Lots of money here. We're actually fine with that. And because we have Pandora's, we were just waiting for that Crick Love.
Yeah, I mean, DP is definitely getting there, right? Like 3 items that you're going to reroll every round until you get a glove. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if the next time we see DPA in a fight, immediately just has those perfect items. But jumping on board with Malala to the 5 mutants now, but still no Malzahar 2. It's going to be hurting the damage output quite a bit. Has the Cho'Gath 2. Has the Kaisa, however, which is going to be huge.
Oh, man. Kaisa 1 and Malzahar 1. At the same time. There it is. That's a huge get. It's just tier 1 to tier 2, but at 4-1, tier 1 Malzahar literally just not going to cut it. And we're going to see the difference between the itemization here. We have a Zhonya's versus no Zhonya's in a similar comp. Let's see what mutant will reign supreme.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see if the Kaisa is potentially a difference maker. She is very early on being at 4-1, getting picked up. Does have the Morello, so able to apply that. And the second cast is potentially going to come through, as there was a lot of time in this fight. And the second cast is the scary one, and it is enough for Malala to take that win over Lucky.
And Morello's on Kaisa, one of the few units in the entire game that guarantees a 100% tag on that Morello's. You might as well be an augment at that point. She's the Sunfire augment. As we have finally the Ezreal 3 at 4-2. We don't have the Twitch yet either, and we're still at level 5. So this isn't going perfectly, but it's going okay.
Okay, Sims 3. I mean, getting some hits. The problem is the Twitch is the really important one, and we haven't hit that yet for Soju. But the board is getting a lot of upgrades. And that's still, there's something to be said for that, right? And one more Twitch away, there it is. Okay.
On the very last couple rolls, 5 gold remaining. We do get there. So this comp was at this power level the last time we saw Soji running it at around 3-5. So we are a little bit behind, but now that we have the Twitch at tier 3, that Deathblade is going to start really rocking some kids on the other side, especially with the Last Whisper and the Rune-ins. It's a lot of raw damage, and if you do get that armor shred, that Deathblade is going to do what its namesake is cause some death.
Yeah, and the augments are really great, actually, for this setup, too, because you got the Thrill and you have the Knife's Edge, so you're getting all that extra AD for the Twitch, but also you're getting that sustain, so he's not just dying to random ambient damage coming around. Like, if he gets focused, then yeah, he'll die. But if it's just some AoE that's kind of clipping him, the Twitch should be able to heal that as he kills off the units on the board.
All right, we do have that Warwick 2 with a Warwick reroll on the board. Getting a Warwick 2, a little lucky. Right now, just to help with the Chemtech. Chemtech's going to help with Twitch more than anyone else. Just running with the Crab right now. Twitch going to try to get into the middle. A lot of people positioning Twitch in the middle of the board since he's ranged. And a lot of people will combine units on the corners, right? We're going to group units in the corners, and Twitch can be pretty safe if we jump into the middle sometimes. Notably,
this is really rough for Deepay, that Soju is sitting on these 6 Warwick right now, because we've noticed that Deepay, who is playing that reroll Warwick, is still only on 4 Warwicks total, so it is a bit contested there. It is a 2 cost, so there are a lot in the pool, but when 6 of them are taken out and no one else is playing a 2 cost reroll, it starts to make it very difficult.
And we do have our tier 5 units right now. That Zhonya's looks good on Victor as well, but I do think Malzahar is still potentially a better user of it. We have our first item choices right now. This is a lot of spatulas, some attack speed, and some AP. Nubal is running that Stand United with the makeshift armor. That's pretty intriguing, but Soju, with this Innovator comp, I think still has so much power to gain, and because we won that last lobby, if we get a top 2 again, we should be feeling really great. Consistency is key when it comes to TFT. I'm a poet and didn't know it.
Love this new battle board with the Stand United as the second augment, and now we see him grab a spat, level to 8, gonna try and get even more of these synergies on the side to just get all that AD and AP out of the Stand United. This is looking gorgeous, and there is the offer of a Jace. That is going to be a huge pickup. I've mentioned the stats on Jace being able to give you or having 100% top 4 rate as Jace Flex. And I just noticed that this is actually a TC. This is not getting a different synergy with the spatula. This is just another unit.
And so the other thing that Jace and most 5-cost units provide are those single synergies, right? So Socialites, really good in a Stand United. Jace, Jinx, both have those 1-cost synergy. Silco too, so you're going to be adding straight damage to the rest of your team just for the sole purpose of playing those characters. And already today, a lot of Gnar carries. It was kind of Warwick yesterday, and it seems like Gnar and Warwick kind of competing right now for that Bloodthirster or like that auto attack carry. We'll see if Gnar is going to stick around for any longer, as it's going to be Luden's, Assassins, and Scrap. Luden's is always good. It's always going to have that damage, and you don't have to be AP in order to really use it. But we also have Stand United, so Assassins and Scrap. So we could pick up an Assassin spat and just add another synergy.
Yeah, but Nubal is playing 3 Scrap currently, so if you can just add that 4 Scrap in, 4 Scrap is such a powerful synergy, giving the ability to, you know, get those extra item components, giving more value, especially since we do have one more PvE round coming up that can give components, but also just the shield across your entire team is going to provide so much value. And the shield across your entire team also being good with the makeshift armor, because you're getting even more value out of all the HP. It is Assassin, though, to just add that one more synergy.
Right, and in terms of damage, it's 2, I think, more damage across the board, and that's a really big deal when it comes to a comp like this, when damage can be hard to find, but with Stand United, you have compensated for that, so units like Corki can stay along for a little while longer. Soju in second place, still in a pretty strong position right now, but this comp is going to be pretty difficult to break through because of all those extra stats. It's Twitch against the world, really, in my opinion. Twitch completely safe. And honestly, that was much more of a defeat than I had expected there.
Look at the augment Soju got. Soju picked up featherweights too with this
Good
composition.
Point.
It's so insane, because I talked about all the AD that Twitch has, but now let's just throw a bunch of attack speed on that as well, which is just going to ramp up so much, and it turns a comp that can fall off at this stage because it's all these like 1-cost carries that are 3-star. But now they get all these extra stats, the attack damage, the attack speed, and it just amps them up, dials them up to 11.
It is the perfect augment for that particular Twitch Evader comp. A lot of times when we saw it in the past, it was offered first, and if you got offered featherweights, you just went this comp because there are so many 1-cost units that you tier 3 in it. But let's talk about the comp that we see on board right now. It's Stand United. We just saw the PvE round moving it to 5-1. We do have some upgrades we need to make, but it does seem like some of these other comps are behind in terms of power level, like you actually expected because of these Yordle players from way earlier in this lobby, which feels like yesterday almost.
Yeah, I mean, it really was just like a high econ game because of that. Everyone's pivoted out of it, and everybody's got these strong boards now, but some people are falling behind and not hitting in time. We see a Swain 3 being picked up on the top right with Darth Nub, who's been win streaking, but Spetham here is stuck on just a bunch of, you know, 1-starred units. The 2-stars are not the most powerful units, this Echo being the strongest thing about this board. And yes, Echo is a great unit, but we're on 5-1. The Echo's not going to cut it anymore, and this Kha'Zix is only a 1-star going up against Lucky, who still has a very strong front line, but the Assassins are able to get past it. It's a matter of if they can finally kill off that Malzahar, and they do, but the dots are still running rampant throughout this team, and Lucky is going to pick up the win, staying alive, keeping that HP up as Spetham takes a hit.
Yeah, a lot of polka happening because of all those dots, huh? Spetham now, bless you, is looking at some rolling here. We do pick up an Ari. We also have an Assassin stat on our side. We have some stats. We have, for our augments, 2 of them are going to be stat-based, 2 socialites as well to help this Kha'Zix. Kha'Zix 2 is going to be a game changer, or just going to get taken out as we move into a further socialite comp, which will inevitably go towards Irelia.
Yep, trying to play for the Irelia. Gonna get these items down. It is still just an Aurelia 1. Assassin Aurelia, so gonna have that extra crit to go alongside that Last Whisper. That actually synergizes together, funny enough, kind of like playing IE with Last Whisper, but instead you're playing an Assassin's Emblem. Problem is you just got completely run over by another Featherweights 2 pickup with a composition that loves it in Warwick, with the Quinn being actually the primary carry alongside a Tryndamere because DP could just not find the Warwick 3.
it looks like we've actually abandoned it. We sold
completely.
our extra Warwick. I love this choice. We're going to see the confirmation of abandoning this Warwick this turn, since there is one on the bench. We have committed to the Tryndamere at this point. So it's Deathblade. Great choice because it's tier 3, Titans, and the quick silver. And that is going to make this Tryndamere work a lot harder than usual. I think best of slot Tryndamere are 2 Zeeks and a Frozen Heart to help with your Warwick, but let's see what this version is going to do. There's some utility on this Quinn as well, and a lot of blind happening. Don't underestimate the utility of this Quinn.
Yeah, I mean, I just really like that DPay did this, because being at 6 Warwicks, but realizing that you're running out of HP to work with, you just need to try and get as strong as you can to slow the bleeding. Die a little bit slower. If DPay can manage to just not get 8th, that's huge. And guess what? Spetham and Malala just went 7/8, and DPay has been able to hold on at 9 HP. If they kept Copium trying to hit that Warwick 3, DPay probably loses 9 more HP over the last few rounds and is out in 8th. So I like this pivot. It's not going to net too high of a placement. They're probably dying very soon. Their board isn't particularly strong, but they might be able to turn this into a 5th in a situation that is rather doomed when you're trying to play Warwick and you just can't get to 3 stars.
Well, and this is one of those situations where you probably identify that we're not going to win the lobby. Tryndamere 3 is not going to win the lobby, right? But we can try to eke out some placements. DPay actually doing that last lobby too, getting that 4th place. 4th place not out of the question right now. 9 points, especially if we go up against iLucky, that potentially will be an elimination game. DPay now, we're seeing the roll down, and with some good Quinn ults, I think this could steal rounds. It's going to be less than a coin flip, but I do think this can steal some rounds. And we also saw it win pretty easily against another team comp, so could be a positioning diff as well. Double Archangel Zeeks on the Echo as we look on over to this Innovator comp that Soju is running.
Yeah, and I mean, the Twitch is just so strong. The featherweights, the knife's edge. I mean, Soju is so powerful with this composition right now. Takes down DPay, and now it's just up to if Lucky or Ripple Overdrive dies a little bit harder, and Lucky does. DPay holds on for a 5th. Lucky gonna go out in 6th, and Ripple Overdrive has made it into the top 4 with that 2 HP.
But the person that you really got to be impressed with is Soju. Once again, we picked up featherweights, and honestly, the way that we were playing, that was the crux of a potential lobby win. We were already behind in terms of tempo, but featherweights gave us a totally new tempo to work with, and it's much faster than what we were working with before. Darth Nub recovering in this lobby, currently in that top 2 position, but New Bowel and Ripple Overdrive trying to climb back up. There is a little bit of separation, which means if the bottom 2 start winning some rounds, this game is going to get a little bit longer, but I'm a little worried right now for New Bowel because we do have some tier 1 frontliners, and at this point in the game, you gotta have your frontline kind of set if you really want to get that top 2 placement.
Yeah, and I mean, just look at this comp from Ripple. They've actually hit pretty hard. They've got the Draven with perfect items on 2-star. They've got the 2-star Kaisa. Is it going to be enough, though? It's not.
Okay.
New Bowel just going to take out Ripple.
So I do want to mention that I made fun of the front line, but I really doesn't care about front line because we have Assassin. And I think that Assassin spat's so good on Irelia because how many times do we get CC'd by a frontliner, right? So if there's a Tom Kench right in front of that Irelia, you do not have to worry about it. And then you can protect that Irelia even more now with this Zephyr. We have an extra unit as well. Jace 2 online. This is a pretty strong comp, especially with that Stand United. Makeshift not having as much value as in earlier in the game, but for the Seraphine, for the Senna, right, it is going to help. But whoever gets the Zephyr will lose those stats. If we move over to Soju, as 2 out of our top 3 on fire right now.
Yeah, I mean, Soju's been able to slow level 2-8, been afforded this by the featherweights, allowing this comp to really scale into the late game and start to win streak heavily. 9 wins since picking up the featherweight. Soju is in such an incredibly strong spot because he can even consider just going to 9. He has a lot of HP to work with. He has a lot of gold already, and the board is still strong enough that he might pick up a win, or at least his losses shouldn't be too terrible just yet. That is a Jace 2 on the other side, though. That might start to change things, but the items on it are not incredibly strong for damage. It is just a matter of the overall stats that Jace gets in general and the attack speed he's giving overall. That Aurelia still being incredibly strong. We get stunned up, and now the Twitch might be able to take it down when we're ulti. Not quite enough. There goes the Aurelia, but again, not a bad loss for Soju.
I rally pretty good, my friends, especially if you're going to be able to keep her safe with that Assassin Spat. The other thing, it was a little bit of a positioning diff. Twitch was on the opposite side of the Jace, wasn't able to break through the other units fast enough to get to the Jace. If Jace was focused first, that might have been a little different. As Malzahar 3, which is a win condition, right? When we do get to this point, once you see a 6 in those rounds, it's all about finding that final win condition versus the other players, right? And so for us on this board, we are pretty much there with that Malzahar. An RT would be nice, right? But we have 8 Arcanists as well. So we are pushing a lot of damage along with Battle Mage. So even extra stats helping us right now for our mages on the board, in which we have 8 of them. Darth Nub trying to help these Arcanists get a top placement in a lobby. Will it happen?
Yeah, funny enough, even with the Arcanist board being, it's not an Ahri carry. Ahri has been struggling, Ahri in shambles, but a Malzahar might be the way to make it work right now. And hitting the chase trait of 8 Arcanist is huge. Having all that AP on this 3-star Malzahar with pretty much perfect items, Giant Slayer, X-Tech Gunblade, and you've got the blue buff just gonna be spamming out so much damage. Do have the Braum to help the front line with the CC, and the Vex 3 with really solid items as well, gonna be buying a lot of time.
Yeah, Nubal right now cosplaying that kid who makes up rules to rock, paper, scissors and says invincible. Did you know anyone like that?
Yes. Yes.
Exactly. I think everyone knows
Everybody
that kid.
knows that kid. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think Irelia is playing that kid right now. The only one really rocking this lobby right now, and that's what we expected. If Nubal was able to climb back up, it would extend the time of this lobby. Ezreal going to fly into the air because of that Zephyr. This time around, though, the Twitch doing some pretty good targeting here, and these Arcanists aren't going to be as beefy as some other frontliners, but too much damage. That Vex doing a lot of work as Darth Nub takes down Soju, as Soju slowly but surely falling in terms of HP, potentially into 3rd place for the end of this lobby.
Yeah, I mean, I still think I haven't gotten to check in just yet, and I'll check in after this, but I think Soju is going to be going to 9, which is why he's taking these losses, and they haven't been bad. We talked about how he can afford to take a couple losses here as long as they aren't too terrible, and these just have been like 3-unit losses over and over. And now I think going back after Carousel, we should see Soju able to go to 9, maybe get the bear in, maybe get a little bit more. And yeah, there's the 90 gold. Here comes the level up. And what will Soju hit on the roll down? He has about 25 gold to work with. Does find the 5th innovator with the Seraphine. Not much else.
We get Nubbears on the board, at least for one round. Oh, Seraphine 2, if we are going to survive, I think we're going to get 3 players in round 7, which is moderately rare. It's usually 1v1 at that point. Twitch sticking out in the middle, keeping the Socialite square open to bait the Blitz hook. And the Blitz hook is going to go towards the Zillion instead. All the carries protected for Soju at the beginning of this fight.
Yeah, the Twitch in a decent spot to get damage out, but does get taken down by the AoE, and Aurelia is just still running rampant all over the place. Not a lot of kills for Soju just yet, and this is going to be a bigger chunk of damage, but realistically, Soju had 2 lives no matter what happened on this fight, unless he got completely demolished.
Ooh.
So, knowing that's going to happen.
I react because Nubal actually losing that round, so I think we have... No, I know that we have a true rock, paper, scissors scenario, which means positioning becomes one of the most important parts. It's one of the most important parts throughout the rest of the game, but especially when you have less players and things are more predictable, it can be the difference between a round win and a round loss. For example, where this Malzahar lives in the next round can determine if Darth Nub is eliminated or not, because once you get to round 7, Nubal, Soju already in 1 kill.
Oh,
territory.
The Zephyr positioning Darth Nub at the last second gets it, able to hit the Twitch, so not gonna have to worry about that. But this is the fight that matters. Soju versus Nubal. The winner of this will get a 2nd, the loser will get a 3rd, and it looks like Soju still has the Twitch alive, running rampant in the back line. It looks like the Aurelia wasn't able to do it just yet. Actually goes down, but the Jinx, can she do enough? It's just an Ezreal. One more auto. The Ezreal gets it, but Nubal lives. It's only a 1-unit loss. Nubal stays alive.
Wow, Ezreal overachieving. Give that man some honors. Give him an artifact, my friends, as it's going to be a bloodthirster on Shelly. We're going to round 7 with 3 players. Darth Nub still with 2 lives. Soju, Nubal each with 1. I think Nubal has the least to grow. Darth Nub right now playing so well. We have the 8 Arcanists. Not only is that more AP for our team, the amount of AP that the Arcanists are getting is pretty ridiculous looking at that Morgana shield, for example. So we also are getting some utility there that's going to help with the Malzahar and its healing. And now we can even re-roll this item to something that's going to be much better for us.
Gets a locket. A locket and a Frozen Heart. That's pretty solid. And you get to go to 9, start rolling down. What are we looking for here? Maybe an Enchanter, but it doesn't help too much. It's a lot of AD damage. Just looking for the upgrades on the Victor and the Ahri, and they are found with all that gold.
And we get utility items out of that Reforge. You know, honestly, in the late game, that's pretty nice. We're already in the advantageous position of being in first place going into round 7. It's going to be Soju on Elimination Station. This could be a double elimination by the end of it. Rom ults one time. You want to get that second one off.
Really?
Beautiful Orianna ult as well. But Silco is starting to take down his own team. Oh, and it's Ezreal and Twitch once more. Darthnub falls. 3 players in
alive.
single-digit HP. At this point, it's whoever is last man standing. The HP numbers don't matter anymore. They all pretty much have won.
Beautiful positioning on the Twitch from Soju. If you watched where it got immediately in the fight, opposite side of all of those Arcanists, they're all hitting everything in front. Twitch jumps in, kills the Braum, and then turns and wreaks havoc on the back line of Darth Nub. And what are we looking at here? We just got another Seraphine. 2 2-star Seraphines, 10 units in, level 9 for Noob Owl. Rainbow of synergies on the left side to go with the Stand United. Going up against Darth Nub. Gonna see if they can take down this Malzahar. That was a Zephyr onto the Aurelia, though, so she has been slowed down, but she has not been stopped. She is alive, looking for that first reset. She finds it, gonna jump across, gets another, and then the last one standing is the Vex. So Darthnub, who looked positioned to win this lobby, might go out in third. We'll see how much damage they take as Soju falls to a -10, and it looks like Noob Owl has actually come all the way back and won this lobby. Darthnub goes to -14, and Soju holds on for the second.
Soju gets the second place. Darth Nub, I think, a little bit of a disappointing third place, and Noob Owl takes the win there. That is probably the closest lobby I've ever casted. 3 people in round 7, stage 7 at single-digit HP. Again, like I said, they all might as well have a single HP at that point in time. And Soju winning out because of the tiebreaker there, losing less units throughout the match. But that lobby was invigorating, Cass.
I mean, incredibly close. Really well done from all 3 of those players to navigate their compositions in that end game. And it is Noob Owl who comes out on top, who was the lowest, but they got that Tactician's crown and they brought it all the way back to just have the mass of units and synergies for that Stand United.
All right, so we do have the graphic ready, so we can, if you haven't seen yet, get that Noob Owl face reveal, by the way. If you haven't seen it quite yet, see that handsome mug, and then also see exactly where everyone else stands after 2 lobbies. And Noob Owl, a lot of people came in here expecting him to do really well. And Cass, something I want to mention is a couple of our players in our top 8 took a little bit of a break in set 6, came back with a vengeance in 6.5. Do you think that's a little bit of an advantage? Having like less information clogging your brain going into this set since you didn't have the set 6 information?
It certainly can. I think the big thing, though, is just like when you're a competitive player, sometimes taking a break is so big because burnout can affect your play a lot more than you know. And so going and taking a break and then coming back and just being excited for the new set, coming in and playing and just putting in all that effort, I do think there is something to be said about players coming off of a break and performing really well. And we're seeing it with Noob Owl.
All right, we do have that graphic ready for you. Let's see Noob Owl winning with the 3 Socialites and Irelia. Really, it's the Assassin Irelia, and it didn't even matter that last time. We got Zephyr, and we went through the front line anyway. But I do like the Assassin spat on it, because how many times have we seen the biggest weakness of Irelia being CC'd in the front line, and that Assassin spat completely eliminates it. Also, people in the back line are a lot squishier, so you're going to get those resets a lot faster.
Yep, finding the resets, being able to jump around. The Aurelia was absolutely tearing up this lobby. The second Noob Owl was able to get that to 2-star, and we saw that Assassin spat being pivoted over and utilizing that instead of using it to just make a Kha'Zix stronger, which is what was pivoted out of. Really good move from Noob Owl, and it nets a first place in this lobby. I want to see where that puts everyone else, though, because Soju with a first and a second is going to start with a commanding lead. But Nubao, of course, catching up with that first place is going to be not too far behind.
All right, so if you're Soju right now, I think if you like top 3, top 4 the rest of the way, you should be okay unless someone like truly pops off and like does a Robin 1-1-1 type of situation. But in terms of the middle of the pack, I want to have our eyes look at someone like Spetham and Darth Nub. Those two results, they're going to happen, right? Eventually, hopefully not, you're going to have kind of a mulligan game, right? So if you do place low after a high placement or place low and then get a high placement, that can be moderately taxing on the mental. But we have 3 people at 10th place, Ripple Overdrive at 13, 1 point behind. So it still is anybody's game, but Soju definitely 100% in the driver's seat right now for that invitation to the mid-set regional.
Look, I said it after game 1. You can tell immediately in his play. He came to play today. He's playing at the top of his game. He is not holding anything back. He wants that regional spot. I wanted to call out, I had talked about how Ripple Overdrive was kind of my pick to be that dark horse today. He's been on the edge of making it to, these top placements in the past couple tournaments that he has been in. And this is a great performance to start off. Getting a third and a fourth, the consistency is so important. And if you turn one of these consistent placements into a first or a second, suddenly you start to overtake Soju or Nubao if they maybe falter somewhere throughout the day. So just keeping with it, Ripple Overdrive in a really good spot to maybe snag one of those top 2 positions.
All right, friends. So there's also the ability to predict who is going to win or lose and also get rewarded for it. So you can go to fantasytft.com and register for your chance to win Little Legend eggs if you think that you're good at predicting, just like I think we are as well. But before we get to Lobby 3, I'd like to say thank you to Cass. We'll see you a little bit later. We're inviting Jirachy back on after the break. We'll see you soon. Welcome back, guys, gals, and pals. This is the Set 6.5 Challenger Series. I'm Poopasaurus, here with the wonderful, the legend, currently the only person I think that can threaten me in fantasy TFT, the Jirachy.
I mean, Soju's carrying me pretty hard right now, so
That's true.
We'll see.
I got
but
the lobby
Nubal's
win,
also
though.
carrying you.
Yeah.
So, like...
But enough
Preach.
about us and a little bit more about the players on the Convergence right now. We've talked a lot about Soju. We know that he's playing out of his mind right now. Probably the cleanest I've seen Soju play in a tournament environment. I know it's been 2 games, but I think you know. In a pretty long while. But let's talk about some of these other players. There's been everyone looking at Nubal and Soju. From the people in the middle of the pack, those with 10 points right now, who do you think is the biggest threat to compete for that top 2 spot from this position?
I mean, you have to look at Ripple Overdrive. Yes, he's behind the top 2, but he's only 1 point behind Nubal, and he's been bringing some of these spots back. So, like, some of these like weird mid-game spots, he's been getting solid placements out of them in the late game. He keeps this up. Nubal did take a bot for game 1. He's shown he's not invincible. Ripple Overdrive does have a decent chance to overtake Nubal, especially like outplacing him this game. Set yourself up in the top 2 alongside Soju.
I completely agree with everything that you just said. I actually think DPay is someone to look out for. Yesterday was probably the biggest surprise in terms of success. Not even his primary game coming into this tournament, but got 3 first places yesterday. Half of the lobbies that DPay participated in, he won. So going back into today, we're actually in a pretty good spot at 10 points. We're kind of biding our time. It's like an alligator under the water. Eventually you are going to snap, but win is going to be where the skill comes through. I think game 3, where we are, now is the time to make that noise if you have 10 points.
Yeah, and we're going to hop on board with that winner of game 3, Mr. Nubal himself. I mean, I've talked about him over and over. I mean, what else is there to say? He just played out of his mind. Just all of 6.5, playing just such strong, slightly unconventional boards, getting himself a first this time out of it, was able to really cap out his board last game. See if he can do it again.
All right, we already have a little bit of a Merc play. Maybe we get a Misfortune or Gangplank in one of an orb a little later on. We also have a ton of money now.
We got 2 out of 3.
We got 2 out of 3. If he picks up you always got to kind of let it happen, right? Because you might get it into one that you could potentially wait till after the carousel. But why not? If you're offered the unit, it's okay to play it out. You can just sell them a little bit later. I mean, a little bit later, meaning once the PvP rounds start.
Yeah, you're not guaranteed 2-1 mercenaries, but if there's not much else you really care about holding, I mean, why not hold the Alawi? Why not play around the chance of getting that 2-1 mercenaries? Why not potentially play around like getting a mercenary heart in your augment choices, which doesn't happen this time, but it's something you should be aware of playing around. But looking at this, kind of has some weird choices. Dominance, Dominance probably not the pick. He doesn't really have a super strong opener.
It's Nubal, and if Nubal is going to use an augment,
whatever augment he uses, it's going to be just classic Nubal. Like, what is happening? How is this happening? Takes underdogs, which I feel like is that alongside keepers. Those are the more like better general ones. Just always getting board value rather than dominance, where you need to be winning. But the underdogs, especially if you're not going to take these early levels, you're facing someone who's level 4, you can already get value out of that. And even in the late game, on some of the beefier units, 9% health regen, when you have a lot of HP, that is nothing to sneeze at.
I also want to bring it back to the fact that we have Synaptic Web, so we are 100% getting some mutants in this game. And you know who is usually trying to 1v3, 1v4 a team, Jirachy? That is Malzahar. So Malzahar actually doing very good work with something like underdogs. Assassins can do moderately good work with underdogs. Something like the Twitch we saw earlier, if the rest of the team falls, can kind of get that little bit of oomph to bring that round win. As we are riding along with Nubal, we have gotten through the PvE rounds. We do have a large rod on the town, so the bleed's going to be a little bit better, and we, especially with Phony Frontline, underdogs is already initiated.
Yeah, not opting to slam anything on the talon, saying, hey, this board's not that strong. I'm not going to win streak. Let's see what better items I can get. I'm not going to commit myself in a direction immediately. This fight looks a little bit sketchy. Yeah, I can't really beat the Nocturne 2 right now, even with a Nocturne of his own. Unless... Wait a second. Nah, wait.
Unless,
please.
Wait. It's the
Okay,
Spider-Man
we
meme, the
got it.
game.
Okay.
Right now, the bow is the difference maker in that situation. So, say you don't have an item and you realize that you're going up against a like unit and you want a win streak, slamming something like that bow is how you can do it. Or a belt is another really common way to overcome. We're seeing arguably one of the top 2 slammed items of the last 2 days, which is the Shiv. Morello's definitely probably up there as well in that top 2. This is obviously an innovator comp. We have the Crab already. Tier 2 units are lacking, but we saw what Soji was able to do with it in the last lobby.
Yeah, Malala for now really trying to just play around this a little bit of extra early game power. The Shiv, even playing in innovators, it's good. It's a good item to stick on your Seraphine later, but you're not necessarily wanting to primary carry the Seraphine. So for now, Malala playing for board tempo, or board strength and tempo. Not opting to level to 5, even though he has the 4 scrap, because he doesn't have 3 components to really get the full 4 scrap value. So he's opting instead to just take the level to 4, throw the Ziggs 2 in, good unit to throw in, and after Carousel, once he has another component that he can make good use of the 4 scrap from, turn both that belt and whatever he picks up off Carousel into full items, then you get the Blitzcrank in, then you make full use of that trait.
And we have a little bit of a front line here, too, with that Crab. Can't go understated that Crab can be a difference maker, especially for units like Ezreal, who like to ramp up. We're actually going to go ahead and level up. We're so confident that we're going to win, and we do have an extra Ezreal as well to get to that 10 gold. We do go up against Deepay, who has phony front line. Is that going to be a difference maker here?
I mean, the leveling for this 4 scrap now, yes, I just called out, it doesn't give you extra item value, but it is still extra shield. Like, getting bonus shield on these 3 components on his board, that's still good and can still be a fight difference maker. Blitzcrank as well, a super impactful unit, and it looks like he probably wins this fight anyway, but it's going to be a 4-0 to Deepay, really putting pressure on this lobby for now, and still got to make 10 gold. His econ's still in a really good spot.
All right, Soju and Darth Nub going to be picking first. Let's see which direction they're going and what we might be able to glean by their choices. We've got the bow from Soju. Bow kind of means Warwick to me, but can't go a lot of different directions. Darth Nub gets the tier.
He did pick up the bow Gnar, which, I mean, good mid-game carry with a good item for that carry on it. Yeah, that makes sense for Soju to pick up, really try and get a Gnar mid-game carry going. Maybe he has some items that can work on that. So it's not just a good item, it's a good unit with a good item combo.
And we're now riding along with Deepay. We have a Hextech Gunblade on the bench, potential Rage Blade. We have a potential Edge of Night. I still accidentally try to build Guardian Angels, by the way. Like, if I'm like on super autopilot, it'll happen.
Oh my god.
Specifically on Tom Kench.
I'm gonna call myself out. I'm pretty sure I said Guardian Angel at some point in game 1. And it's still ingrained in my mind. Like, I think I built Edge of Night, like, twice. I haven't registered yet. It's not Guardian Angel. It's fine.
Oh, fun. Look at this Lucian, Jirachy.
Yes. That's a Lucian, and Static Shiv, one of the items we've seen built a lot onto Lucian. It's good mid-game item and a good carry that can really make use of that item. And it's not quite going to be enough for Darth Nub. The rest of Deepay's board just a little bit too strong with that 4 Hex Tech. Yes, this trait has gotten some nerfs. It's not living up to its full glory from the first week of the set. It's still a good, strong trait for the mid-game with these flat numbers it gives. Flat numbers always going to be better early in the game, so yep. Deepay using that little more early game focused trait, getting some wins in.
Yeah, we actually have some freedom when it comes to itemization because of that remover. And also, Phony Frontline along with Hextech, great combo. Just in general, we get a little bit more beef in that front line to help things like this Nocturne kind of overachieve. We won that last round. We're in the top 4 right now. It looks like Lucky and Soju struggling a little bit, but there's always a pair of people at around this HP, so that's normal. If you're kind of new to TFT and you find yourself in this position, don't give up just yet. A self-fulfilling prophecy can be a bad one, as we have a ZZ Rot on the other side here for Ripple Overdrive. You know, notoriously great early game item. You get the 2 taunts and an extra unit. You know, it kind of competes with Innovators. For a unit with Innovators, you have to use the item with the ZZ Rot, but it can definitely help delay the departure of some damage, as it's going to be able to tank a little bit of ultimate potentially or auto attack.
Just as a general lobby observation, there's a lot of good upgrades this early. We have the Swain 2 on Ripple Overdrive's board, Deepay with that Zac 2. It's in this kind of lobby where you have so many upgrades already, the tempo just gets so accelerated that a lot of these other players are going to be thinking, how do I keep up with this? How do I keep up with this super strong lobby? So we'll see how much pressure Ripple Overdrive and Malala can put on this lobby as the 100 streakers for now. But we're going to go into Krugs, see what these players get.
All right, Ripple Overdrive looking for some itemization right now. Currently, we just have the ZZ Rot. We pick up the Twin Shot, so the Lucian actually giving us a little bit of direction. The Large Rod is going to be next. 2 items out of Krug's Blue Buff. Hey, this is an AP direction if I've ever seen it.
Yeah, especially with the Malzahar on board, and Ripple Overdrive can't make 30 gold here by selling bench. It's only 9 gold, can only make 29, no difference. Might as well hold the units. But if you happen to hit Gangplank 2, you can throw these Twin Shots in, not necessarily carry the Malzahar. So Ripple Overdrive's got a lot of options here. He's going to go ahead and take the level to 6. Going to play around the Gangplank Lucian at least. I'm curious where this blue buff goes, whether it goes on the Lucian or the Malzahar.
I think both are actually pretty good choices. Traditionally, I think I'd put it on the Malzahar. Depends how deep we want to get into Twin Shot. So it's going to be the Lucian. I mean, these are great items for Lucian, too. The ultimate is going to interact with AP items a little bit better. We saw the Shiv earlier with the extra auto attacks, but the Jeweled Gauntlet is going to add just some raw damage. Maybe we put an IE on it a little bit later, but together with the Malzahar, there's going to be a good amount of damage over time for the Lucian to then execute whoever is left, as Lucky continues on the struggle bus. And I also want to mention that Soju is losing purposely right now. We actually had a double open fort fight that Soju lost, which is what you want to do in that position a couple rounds ago. So a little bit more context for our friends at home. Ripple and Malala still at 100 HP. Eventually, they will go up against each other, and one of them will fall.
Yeah, and meanwhile, for Lucky, just real quick, when you're in that spot, you have this weak board, you're trying to get 5 loss going, you're already behind. It's looking not the greatest for him, but I've seen players get their loss streak snapped and bounce it back, so I'm going to hold out some kind of hope for him still.
All right, we have a ton of money on the bench right now. A lot of pairs looking like Noah's Ark more than the Convergence right now, as we are going to be switching out a couple of these units, frontlining the Lucian. I like this. It's going to be able to tag that damage on a lot more consistently without him having to reposition, but also Lucian has a habit of saying hello to the enemy team, wanting to kiss on a cheek, but it's not going to happen just yet right here. But Lucian is a notorious thrower of rounds.
Yeah, and this positioning is also very specifically against assassins, and giving Lucian the room to dash backward by putting him second row can actually keep him a little bit safer from any potential threats in the front line. So just good positioning all around, and allowing Darknut to take that win.
Recombobulator.
I'm pretty sure the spot sucks for Recombobulator.
It doesn't matter because it's the most fun. It is the most fun augment in the game. Is it the best? Is it the best choice right now? No. But sometimes having fun is the most important part.
Okay, yes.
Not in a last chance qualifier, though.
It's not even the worst. Like, you don't have any 2-star 3 costs to play around, but you do have some 2-star 2 costs. He's repositioning. He's swapping some units, and he takes it and gets... He got 2... Wait, what? 2 Gangplank 2s?
No, wait. We actually... If we have...
Wait, it's 7... He has 7 Gangplanks. Hold up. Wait a second.
Twin shots. And what's also really great about this is our Lucian has great items for it. So we have Twin Shot. We're going to get a third Twin Shot in here soon. We can avoid Mercenaries. We also can change items around because of the Recombobulator. We have Deathblade 2 once someone hits tier 3 if we want that. But we're actually in a pretty good spot, especially with 2 Gangplanks that might actually get us a little bit more gold. But one thing about Gangplank is they are skinny in terms of HP.
4-1 Gangplank 3 incoming? I'm not sure how much of a high roll this actually is. That depends how Darthnub converts it. But if he doesn't have the most gold to roll on level 7 on 4-1, but if he hits a Gangplank 3, he has 2 BF swords. That's good setup for Gangplank items. You hit a Gangplank 3 that early, you can really snowball a lead just from that. Normally you hit that 3-star 3 cost around late stage 5, maybe even stage 6. You get 2 stages early. That's very, very strong.
All right, we saw Nubal actually has Underdogs along with First Aid. That's one of those augments that go hand in hand with each other. That's going to help both augments perform at kind of like an extra credit level. As we're looking at Spetham right now, who I think was one of the more surprising players getting into the top 8, has played good AP. I remember Spetham playing a good amount of Lux in some previous sets, so it does seem to favor a little bit of AP, playing a little bit flexibly now, having a harder time today than I think yesterday overall, but this comp pretty behind. We saw what Soju was running. Soju was running a comp much further along than this at this stage. I believe he locked in that Twitch 3 around here.
Yeah, and I think Soju got around for 2, but the more important thing here, I think, is this Innovator Spat on the Camille that Spetham pulled from the Ancient Archives augment. That's about as high roll as you can get for taking that trait taking that augment this early and wanting to play around Twitch. Getting access to 5 Innovator without needing Seraphine off a silver augment on level 6, pretty good right there, especially with the change to the Toma traits logic. So gonna not quite take this win over iLucky right now, who is dipping into that Synaptic Web. But Spetham, once he hits the switch 3, once he hits level 6, once he can throw in that 5 Innovator, gonna be looking very strong.
Noob Owl versus Soju. Looks like we have some syndicates right now for Noob Owl, along with that Scholar. We actually saw a good amount of Debonair Syndra during the week in some competitive places. I actually saw it win one of those lobbies. We call it Go to Your Room. Maybe we'll see it. Maybe we won't. iLucky now as we move off of Noob Owl's POV, currently in 7th place and 5 points, running with those mutants. I was a little surprised that it's been a little late on this mutant sense, because this is a great mutant option.
Yeah, okay. Not only is iLucky running the mutants with Synaptic Web, he also has Blue Battery and the blue buff on Malzahar, which might be a little bit of overkill if he's trying to go for 5 mutants. That's, at the end of it, all 60 mana back, which is Malzahar's whole mana pool. So, and if that results in Malzahar just not even needing to auto between alts, just churn out those ultimates, not bad. Is
that Brand or is that Malzahar?
We saw in the mid-set finale, Kivix put a mutant spat on a Heimerdinger with a blue buff when it was Synaptic Web. That Heimer didn't need to auto between alts. Rip Heimerdinger. Gone from set 6.5. But we might see the second coming with that with just as Malzahar.
Yeah, and the thing about this Malzahar too is this Malzahar has been pretty well performing over the weekend, and probably one of the better 3-cost carries that we've seen over the weekend. And the Morelos works really well. You might say, oh, Malzahar only single targets on that ult. Well, it actually adds a good amount of damage to that Malzahar ult, so you can get the ult to get shared across the rest of the opponent's board, and eventually does tag everybody, right? So while the ult is single target, the Morelos interacts with the damage of that ult along with how the ult works in terms of its spread to work really well as we move back over to iLucky and this Lucian.
Yeah, gonna do some rolling down, finds a Senna too, and I think he's gonna end up playing around this, finds a Sivir as well. Yeah, you gotta throw these in, finds a Vi. This is a pretty solid level 7 roll down, all things considered. You have a decent mid-game carry that can make good use of your items. I don't know how we fit in this Leona 2. We can fit it in, okay, we can fit it in over Alawi, which is just a dead 5th bruiser at this point. All in all, DP found upgrades to his front line, found a Senna 2, found a 1-star 4 cost he needs in a decent spot. The Sivir does go down to the Kazakhs, but the board overall is strong enough. It should stabilize him at least somewhat. iLucky did hit Kazakh, so he does have access to that 5 mutant with the Synaptic Web. DP, he had to roll on level 7, is now 38 HP. Let's hope to stabilize him. He might need to roll some more.
All right, so we do finally have some tier 3 units getting on the board. Spetham getting that Ezreal, and we know that Ezreal can actually clutch a fight out. We saw it a little earlier against a Jace, if you remember, on that 1v1. Spetham also finally getting that tier 3 Twitch and then leveling to level 6. So Spetham at level 5 that entire time. This roll down does get a couple upgrades, but not as good. I just feel like over the weekend, once we do lock in Sivir, they start losing, right? Sivir didn't appear in the top 4 comps that we saw earlier, from what I remember, and without a Shiv, it's going to be even harder.
Yeah, and although I like that he's getting 4 Hextech in, 6 Hextech full committing to this trait has been so much weaker since its heyday on the first week of the set, but still getting that in, letting and flexing some of the units around 4 Hextech, you're still getting decent power out of the trait. By decent, I still mean not quite good enough. DP takes a pretty bad loss. He's really got to find some kind of miracle to really bring this back.
Yeah, I think we can greed to Carousel, but we cannot... I don't know if we can make it to PvE.
I don't even know if we can greed to Carousel. You're on 24 health.
I mean, it is putting everything into the rest of that lobby, right? We're going to need help from the 7 people above us. We also need a Sivir 2, and Irelia might be nice for a 4th striker. We do have the 4 Hextechs, which should help the phony front line, but this comp is already at where it starts to fall off, right? We need, without the Sivir 2, we need the Sivir 2 in order to buff us up a little bit. This might be an okay matchup, though.
Yeah, Malala... still an okay board on his side. You got the Ahri just to hold the AP items for now, and you've got 5 Innovator. But this Ahri not traditionally what you saw into Innovator, but being able to flex around that big bear in the front line. Not quite gonna do it for Malala. DP does manage to hang on for another fight without needing to roll down before Carousel. So he hangs on for now. He might be able to make it to level 8. Let's see what he can get off this Carousel. There's a Jinx with a Vest, which is very interesting because Vest is half of Edge of Night, which is actually it's Jinx's best item, and it lets her plop down in the middle of the enemy team and then drop the aggro. Nubal is the one who manages to pick that up with the 3rd pick. So let's I want to see if he actually makes use of that Jinx or if it's just for the Vest.
Of course it's Nubal as well. Who else would put an Edge of Night Jinx in their comp? Soju now is going to be the person we're right along with. Darth Nub does finally get that Gangplank 3. Actually took a little while, almost to the next augment, to get that Gangplank 3, and we only needed 3. We have some upgrades now for Soju, and it looks like we are favoring this Innovator comp. Also, this Duet Socialite Hex is in a pretty good spot for that Irelia. We saw an Irelia win with a Socialite Hex in that exact same position, i.e. great item. The Runins is going to go on someone auto-attacking. Looks like this might have started as a Warwick comp potentially, but we already have an Irelia too. Soju in a pretty good position. I'd be pretty happy with this.
I love how he's gonna be how he is using Duet right now and how I think he can use it the rest of the game. Normally with Socialite Hex, you're locking your carry into that one spot. Other people can position around that carry in that Hex. If you want to counter that, you have to lose the bonuses. But when you have duets, you can just swap your Irelia back and forth depending on what you see in your matchups. So the Duet right now doing a lot of work for Soju. No one else is doing a lot of work for Soju. He got Tiny Titans on 4-6. Okay.
Personally, I'm not sure I like Tiny Titans as a 3rd augment. It's because it's so good. Right? It gives you such an advantage in, I don't know, I kind of baited everybody there. It's because it's so good.
No.
It's so much better than Metabolic Accelerator at any point in the game, in my opinion. You get all of the HP at once, right? And Soju goes from 6th to 2nd on the basis of an augment. And since our comp is in a position, especially with a bear at 4-6, to where we're probably going to win anyway. The value of this HP is even higher than you normally would expect.
Boop, if you're trying to convince me that Tiny Titans is a bad augment, I'm throwing you out the window. There is no realm that is the case. For Soju right now, he's playing around these 4 costs. Normally, he's a little more comfortable playing around the 5 costs, going 9, capping out. But so far, he's playing these 4 cost carries, and maybe someone else in the lobby there's a decent chance he gets outscaled, but he has so much time to bleed out, getting all that extra HP, and also buying time to go level 9, and that's where Soju can really cap out. Play these 5 costs to support his 4 cost carries. He's sitting on 30 gold right now. Might do some more rolling on 5-1 to find some more upgrades, so he can go level 9 with more health, even if it's a little bit later. But for now, Tiny Titans, told you it was good. It's putting him in a really good spot. It's so good.
This is actually really interesting. So something about this set that I find, it makes me feel nice, is the fact that there are different compositions, particularly in what we see right now within the Innovator comp, right? What you don't see here is a certain Super Rat, right? Because Spetham has it. So we have the opportunity to run Innovators, 5 Innovators even, but we are not going to use the Twitch. It's going to be Twitch versus Irelia. So, I've seen even Kha'Zix here. A lot of people call it Flexivators, but this is going to be a really cool interaction to see, an Innovator comp with Twitch versus an Innovator comp without it and how those two interact.
Yeah, okay, we're going to hop back to Nubal, who is playing what can be best described as a board. That's all I got.
It won last round.
Yeah, it's a Nubal board, and it's just this mishmash of upgrades that he hits, and he's making it work around middle of the pack HP. It's good units with some pretty good items. Shroud of Stillness considered to be one of the best items in the game. Malzahar, these are good Malzahar items. Only issue is he's going to run into Darth Nub with Lucian 3, Gangplank 3 on 5-1, and the Corki 3 to boot. And the Vex 3. It's 3-star city here.
Yeah, I would hope that those 3 costs were tier 3s were there, because look at how much gold Darth Nub has. 0. So if that wasn't the case, Darth Nub would be in an awful position. But look at Spetham and Soju climbing right back. Soju now in first place thanks to Tiny Titans. And now Nubal and Deepay, who has survived 2 rounds at 9 HP, just locked in the Sivir 2, by the way. So that might go on a little bit longer, but we could potentially get into a counter matchup. We're looking for some more Arcanus right now. The Seraphine 2 is available. There we go.
Yeah, okay, he's going to swap it in for one of the Morganas. That makes sense. This... And it's a Nubal board, but you gotta think, at 23 HP, those rolls, he's still running a Malzahar 2 carry. Not really what you want to see. Ideally, I think he wants to run this Ahri. He has some of the Syndicate direction already going, has Braum on his board. I think he's going to be pivoting to 5 Syndicates as soon as he finds Ahri 2, but hasn't found Ahri 2 quite yet. As is, does take a hit off Ripple Overdrive, so that maybe buys him a little more time to also hit this Morgana 3 in the window. His board's, he doesn't have a lot of gold to do it, but his board does have some room to grow. Does sell one of the Morganas just to pick up the Ahri pair. Getting the Morgana 3 possibility out the window, not quite hitting just yet. Okay.
This is a tough position for some players. When you do go to level 8, you get no gold, and you don't really hit the carries that you want. At least we have the Malzahar, right? We got the Death Cap, we've got the Giant Slayer. That's a really great combo. I believe we also have Underdogs and First Aid, so that's going to be really nice for Nubal. This is against Deepay, though, who's on a little bit of a streak. So we have what I like to call the pillow fight. The bottom 2 players playing against each other. It's going to be the Giant Slayer and the IE versus this Malzahar. And I actually think the Sivir might not be a good counter to this comp, because we have that backline access and we're able to get rid of the Malzahar without needing to go up close.
Yeah, and there's a small micro thing that I think saved Nubal some HP here, even though it didn't net him a fight win. Dropped the Morgana 2 on his board that had items on it already when he was trying to sell Morgana 2, rather than selling the one without items on his bench. That allowed him to move the Shroud of Stillness off. It allowed him to put it on the Zyra instead. and move that into a better position that he knows is going to get a better Shroud. He didn't opt to cheese it, but also if he wants to sell this Zyra later, you can again bounce the Shroud off. At this point now, you're pretty sure you're tanking Morgana the whole game, so if you put that Shroud back on Morgana, you're not getting a chance to Shroud cheese the rest of the game. Good micro around the Shroud from Nubal. Is it enough to bring him back to top 4? I don't know, but it might eke out some placements.
All right, Soju utilizing all of the HP from Tiny Titans that we got last time.
He went fast 9. That's why am I even surprised?
It's the Soju going special. 9. I think Soju's got 9 on the last 3 lobbies. Got first in the first one, second in the second one. Both Innovator comps as well. Twitch was the version last time. It's going to be Irelia, and I'm still super interested to see the Spetham versus Soju. Oh, here it is.
You get it.
Hey, interaction.
There you go. Wish granted. I got you.
Yeah, so this is Twitch versus Irelia in terms of innovators. We also have some CC there as well, as Singed, I believe, throws the bear with a bomb, and Twitch invaders having, this is a lot less close than I thought it would be. It's going to be a 4-unit win from Soju. Twitch just not holding a candle to this Irelia, and Irelia is going to be pretty good against Twitch once we do get that reset going.
Difference maker, Twitch jumping onto the part of the backline with the Zillion. Zillion stun onto the Twitch stops that unit from getting off damage. Meanwhile, Aurelia's just wrecking havoc. Twitch just can't do enough damage and got CC'd. That's the difference maker, that small positioning thing. We poke around the rest of the lobby, though. Lucky, already playing from behind, goes down in 8th. You know that's got to feel really bad. Deepay, though, kind of thanking Lucky a little bit.
Miracle 7th.
You
if
got,
you've ever seen
me.
a Miracle 7th,
top 7.
This is it.
Thank you.
Yeah. That's an extra point that I, honestly, Deepay kind of squeaked out. This comp, though, can win out. Maybe not against this one.
Are you sure?
Unfortunately.
Are you really sure about that one?
We do have a nice front line, though, especially with the Gargoyle. We actually might be able to take a lot of this damage. And look at the CC going on to those 3-cost units. Sivir actually super safe right now. Already getting through the Frozen Heart. Jinx not even touching him. If we just had a little bit more HP and we were able to get to level 8, I think Deepay had an out, but we do not have any time remaining because we are down for the count. 7th place for Deepay, and honestly, I think that's a little lucky from where we were. I think Deepay would agree. This is probably the best Ahri we've seen so far today, the Giant Slayer along with the Jeweled Gauntlet. I love Giant Slayer on Ahri, especially since you tag the ult twice on the way in and on the way back. The Jeweled Gauntlet for this Malzahar is going to be pretty good too.
Yeah, just a little bit of extra damage, especially when that Malzahar has the Debonair spat on. That's going to be amplifying the AP he gets from that trait. Wait, is Debonair in? Am I going crazy? Wait a second. Hold on.
We'll see in just a second as the Jewel Gauntlet goes on to the bench. We do have some bodyguards as well, so no, we don't have any Debonair.
We do have
a VIP. We do have VIP Draven in the shop, so that could change things. We have the Silco there to help with our AP, and this is the Silco pair, right? I think Sivir was old school. I like Jarvan in that Silco space as well for attack speed, but in general, Victor and Silco from Arcane are the two friends that you're going to see together most of the time when you see that Silco.
He can go level 8, level 9 rather, throw in Zeri and get the 3 Debonair, and the Zeri anyway, just good 5-cost unit to splash in. Although he is saving up to go 9, but first has to get through Darth Nub and this very strong, just all the 3 stars, twin shot board. This Ahri, yes, the Giant Slayer is going to help get through some of these 3 stars with all the health they have. Ooh. Good loss. That is not the worst loss in the world for Ripple Overdrive. The Giant Slayer able to get through the Vex a little bit easier, able to get some easier damage on Corki. Not going to be enough to take the win. He is going to go for level 9 right now. See what he throws in. Opts to throw in Zyra for now. What did he get in? He got in Zyra and got in 5 Syndicate for the Ahri. And even though this 5 Syndicate trait isn't quite as prominent anymore, you're still getting it in for your primary carry, and it's still going to be a really good trait for this Ahri too, especially on level 9 when you can fit in all these supporting units and supporting synergies around this big, fat vertical synergy.
All right, Twitch in the front line. We're going up against the Dragon, but we have a Giant Slayer Ahri that is going to be targeting it right away. The blue buff gets one orb off. We're not going to get the Dragon down in time as everyone falls victim. Great Zyra ult, though, to try to bring this back, but it's going to be all about Ahri, and Ahri can do this. Ahri can do a lot of this comeback, especially with Syndicate 5, but is not going to be the case. Too much to handle for this Ahri, as we have 3 people in single-digit HP, and for the 3rd lobby in a row, we have a very slim point spread as Nubal at 16 on fire in first place, all the way down to Soju, where you're seeing the Tiny Titans value as we speak in 5th place.
This Nubal guy, he all the way down at the bottom, but finds a 5 Syndicate Synaptic Web Ahri with Giant Slayer Rabadons. Yeah, that's... Casanova loves to talk about their Synaptic Web Mutant Spat Ahri. Even with only 3 mutants, 3 mutant plus 5 Syndicate, this Ahri is cranking out ults and is still very tanky.
Will this be the first Ahri that takes a lobby during the Challenger Series? Nubal trying to make history with this comp, and the Dragon is avoiding the Ahri, but the Ahri is very, very low. Oh my goodness, look at what just happened. That's what I meant. Ahri can take the comeback victory, and with that last ult is able to just strike through the heart of Spetham.
Oh my god, Giant Slayer diff. Nubal just wrecks the Twitch, wrecks the Dragon with that Giant Slayer on the Ahri, but Spetham going down, able to squeak out the top 4. Soju in 5th, the Tiny Titans.
Soju has a 4-point buffer that is going to be, because, like you said, Darth Nub, Nubal, Ripple Overdrive in the very next spot. So you can't even take out Spetham, who I believe was in 6th place before this game. Wow, so many things can happen, especially if this Ahri didn't ult as well as that last one. Nubal kind of depending on this Ahri to make it happen. I love the Rabadons and the Giant Slayer itemization. Crowan and I talk about it all the time. We think that's best in slot, but we're going to see some other comps first. It's going to be the Arcanist once again from Darth Nub with those twin shots, because this is that recombobulation board.
Yeah, and getting a good Zephyr onto the gangplank, but just the power of Darth Nub's board, even Ripple Overdrive going level 9, having the Giant Slayer, just can't do enough damage to the Lucian it was directly targeting. So Darth Nub and Nubal, they're our top 2. They're on 1, maybe 2 lives. If Nubal takes a really bad loss, he can go down right here. Darth Nub, slightly less worse loss that will take him down. But we could be seeing the final fight right here.
All right. I believe we are pausing. And we're going to come right back for that last round. So we can get you the 1v1 between Nubal there. And we're going to see an Ahri potentially take the first victory of the entire weekend for that comp. So is it an itemization difference? Is it really that Synaptic Web? Is it more the Giant Slayer Rabadons and that kind of flat damage that particular combo provides? Do you think it's going to happen? Or are we going to see the Ahri win for the first time?
I mean, I think Nubal has a decent chance. He got the win off Darth Nub the last time they faced. The difference maker now, though, Darth Nub has the Jinx 2 on board. Even without items, Jinx still, it's an upgraded 5-cost carry. That can make a fight difference, especially popping itself in the middle of the team, stopping or giving grievous wounds and negating some of the healing from 5 Syndicate. So it's a strong 5-cost carry that can maybe make a fight diff. But Nubal with the Giant Slayer getting himself to this point with how he played the mid game with some not the best augment choices, having to take underdogs early. Very impressive stuff. Whether he takes the win here or not, Nubal putting on a clinic this game.
Here we go, future leaders of the world, Nubal and Darth Nub, 16, 14 HP respectively. Is this going to be the Ahri of the ages? We're going up against the tier 3 twin shots, and there's so much range on this Ahri, and Lucian does feed in that round. Now it's going to be all up to this gangplank. Not going to happen. Corki is going to be the last chance here, and it's not going to happen. Darth Nub is going to get one more round out of this, but this Ahri is looking like the queen of the convergence at the moment.
Yeah, and that win for Nubal, just lasting that one fight, even though he doesn't kill Darthnub, he gets to go level 9, he gets to throw in just whatever he wants, even if it's just this random Victor, random Seraphine, random second Seraphine rather, you still have room to spike. And when you already are taking fights, and you still have room to spike, Darthnub's gotta really pull out something here. Gets a Nico, and normally Nikos are great, but like, what's he Nicoing?
So I actually want to bring in a saying here that it's one of my favorite, like, if you don't read the item words.
Wait
like,
a second.
You might not notice, but we have a redemption on the Vex, and that's actually going to help against the Ahri because it works against multi-target damage. So it should be good against that Ahri. Is it going to be enough, mitigation? We don't know. But you told me to wait, Jirachy. What are we waiting for?
I didn't know how much we could use the Nico on, but he managed to hit 2 Silcos from Arcane, has Silco 2 from Arcane, so the gun maybe makes a difference in this final fight. Nubal did get to go 9, throw in the Senna, so final fight.
All right, and remember the last time we saw these two fight, the Lucian did kind of feed into the Ahri, directly ate the Ahri orbs. Ahri having a little bit of a hard time. Again, this time in the front line is going to be sitting in the Jinx ult, and because of the Syndicate, we have enough of that lifesteal. There are 2 units remaining, and it's Silco and Corky, and that is going to be it. For the first time all weekend, Ahri will take the victory, and of course, it is on Nubal. Who else would bring Ahri to its first win?
Man, this Nubal guy. Just this
I
Nubal
know, right?
guy.
He's pretty good, and also on my fantasy team. So literally only I care about that, but that's okay. I'm still going to talk about it. But Jirachy, there are so many things to talk about in that particular lobby in terms of how it ended up, right? We had Tiny Titans, I think, gifting Soju that 5th. I think Deepay got a lucky 7th that time. And in terms of that top 3, Darth Nub and everyone else following Soju performing quite well as we look at the graphic on where the points stand right now, Jirachy.
Yeah, and it's a lot of players really cementing their spots. Nubal already in second, 24 points now. He's really cementing himself in that top 2. I imagine going to be the lobby leader at the end of this. But even right behind him, Ripple Overdrive, Darth Nub, they needed solid placements to continue their trajectory towards climbing into the top 2. And then you look at guys like Malala, iLucky, they needed this to have a shot. And now that they're in the bottom 3 again, it's go time. They really gotta go for some firsts now.
Start taking a little bit more risk as we have a little separation finally. Nubal and Soju, 24 and 22 points respectively. Ripple Overdrive in that bubble spot. Darth Nub, Spetham, Deepay, iLucky, and Malala following. No one technically, again, mathematically eliminated, but iLucky, Malala, very close to that point. Deepay is going to need another really great game. A top 4 might keep you in it, but right now, Ripple, by far the most likely to enter that top 2, but still has a 2-point disadvantage, which means you either need to finish 4th over 5 or finish 2 spots ahead of Soju or Nubal to compensate for that. And you just don't know. Both Nubal and Soju playing quite well today. Look at Soju, though, 10-8-4. That's not the direction you want to see, but we can recover in game 4.
I do want to call out that Ripple Overdrive, yes, he's not in the top 2. Yes, we've been talking about Nubal and Soju this whole time, but Ripple Overdrive is the only player who's top 4'd all 3 games. So the consistency, it's putting him in the right direction. Needs a little bit of help if he's going to continue on that trajectory from Nubal and Soju, maybe taking some more bot 4s, putting themselves below him. But it's that consistent play that I love seeing, and how I personally play on ladder and when I was competing in tournaments as well. That consistent play, it can get you into top 2. It's not like getting thirds and fourths is going to prohibit you from hitting those higher spots.
There's a quick little story I like to tell about tennis. I feel like the scoring in TFT and tennis is moderately similar, because in tennis, you don't have to win a Grand Slam to be number 1, right? There is a very big controversy where a player named Caroline Wozniacki was number 1 in the world and had never won a major. But does that mean she's not really number 1? I think that's the debate TFT players are constantly having right now. And I'm going to have that debate off screen because Jirachy and Cass are coming back, as I like to say, catchy. We'll be with you all after the break.
Welcome back to the 6.5 Challenger Series. I'm Casanova, joined by Jirachy, and we just witnessed Ari pick up the victory. But this, Boop said it was the first Ari win. However, that's because Syndicate Ari has looked terrible and hadn't picked up any wins. There was a 7 mutant Ari yesterday that was able to win, also with Synaptic. And every time I see that Synaptic Ari pop up, I'm like, it's a first. And Nubal did it again. I mean, Jirachy, it feels like that's the way to play Ari right now, is just it be Synaptic and hit Mutant Spat, right? Clearly, easy game plan.
Hey, yeah, just hit Synaptic Web literally every game.
Yeah,
with Mutant. A trait that changes every single game. And hit Mutant Spat every single game.
Yeah.
Yes,
very
solid
consistent
game plan.
strategy. Very good game plan. Look, it has a 100% first rate so far in the tournament. So why not just play that comp? It's just a numbers game at this point. But, jokes aside, we do have the halfway point so far, Jirachy, right? We got 3 games to go, and we've seen kind of the lines being drawn, right? We've got a couple players towards the bottom. Malala and Lucky are going to have to do a lot of work to catch back up. We've got Soju and Newbowl at the top. They're not ahead by too much, but they do have a bit of a buffer on these last few games. And then we start to look at the middle. It is Ripple Overdrive and Darth Nub that are the key players in this that are not far behind the top, and they've been playing relatively consistent, well, especially Ripple playing consistent throughout the tournament so far, and they just need a little bit more to push over the edge and get past someone like Newbowl or Soju. And thinking of that, Ripple Overdrive has top forward every single time. Do you think if they just keep that consistency, they should just try and play like they played the whole time, and if the cards fall the way they may, they find their way in the top two? Or do you think they need to play a little bit riskier as we reach towards the end of the day?
I mean, I think they should keep playing the way they are. Playing that consistent style is clearly their comfort zone, especially in a tournament like this. Once you start deviating from your comfort zone, everything goes out the window. You start losing placements because you're not playing to your strengths. And if Ripple Overdrive can play to his strengths, there's no reason not to do that. It's going to have better results for him, even if he needs a little help from the lobby. Maybe Newbowl or Soju eating random 8th, and that lets Ripple Overdrive leapfrog above them. If he plays his game, that gives him the best possible chance, even though it's not all on him at that point.
Yeah, and I mean, we've laid out where the people are, where we think they might be able to go, but if you at home have an idea where you think these players are going to end up, are they going to be first, are they going to be 8th, you can head over to Fantasy TFT, check out Ball Street, and you can play along on those fantasy stock markets, picking which players you think can win. For me, I said Ripple Overdrive at the start of the day. I'm sticking with it. I think Ripple Overdrive can really pull this out. They're playing some excellent TFT today. They just need to get over that hump, which is Soju and Newbowl. And Newbowl, of course, being a player that might be able to get in with the snapshot anyway, but is looking to just be like, you know what? I want to take a break from ladder this week and just win in the Challenger Series instead. But we're going to be getting into game number 4 in just a moment here, Jirachy. I mean, these games have been phenomenal so far, and I just can't wait for the back half of the day to happen.
Yeah, and especially once you get to the final 3, final 2, that's where we're seeing some fantastic TFT being played today. We're seeing all these positioning battles, all these back and forths, all these players really trying to vie for that first place, vie for those extra 2 points. And that, yes, we're seeing good TFT top to bottom. It's that top 3. That's where we're really seeing these players shine.
All right, so jumping right on in on Newbowl's board, it's going to be the start with a Rod. Of course, we talked a lot about this early on and how AP wasn't looking so good, at least with the Syndicate Ahri. Yes, we just saw the win with it, but again, that was once again Synaptic Web Ahri getting the win, which has gotten first place every time. But the Ginsu, still something to think about, as it still has been popular even today, which we have seen a little bit more AP than we're used to.
Yeah, Ginsu, Lockets, Morello, all good general items, and honestly, a little bit of deja vu for Newbowl right now. He actually got the Rod Ezreal start last game too. Also has a glove. He started with, I believe, the Rod glove. Deja vu start. Run it back to a first. I'm calling it.
Well, we'll see the mutant in a second as well, and if it's Synaptic.
Oh my god.
We see the stat, you know?
Different start.
Metamorphosis.
Wait, Metamorphosis? Is this the third? This is the third Metamorphosis.
3 of 4 have been Metamorphosis.
Okay. Okay, at least it's not 3 out of 4 Synaptic Web.
All right. Well, I'd love to see the Synaptic Web Ahri just continuing to prove how broken it is by picking up more first places, but we're not quite gonna see that one here. Socialite Heart, Bodyguard Heart, and Phalanx, the options. I mean, generally this is just gonna be like a snap Phalanx, but Socialite Heart does have something to be said about it because it just gives you the trait without any unit.
You can at least scout around, see if anyone has picked Socialite Heart already, maybe see where the Socialite Hex is if it's something you can play around, but gonna just go for the Phalanx. Yeah, it's just the general safe option. It's also honestly one of the best augments in the game right now. It's so many defensive stats, and especially early, the fights are so slow and there's not enough damage as is. Phalanx just draws the fight out even more. Your units don't die. Great augment for Newbowl here.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like makeshift armor, but your carries also get the stats, so it's
well, yeah,
it's pretty nice. It's pretty nice overall. So we see people kind of snap picking Phalanx in a lot of different comps. You've mentioned earlier today, actually, you're talking about how good it can be early game to just get those extra drawn out fights because of these extra stats that you're getting when no one really has any stats at all. It's a very powerful combat augment, and Nubal getting a Nocturne 2, which is such a strong early game unit. The fear just stopping them from attacking, getting so much damage down. I mean, this is looking like a board that can win streak really easily with that Echo, the Innovator tree already being tapped into.
Super standard flex play with the Rod Opener. You get the bow drop, you just slam the Ginsus. It can go on Ahri, it can go on Draven, it can go on Sivir. Have a lot of carry options. I like that he pre-leveled as well. He already had a 2-star 1 cost. He knows he can streak. You pre-level at the better odds of some 2 costs, and the odds at all of hitting a 3 cost hits the Echo, which is so key because it allows him to play Innovators with Scrap on board. Also hits the Singe same shop. Good high roll opener for Nubal, and knowing Nubal, we know he can convert that to high placements.
All right, and jumping on board with Soju, that's a Scrap Heart, so we do see the Scrap synergy online with the Ziggs. Going to be playing Yordles with the Corki and the Gnar in as well, and that Socialite Hex is pretty conducive to a lot of different carries in the game. It is further in the back line, so we'll see some of the more ranged carries being able to potentially make use of that.
Yeah, and hits the early Gnar and throws in the early level 5. And Soju, he has Bruiser to throw in. He has an Alawi too. This board is by no means weak. And even this board isn't the strongest. It's not 100% guaranteed win streak, but it is strong, and he does have Yordles in. So even though he's sacrificing Econ right now, he gets that Econ back from Yordles. He had the chance to level. He just takes it.
Yeah, and that was a Malala that we saw on our screen with essentially an open fort with calculated loss there. So trying to get that extra gold from the loss streak and just ensuring that they're going to lose at this point by still being on level 3.
Yeah, when we poked that back over at Nubal, he had Illusion on his bench. Again, level 4 diff, you're hitting the 3 costs, you're hitting those good, strong mid-game carries, and that's kind of what we're seeing just across the board. Soju with his Gnar. I've talked all day about how good of a mid-game carry Gnar is. You have the Bloodthirster on him, you have a solid item, you are set up to go here. And Soju, we know he can play from behind, we know he can play that greedier style, but I really think it's when he's playing from ahead like this and he has the econ from the Yordles that he gets really scary.
All right, now Soju going up against Spetham. Spetham also in the Innovator tree. You do see the Zillion there for them, so going to be looking to play it flexible from here on out. Does have the Disintegrator, which is just like a solid augment overall, but you mentioned earlier as well that this is just a little bit less good in the early game as far as the amount of HP that is chipping away, because everything's a 1-star unit, not that much HP overall.
Yeah, and then Soju's board does have a little bit of HP from the Bruisers, but again, not the best augment early. We do get a look at the augments across the board. Some good general stuff. Deepay has that Debonair augment, so a couple augments that are pointing in specific directions. Ripple Overdrive with Challenger Unity as well. So some interesting directions, a little more specific direction than normally we see out of a 1/4 silver augment. But we'll see how this goes, and I'm curious what Ripple Overdrive is playing with that. If he's playing the Warwick route, if he's gonna go in that direction, where else can he go? If he's going to go in the Appy's direction of Challenger Unity on a Chemtech Gnar 3, we'll get there when we get there.
We certainly will. I mean, at the end of the day, because it's Unity, you could just be splashing challengers in the late game and play kind of any other full board, but it is definitely something to keep our eyes on. Jumping over to Lucky, that is going to be the Debonair, but no VIP yet. Oh, never mind, actually, there is a VIP brand on the bench, so we'll be hanging out with that one. Looking for more Debonairs and playing against a Talon with a Ginsu on the other side. Yeah,
this is a textbook. I'm playing Draven. This game, you have the Irresistible Charm. You know you want to go in the Debonair direction anyway. Irresistible Charm, still a good augment for Debonairs even after the nerfs. It's just not that crazy overpowered bundle of stats anymore. But it's enough for Deepay to take the fight win over iLucky, who is still on level 4. Did not opt to take the level, opted to stay on 20 gold instead on this semi-weak board. And well, is he gonna level here? There's a chance he levels here and maybe throws in a Gnar, but at this point, you're committed to lost streaking into neutrals. You might as well just stick on this level 4, make sure you have your econ building up, and use that to start snowballing an advantage rather than just raw, I'm ahead in HP.
Yeah, especially if you want to keep this Gnar, then you just need to be at 20 gold still. Like, you don't want to be dropping below that. You didn't drop below it last time. That's why you didn't level up in the first place. So continuing that econ route is going to be solid. Going up against Soju, that is, it looks like a VIP Talon. No Debonair on line, but it is a 2-star Talon. Very strong. I think you were the one saying that 2-star Talon might be just one of the best 2-star 2 costs, especially in that early game. Just does so much damage. Going to help Soju with this win streak.
That's been the case for basically since the beginning of set 6. Talon does so much damage, especially in slow fights. When the fights, early game fights, when they're so slow, that buys Talon all the time he needs for the bleed damage to really stack up. So especially at 2-star, that's a lot of bleed damage with a lot of time to really get going. So yeah, good 2-star hit for Soju. Over on Ripple Overdrive's board, a different assassin. He's going to be going the Twitch route this game. I like this with the Challenger Unity, actually. You're splashing 2 Challenger in anyway with the Camille and the Warwick. So yeah, let's give Challenger to the Twitch. And you have the Last Whisper already. Another glove gets dropped. Good Challenger Unity spot for him. I'm a big fan of this.
Yeah, a lot of gold already too on this loss streak, right? So this is going to feel really good on the roll down, trying to hit as many of these units as possible. And we're going to start to see already hitting some Twitches, hitting some of the Camille's, kind of everything going their way so far on these rolls. These have been some meaty hits so far. We'll see if Ripple Overdrive can keep being pretty lucky on this roll down. See how far we take it.
8 Twitches, he could go in. He could go in right now. You're 1 Twitch off.
3-1.
I'm down.
3-1 Twitch 3 would be pretty sick.
I'm down to roll
there.
a couple more times. It's another Camille. Isn't gonna quite hit it. Okay,
stay at 30.
Yeah, you stay above 30. This is 36 once you sell the Talon on bench, or 34 once you pick up a Zillion. But yeah, it's about the threshold you want to be at anyway. But with 8 Twitches already on 3-1, you're looking good to hit this Twitch 3 super early. You can push level 6 if you want. You could maybe stick around, try and go for this Ezreal, Camille. But honestly, I'm down to hit Twitch 3 and just push levels, get the Innovator in, really take advantage of Challenger Unity. Well, we'll see where he goes from there.
Yeah, it was a pretty good loss as well. So you can keep that loss streak, get a lot of gold for the additional roll downs that happen to try and finish off this Twitch. It feels like a pretty good spot, and there's the Twitch, right? We expected it was coming on this round with being at 8 Twitches and having a good amount of gold to still work with. So there's the level 6, there's all that, as we are on board with Spetham now, who is going to be playing the Warwick, at least for this stage of the game. Has Disintegrator, which I was talking about yesterday being such a good augment for Warwick, but the items are not going to be perfect just yet, because that is going to be a static Shiv on this Warwick.
Yeah, the static Shiv, it's not currently considered to be in the best in slot for Warwick, but it is an acceptable replacement for the Ginsu's Rageblade, especially when you're playing it from this far ahead. And Spetham, not quite hitting the Warwick 2 just yet. Doesn't matter, he still took a pretty handy fight win over Darth Nub, which is pretty much the goal anyway when you're trying to play these 2-cost reroll comps. You're rolling down to stabilize and really win streak through stage 3. Build that econ back up that you rolled down, and so far he gets featherweights.
Offered featherweights. That's
it's
huge.
A snap featherweights take. Yeah, that's not even close.
You couldn't ask for a better choice, right? Like, Disintegrator is up there, but if you can just get that attack speed onto the Warwick, you already have a Disintegrator. It's going to be so insane to get the featherweights there. So now it's just about hitting the Warwicks, because currently you're on 2 Warwicks. That's the big problem here for Spetham.
Hey, at this point, the Warwick is kind of just a Shiv bot, which is fine. He's got the rest of his board upgraded. I'm not even sure if it is worth rolling any deeper for the Warwick 2. On the way up, it's not unreasonable to natural it. 2 Warwicks, normally around this point, that's not even that far behind how much you want. You're normally around 3, more if you're lucky at that gold threshold. So Spetham, we'll see if he keeps that win streak going. He's on a 4 streak right now, which is really impressive with a Warwick 1. So, well, if that win streak keeps going, he's going to be in a solid spot. We have seen so many Warwicks win from ahead. Let's see if Spetham's the next to join that that.
I mean, look at Malala here, though. Calculated loss into getting mercenaries. 5 mercs on a 6 loss streak for Malala right here. This could be a massive cash out when that win finally comes through.
Yeah, and getting such early access to that 5 mercs, not the healthiest. But you know what? This is correct for Malala. He is so far behind. He needs some help. He needs a first. And Mercenaries is one of those traits that promotes going for those first places. So just kind of all in on that, banking on the 5 mercs to bring him back. It feels bad that that's what you have to do, but Malala's doing it.
Yeah, and let's take stock a little bit of these augments. Soju getting nice edge. We see an assassin crest for Darth Nub there. We're going to see going down the line, Ripple Overdrive, grabbing a Chemtech crest. So a lot of these crests being picked up to give more identity to the compositions that are going to be played. Lucky grabbing Disintegrator, which is a more, versatile augment. But here we go. Back to Malala, trying to see when this cash out will come through. Is the roll down coming yet, or are you waiting for another loss or two?
You're probably waiting for a couple more rounds. You could even go on 3-6. 40 HP isn't time to panic. I have to cash out now. He's rolling a little bit. Okay, you get the Gangplank 2.
Calculated loss roll. Is the free
roll?
It
was the calculated loss roll. Yeah, exactly. And you get the Gangplank 2. Depending on the lobby, this might be enough to just naturally cash, which is kind of ideal for mercs. You don't have to spend gold to get gold back. You just cash and you get a bunch of gold in the first place. And even once he cashes, he can keep 5 mercs in. 5 merc prizes, even on a win streak, still really good. So as long as Malala can get the cash, if he can translate that into a win streak, it'll be a good solid spot to bring this back.
Bad loss though.
Bad loss. He's on 20 HP. That means it's time to go. I imagine looking at a level to 6-7 here. Some rolls, finding some upgrades, finding a really strong board that's pretty much guaranteed to be any level 6 board this lobby can put together. Finds a Zactor already. That's going to be a huge hit. Get that upgrade bruiser in, that upgraded front line. Levels to 7. We're going to get some rolls in. Maybe not too much more. He thinks maybe this is enough. Depending on the lobby.
Everybody checking in.
Everyone knows.
On the merc board.
Everyone knows. Everyone's okay. We cannot let this guy out. We let this guy out. It's not just that Malala goes first and gets some of those points back. It's that the pace of the entire lobby gets thrown off because this person who's been taking all these losses is all of a sudden win streaking it back, hammering the lobby with a super strong board. And
this looks real winnable. This looks real winnable.
Yeah, I Lucky might be the one to grief the lobby. Is the Gangplank's on the Gnar. The Gangplank takes down the Gnar. This looks like the cash out. I don't know what's in the chest. I don't know what's in the chest. We'll see.
We are out of jail. Malala going to take the win. Lucky not having a board that could manage that whatsoever. And here we go. We're going to get the cash out. Plus the 5 mercs still there to try and look to win streak with the mercs potentially. Because it's not the biggest cash out we'll ever see, but it's still very good, right? A couple 4 costs there. It was a lot of gold mostly. But if Malala can just translate this into a win streak with 5 mercs, and like you said, 5 merc wins are still good. You're still getting a lot of rewards. It's going to be very accelerated on the econ for Malala.
All things considered, not the worst cash out, especially when Malala was on not that many losses. Just getting a bunch of gold, he had to roll very minimally just to calculate losses, getting him the Gangplank 2, getting him the Zac 2. That was enough. Now he can potentially go level 8 this turn, be just so far ahead of the lobby in levels, and use that gold advantage that way. But we're going to go over to D-Pay. We knew he was going for this Draven. He found the Draven with VIP, with Irresistible Charm. He's gonna roll a little bit, maybe try to find 5 Debonair to throw in. He's just, was he 1 talent off? Yeah, and from this far behind, I totally understand wanting to roll on 7. You're thinking, I don't have a strong board. I'm probably just gonna get destroyed by the merc cash out player. Although Malala it's not a super strong board yet. He just leveled to 8. I mean, that level to 8 might be enough right here. Like, being level 8 on 4-1 is so accelerated. And D-Pay, again, in this exact same spot. I'm level 7. I need to roll. I'm so far behind. Don't want to, but you have to, or else you're going fast 8th, especially since Malala cashed.
Yeah, very fortunate loss to only have one unit left alive on the side of Malala. The Draven 1 carry just, it does a lot of damage. It's very good, but it's just not quite enough yet. You need a little bit more oomph. You need to find that Draven 2 for DPay to be in a really solid position. And the 6 loss streak means a lot of economy coming through, but only 31 HP to play with. So DPay's got to start going soon. And he levels to 8 now, but now he does not have any gold to try and find this Draven 2.
Yeah, I get it. It's the play that saves you HP right now. You ideally don't really want to be sacking. Yes, he has a lot of gold and can go level 8 on 4-5 and roll a very comfortable amount. But it's not great when you're trying to sack 2 more rounds on 31 HP and you can potentially be 1 life at 4-5. So goes to level 8, throws in the Renata for Scholar. Might still not be enough because guess who else went level 8? Nubal. And this Draven did, it's going infinite.
Oh, yeah, he's
Leona's
going
buying
crazy.
so much time.
He's going crazy. Now, I thought Nubal might still win this. Nubal on 100 HP before this, had not lost, just win streaking throughout the entire lobby. Went 8, trying to maintain that, but the Draven, really, honestly, the Leona, the MVP of the fight. The Draven's going to do good damage, but he's not to the point where he's crushing the enemy board. It was the Leona buying enough time for that Draven to have so many axes going, so much damage coming out.
Man, that irresistible charm Leona with Frozen Heart Warmogs, yeah, that unit doesn't die. Just straight up, does not die by so much time for the Draven, and also potentially a Scholar diff, getting the Renata in. If that unit casts once, that can be enough of a damage diff, especially when you see how low that Leona was. That level, maybe the fight difference that keeps DPay in this game.
And here we go, going up against Soju, but the rock comes flying through and takes out the Draven. So now there's no damage. That Leona's going to live forever, but there's not any damage to follow up. The Renata going to do their best, but it's a Renata 1 with no items. It's not going to be able to burn down enough of this board, and Echo is now aggroed onto her, so it's going to stop all of that damage as soon as she goes down. And yeah, again, look, I mean, this Leona's insane. She is so tanky, but if the damage is dead, it does not matter.
Yeah, that's the whole point of that big unkillable front line. You're trying to buy time for your backline, but when the Talon gets on your Draven 1 like that, takes it out, even with no items on that Talon, gets rough. And DPay? There's a Zerion carousel he could be eyeing, but no, he's going to go for the BF, complete the Giant Slayer on the Draven. That makes total sense. But now he's in a little bit of desperation, probably going to need to roll down every turn, try and pray for a Draven 2, pray to hang on, maybe convert to a top 4, as hard as that is. At the very least, just outlast iLucky and squeak out every placement possible.
Yeah, we're going to jump on board with Soju as he levels to 8. Not a ton of gold to work with, but can start to put in at least more synergies. This is a very, very creative board. A lot of synergies to be playing with for Soju and playing with that Knife's Edge. So trying to keep these strong assassins, the Aurelia, the Gnar as the carries right now, and also just having a beefy front line with the Leona and the Blitzcrank.
Yeah, and still hanging on to this VIP Talon too, even without items. I mean, you know this is my favorite unit, Kaz.
Yeah, no, go ahead. Talk about Talon. You never get to. Nobody plays Talon.
Even now, it's still doing a good amount of damage. It's on this Aurelia and kind of feeding her mana, unfortunately, but the Aurelia's ticking down. The Aurelia's dead. True damage VIP Talon 2 diff.
Yeah, I mean, it's still just doing a lot of damage without the items, and because the rest of the board is pretty strong, it can just tag on to the unit. If Soju knows who he's going to play against or has an idea, he can just position this Talon, try and hit the carry, and even getting that one tag might just be all the damage you need.
And that hit Malala, which is huge. And when Malala was on 1 life, and I presume got Tiny Titans, because he's all of a sudden back at 41.
Tiny Titans, yep.
Fine. These Tiny Titans players.
Every time it's picked, I just imagine Jirachy is just over there shaking their fist like, Tiny Titans!
I'm doing my best to not just scream on broadcast. I'm down to not hurt some ears.
Yeah, but Soju picks up Disintegrator, running a lot of AD as the carry, a lot of attack speed, right? Just auto attackers in general, going to get a lot of value out of this. And we'll see where this composition really ends up. It feels like Aurelia is kind of the natural state to go. The 4 scrap, you have the scrap heart from earlier. She works well with Knife's Edge, so just about finding Aurelia 2, getting those items over onto her.
Yeah, and this is a pretty it's a kind of a Soju board. Just you have stuff all across the board. You're not really going to be carrying this Aurelia too much. You can't really play around the Socialite Hex without losing Knife's Edge value. So you're just playing a whole good board. You're playing this Nar2 with a tank item and a BT, so it can tank some and still get out some damage. You have still a Boan and Aurelia. You're still investing a little bit. You have the damage on the Talon. You have Orianna 2, which is just a good unit. It's a good all-around board for Soju. It's keeping him super healthy and even win streaking to this point.
Yeah, still continuing the win streak. Look at the top 3. It's the top 3 of our tournament as well. Soju, Nubal, Ripple, Overdrive, continuing to just have phenomenal days. And it's even though we're only 3 games in, it starts to feel like a 3-horse race. There's still plenty of these players that can bring it back in. But just the level of play we've seen out of these 3 so far has been so impressive.
Yeah, and as we look over at the augments, I have to resist the urge to not scream on broadcast yet again, because Deepay, also at the bottom of the leaderboard, got Tiny Titans. But besides that, it's Striker Crest for iLucky, a lot more like general augments for everyone else. Just a lot of board power across the board. For Spetham, although, oh man, Warwick? Honey?
Mod check?
Mod check?
Warwicks?
Any Warwicks? There's
Hey,
a Warwick.
wait, there's one.
Warwick?
Okay, that's Quinn 3.
That's not a Warwick?
It has a Shojin, though, and Chemtech Crest, so maybe
that's a
it's not
solid
horrible.
Quinn
It's a pretty
3.
strong unit. Yeah.
It's a solid Quinn 3, just Warwick?
And it's Zephyred. Okay, so it's not doing anything just yet. I don't know if you're beating Soju yet. The disarm is very strong, though, because all of Soju's damage is on these auto attacks, but the rest of the board is already gone, and so is Spetham from this lobby. Soju takes him out, and Spetham goes 8th, unless Darth Nub wants to be the homie and lose some more HP here. Doesn't seem like that is going to be likely. Definitely not losing that much, and Darth Nub even wins the round.
Yeah, Deepay not quite strong enough to beat Darth Nub. Make sure he's got Spetham. Spetham, the victim of just had the start for it, didn't hit, and I presume also wasn't saving enough HP in the mid game because he wasn't hitting that Warwick 2. Just not hitting across the board. Happens when you're playing reroll. But for now, Deepay, with the Tiny Titans saving him, finally found the Draven 2. Finally found some board power. Just poking around the lobby. Darth Nub running Assassin Draven with a Smoke Bomb. And for Assassin, creative board, but he is stuck on level 7. And that Draven is going directly on top of another Draven.
Yeah,
so,
it's okay. At least the Tryndamere will leave.
Yeah.
Bye, Tryndamere. All right. And now Draven gets to just keep hitting because the Tryndamere left. This is the problem with the Tryndamere, by the way, sometimes, is it'll hit the unit you want it to hit, and then it just says, okay, bye, I've had a good time here, I'm going to leave.
It's just
either way, though, Darth Nub is going to be out there.
Yeah, just the one-star Draven. There's so many Draven players in the lobby. Darth Nub getting stuck on Draven 1 isn't even that surprising. Unfortunate he did. He goes out in 7th. When he's in that middle of the pack, really vying for points, him and Spetham, they're giving points to the rest of the lobby right now. It's going to be real tight around that middle of the pack after this. Unless Soju and Nubal, they're at the top of the leaderboard. Ripple Drive sitting in 3rd. It's just same old story at the top of the lobby right now. And unless something can really change anywhere else, iLucky, also stuck on level 7, has 4 Striker in.
Okay, that Aurelia is very scary, though.
It's a good Aurelia, but Rageblade,
it's also
not.
Dead.
It's dead and not the greatest Aurelia item. So iLucky in 6th. We got our top 5. Malala's hanging on, and honestly, he needs this first more than anyone right now, even more so than Deepay.
Yeah, Nubal just took a big chunk of damage, though. Ripple Overdrive, because of the fact that we see Soju and Nubal continuing to just stay in this top 3. Now Ripple Overdrive, even with these, 3rd, 4th, 3rd finishes, now has to make it a first. Has to outplace Nubal and Soju to start to close that gap, because just top 4ing can't rely on Soju or Nubal to drop in a bot 4 because they've just been so damn consistent all day.
Yeah, and even if you go for a second here, if you outplace one of those two, puts you in a good spot. Ideally, you want the first, but it is what it is. And again, it's him playing to his game plan, not necessarily gunning for that first 100%. He just plays in his comfort zone. If he can go for the first, sure, you go for it. But for now, sitting comfortably relatively at the top. But for now, Nubal, they get to go level 9 at 5-5. These Soju and Nubal, they're getting to go level 9 so much. Play around these legendaries. Nubal doesn't quite have an upgraded legendary yet, but has Jace pair, has a Jinx pair, has the Silco from Arcane on his board. He's got a lot of room to spike, 36 HP. He's got the time to spike too.
Look at that Aurelia go, just bouncing all over that board. Couldn't keep track of it for a sec there, but Nubal's still able to find that. I'm not sure whose ghost that actually was, but that Aurelia was pretty powerful. Pretty strong board overall. Does still lose to Nubal.
Yeah, that Jinx doing work in the back line and hits the Jinx too. Yep, there it is. And he was able to bounce the Ionic Spark off it as well. He can get that onto a unit that will use that item better. So really good hit for Nubal. This Jinx, really scary, especially with the Silco from Arcane, giving it that mana boost to get that ult immediately into the fight. Plop that in the back line, start wrecking faces.
Yeah, I mean, this is just entirely, this is no front line, all damage in this composition, and just utilizing the Silco ult to try and buy more time, and just trying to give this Jinx an immediate cast, so she's just pumping out damage far too fast. The Draven on the side of Deepay takes out the Orianna, but now it's up to the Jinx. Can he actually take her down? He's on her, finally, but doesn't actually finish her off, and the Silco gets the cast. So now it's just the Draven trying to blast through hits. Does not quite get it.
Wow.
Deepay is going to take a hit, fall even lower. Malala, though, of course, is the one that is dropping incredibly close to death at 6 HP.
Yeah, I'm going to throw it back a little to earlier in the cast. I called out Edge of Night Jinx with Boop. Here it is. This is the power of that item. It's so good for Jinx because she plops herself in the back line, because she's making herself so vulnerable to just getting turned on and insta-popped like by, let's say, that Draven. That Edge of Night dropping the aggro, letting her just get more damage off all over the place. Such a good item for her, especially on 2-star, allowing that Jinx to wreak havoc and get a win for Nubal.
All right, now Ripple gets to go to 9. We've got the 5 Chemtech with that Chemtech crest on to the Echo. We see the Renata 2 with a Shojin, so going to be casting quite a bit. And the Twitch, of course, being outscaled a bit at this point, but there is the Challenger Unity giving all that attack speed to this board. Pretty good synergies, and the Cybernetic Implants to give even more buffs to all these units. The Draven going to get some good value out of that, even though he only has a glove.
I like this board a lot, actually. It's not the conventional Twitch board where you play around the innovators, but Ripple Overdrive didn't really need to. He hit the Twitch 3 so early, didn't have enough of the other units to necessarily warrant rolling for them at 3 stars, so he's just opting to push levels, playing around the Chemtechs, play around some of these better units. Doesn't take the fight when there, but hold up. You see what I see?
Yeah, that's an Aurelia 3.
That's an
Where'd
Aurelia
that come
3.
from?
Hold up.
Malala found it with the mercs, I guess. Just all the income that's been coming through for Malala. Turning that into an Aurelia 3. The time bought from Tiny Titans gets him there.
You know, I've seen Aurelia 3 lose these. I'm not.
Like 1 CC and a Draven's hitting her?
Yeah, like
she might just be down.
Completely unironic statement. Also, if there's a bug with her and her mana, if that kicks in, then she's just gonna be autoing. Yes, she has a bunch of AD for those autos, but it's not a guarantee for Malala. Although this does put him in a good spot.
There's another CC. Is there any damage on her though? The Draven is hitting her. Is the Draven gonna finish her though? She's getting all the lifesteal. No.
Nope. It got the resets.
Absolutely not.
Nope. Nah. Ripple Overdrive.
Ripple out in 5.
He went down in 5th. Okay. Malala doesn't hit that Aurelia 3. That's a top 4 for Ripple Overdrive. Malala, maybe. That Aurelia 3 made a huge difference that fight. Just that extra HP, allowing it to survive, getting CC'd and turned on for so long. It's able to clean up the whole fight. So, Aurelia 3 diff.
I mean, and with Ripple going down in 5th and Soju and Nubal still being in this top 4, Deepe and Malala are a lot lower in the standings, not threatening as much to those two's position. It makes it very difficult. The gap is increasing, but this is what Deepe and Malala need to have a shot to try and snag one of those spots, is they need to place 2nd or 1st in this game and in the following 2 games.
I called it.
Yeah, she got CC.
I called it. Mana bug.
Goes away.
Mana bug. Aurelia 3 goes down in 4th. Yeah.
There he goes. Malala falls. Soju down to 3 health. Deepe, pretty strong board. Has a chance to maybe take this one. We're going to check out what Soju is cooking over on his board. If he's maybe going to go to 9. We've seen Soju go to 9 almost every game. And the fact that he's dropped to 3 HP with the strong spot he was in, I imagine this might be just like a lot of gold on Soju's side.
Yeah, and we were going to go back to him. Has 62.
There he goes,
yeah,
yeah.
He's going level 9. It's Soju and going level 9. I've said it. They're synonymous. No surprise whatsoever. He doesn't have a ton of gold to really spike anything and make his board super strong. No real shot at hitting a 2-star 5 cost to really spike your board. So for now, just throwing in the 2nd Echo does find the Zeri, and that's the hit he really needs. That Zeri is part of what helps this Draven board cap out in the late game. It's just a strong secondary 5-cost carry. You don't even necessarily need to itemize. So we'll see if the Zeri one makes a difference. Deepe level 9 as well. Nubal level 9 with a capped out legendary board. Deepe got the Shroud to be able to cheese it, but we'll see if that's enough against this such strong legendary board from Nubal.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the Syndra just throw the Jinx out as soon as she lands, but there's really not much else helping out. Deepe gonna drop down to 6. That Jinx so strong, that Jace so strong, the Jace flex carry having an insane win rate and top 4 rate, and you can arguably call this a Jace flex board. I mean, it's, you know, it is what it is. It's a lot of legendary units at 2 stars.
Yeah, it's legendaries. This has gone through a lot of names. We've called it like Bill Gates legendary soup. I've called it yellow board at some point because just the units are all yellow as 5 costs. But that Nubal making that work, getting to this point where he can cap out with all these 5 costs. It now comes down to this fight for 2nd. You imagine Nubal's going first, but Soju versus Deepe, who can win this, get that 2nd place?
Yeah, Soju's Draven is stuck hitting this Leona right now, so not getting a ton of work done, but once that falls, maybe the Draven can start to pump through everything else. It's just taking forever. Finally gets through there, and now the Draven can start getting some kills. We'll see if he can get onto the other Draven faster. It looks like the target from Deepe went first, but are there enough axes en route? There are not, and Soju will fall down to Deepe.
Yeah, it's just at that fight, it's about who gets through the opponent's Leona first. Deepe's got through Soju's first. He takes that win. Although, you imagine that's about where it stops at a 2nd. He kind of needs some miracle hits to really have a chance against Nubal. I mean, with Zeri 2, with Silco 2 from Arcane, maybe there's a shot. But Nubal just looks so strong.
Yeah, Ginsu's versus a blue buff. Blue buff, I mean, we've seen the potential grief of putting blue buff on Silco, but it is a Silco 2. So there might be consideration to that attack speed just letting you completely melt through this board. But alternatively, you can play it on something like an Orianna. You just get more ulti casts and quicker ulti casts out of her. On the other side, it was a Ginsu, which is just going to go onto the Zeri, make her ult faster, and just get a lot more damage out.
Yeah, good. The Ginsu on the Zeri, a good 3rd item for her. Maybe makes a fight difference here, but what would have made more of a fight difference is hitting that Zeri 2. Deepe not quite able to find that. It's the Braum 2, which is not insignificant, but it's not the hit you want that is going to really spike you back against Nubal, but we'll see. Potentially the final fight of Game 4.
Yeah, Nubal just leaving the blue buff on the bench, not actually playing it at all in this fight. We finally see it slam down onto the Seraphine to ensure a cast instantly. Works out pretty well, and it looks like this fight will be won. Deepe is going to fall, and Nubal, after a 6th place in Game 1, goes first in the last 3 games.
How many times am I going to say it? This Nubal guy, man.
He's so good.
He's
he
amazing.
Is so good.
He's playing
and he has
so
come
well.
back from this break into the Challenger Series, has a chance to make it through Snapshot, but he has gone and just been on a tear through the last few games, picking up all of these first places. Jirachy, I mean, what do you even say about Nubao at this point?
Well, some people are going to be watching this and thinking, oh, hey, I have a chance at snapshots now.
That's true. That actually is a great point to bring up. I mean, Nubao, not locked in by any means to make it through Challenger Series yet, but 3 firsts is a really good place to start. And if they do make it through, it just opens the door for a lot of other people to have a chance on the snapshots. Trade was one of those players that barely didn't make the cut yesterday. They were 9th in the Challenger Series, so they didn't make day 2, and they're very close, but there's a lot of other players that can contest them for their spot. But let's take a look at Nubao. Picked up the win. See, the board was very, very powerful legendary flex board, and we'll take a look at the scores in just a second here as well and just see. But there's Nubao, 5 innovator jinx carry. That's what we're calling it. That's what we're going with. Silco from Arcane was also present.
And this doesn't tell the whole story. It's, okay, we look at Nubao's endgame board and we're like, okay, of course this went first. But it's Nubao's early and mid-game strength that got him to that point where he could cap out with his level 9 board. It's not always about the end goal. It is, most of the time, honestly, most of the time it's about how you get there and how you set yourself up to be able to play for first in that way.
And Nubao now has a 10-point lead over 3rd place, which is what matters, right? Nubao, if he gets 2nd, that's fine too. You're still going to the regional finals. So this is a 10-point lead over Ripple Overdrive. Soju has extended their lead to 6, and Ripple is going to have a lot of work to make up to try and bring it back in games 5 and game 6. But the 2 old guard are showing the newer faces to the competitive scene who is boss, and they have been able to pick up those wins. It's insane to see.
Yeah, Nubao not necessarily like the old guard the way Soju is, but in the context of this lobby, yeah, he's starting to approach a little bit of the older guard coming up in set 4 when the rest of these players frankly came up in set 6. So just a little bit of that older player, a little bit more experience, and combining with his ladder dominance, he's putting on a clinic today.
Yeah, absolutely putting on a clinic. I think we were correcting one of those scores really quick, so we'll see if we get that graphic back up in a moment with that correction in there. Here we go. It was Soju, just 1 point difference there. He did end up with a 3rd in that game, not a 2nd, which is why he's at 29. But still having a very commanding lead over Ripple Overdrive. And this is the same points we just made, right? Nubao, Soju, the old guard holding on to these spots, trying to secure their places in regionals. We talked about Soju a lot throughout the early stage of the day. We're going to continue to talk about him as this day commences because Soju has never missed a regional before, and it is an important narrative of the day is that he really does want this. But Jirachy, with that, we have seen these players topping every single game. There is Nubao with so many firsts. If you've got Nubao stocks in Ball Street's Fantasy TFT right now, you're probably doing great, and you probably should never sell because they're popping off every single time. And if you don't know what Fantasy TFT is, you should go check it out. Head over to Fantasy TFT, and you can play along in that stock market. And go ahead and check out a video from Ball Street while we take a break, but we'll be right back with Game 5 of the Set 6.5 Challenger Series.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Set 6.5 Challenger Series. I'm Boop, taking over for Jirachy. Cass is still around, whether you like it or not, folks. Casanova, one of my favorite people. Look at that face, my friends. But anyway, let's talk about some more TFT. We just saw Nubal pick up another win. That is 10-10-10. I mean, we're getting into some legendary status when it comes to those kinds of results. I don't think I've ever won 3 lobbies in a row of TFT, let alone one of this high caliber of player.
Yeah, starting off with the Robin songs, but doing it lag 1-1-1. We'll see if he can finish off the ones to close out the day, because Nubal has been absolutely dominant. I did say before we came to break that he's not guaranteed. He still is not guaranteed a spot in the regionals with the 10-point lead, but considering how Nubal is playing, it feels like a safe bet for anybody to make. That one spot is Nubal's, and who will take the second? Currently, Soju the one in the lead, and Ripple Overdrive taking a hit in that last game is the competition that is currently falling behind. But a lot of room to make up, and it's gonna really come down to, can Soju and Nubal just keep playing solid? They don't even have to keep the 1-2s. If they're playing top 4 games for the rest of the day, they're probably the 2 that are going on to the regional finals.
They have to avoid the trap game, right? A trap game is one where you go into it, you're pretty confident, or maybe you're overconfident going into it, and you don't respect that lobby. You get 8th, and all of a sudden you've opened up the potential for that top 2 for the rest of that lobby. K3 Soju, honestly, and I'm not saying this for the memes, playing some of the cleanest TFT that I have ever seen Soju play in a tournament environment. So let's talk about that, because I know a lot of people want to hear about it, which is what's the big difference between this tournament and how consistently Soju's been playing versus previous tournaments where it hasn't been quite like that.
Well, I think it comes down to the pressure. We're going to jump into game number 5 and see if he can continue this streak, but it is the pressure. You look at Soju, and he's never missed a regionals. And time again this set, he has missed out in these tournaments. He has not had the best performances, and he did not get a spot at regionals. And now it's his last chance, because he can't make it on the snapshot. And Soju wants this so bad. He wants to be at regionals, and he is a player who has been around for tournaments for so long. The pressure doesn't get to him. It empowers him in these clutch moments, and we're seeing Soju playing some of the best TFT we've seen out of him all set.
So speaking of good at TFT, we're going to be riding along with Nubal to start. I love that we're using the OG Arena as well. You get this one for free just for playing the game. Nubal representing the layman of TFT. And, you know, just personally, I say this all the time when I cast Nubal, and I think it's worth saying, Nubal is one of the brainiest, most interesting people to talk to, just to have a general conversation. And I said this yesterday, you wait 5 minutes, Nubal has taught you something. And it's up to you on whether you use it or not. But Nubal, with 3 or 4 lobby wins in a row, right, we're pretty locked in. And everyone on the ladder is pretty stoked if Nubal takes one of these spots, because it allows somebody else potentially to take that ladder spot into regionals.
Yeah, and Synaptic Web was the mutant, so we've seen the Synaptic Web Ari win 2 lobbies. So we'll see if any mutant spats come sneaking around and setting up for something like that to happen. But to kick things off, Irresistible Charm, Clockwork Heart, and Phony Frontline are the options for Nubal. I actually imagine it's Phony Frontline because he likes to play very flexible, but instead going to go Irresistible Charm because it is just so powerful, and going to stick with that, grab the Leona, and just play a very strong board with that straight away.
Yeah, Nubal also winning these lobbies with different team comps a lot of the time, and also has thrown in previous, yesterday, some pretty interesting comps, one with Jin, a unit that we've barely seen at all today. Used to be what you played with Innovators, has definitely taken a seat back towards the Irelia and the Twitch. But, you know, if Nubal was able to take a lobby win with a Jin, anything can happen. Nubal now with this pretty good start in terms of Debonaires. You can start with the brand, get some items on that. If you go the AP direction, you can also go the Draven direction with a Rage Blade potentially. We also have a Shiv that we can slam. It's really up to Nubal on how to understand the context this early and see if we even do anything with these items right now.
Yeah, I mean, very fortunate that you actually just hit all 3 Debonaires before the first PvP round. This is going to be a very strong board. 2 Bodyguard, 3 Debonair with the Irresistible Charm. Nubal has the potential to win streak, especially if we see some item slams, but gonna just be conservative with it so far. No, nice. There we go. There's the Ginsu. We're gonna go ham, put them all in on the brand, try and look for that win streak with this VIP brand.
If there's a pack with a bunch of mutants in it, we could maybe transition, or if we get a couple more Arcanists, this is an opening build for a couple of our spellcasters, particularly Ahri. The reason why I mentioned mutants is because this particular mutant buff is so good for the Ahri. We're already seeing Lucky potentially going that direction, the mutant direction, having two of them on the board. Looking at the overall totals right now, Darth Nub and Malala getting themselves set up for a first pick on the carousel. Is that going to come to fruition? But right now, just like everyone else, it's Soju and Nubao's lobby to lose. They have the destiny in their own hands, and if they top 4 this lobby, they should be feeling quite good about lobby 6. We have to get there first.
Yeah, but jumping on with Lucky, this is a scrap heart alongside the Blitzcrank and playing some Arcanist. Does have the Merlinomicon onto an early Malzahar, so this can help carry through the early game. Even if it doesn't win rounds, it should be killing a fair bit of units each time. And Malala on the blue battery as the augment choice and still on level 3. So definitely going to be sacking for now, going for the loss streak.
So we also have a unique augment choice on the board right now, and it's going to be from Soju, who has Sniper's Nest. The last time we saw Sniper's Nest was actually Nubao running a reroll Shojin's Caitlyn and Misfortune. Got 6, sounds cooler than it performed, to be honest with you, but we do have Sniper's Nest for Soju, so a lot of those units are just going to be sticking around in the back line and just hanging out there. And that's going to get really strong, especially once we do get some of that Jhin action in, along with potentially some Clockworks with an Orianna. We're over at iLucky right now. Scrap Bodyguard, Arcana, super common start, especially if you're able to get that Malzahar.
Yeah, I mean, the Malz is going to help carry this early game for sure. I mean, looking at the Econ as well, does have a 1 win, did lose the first, did get the win after, so not setting up a streak just yet, but could potentially win streak with this. It's not a guarantee. The board is relatively strong, but DPay did go to 5, and that might be just too much for Lucky to actually get through, and that will just make it a 1-1-1-1 on the win-losses, and certainly hurting the Econ a fair bit, but still at 10 gold right now, and still going to make a decent amount. It's going to be a pretty rough loss, though, getting 4-0'd here. It doesn't look like Malz will be able to pick up another.
Yeah, DP actually having those 5 units. So 1, I think, is a little bit of extra credit, to be honest with you. That could have been a 5-0, as DP currently sitting in 4th place, coming in with some competitive experience from other games, coming in with coaching experience from other games, trying to use all of that to make us a representative for North America going into the regionals. What is DPay going to choose? It seems like Ripple and Soju having a little bit of a hard time. Soju actually, so I've actually been baited into getting items from what Soju did just then. I don't think that's what happens, but if you're someone who likes mind games, I still think there's some meta definition that can happen on the carousel.
Yeah, and we just had a look at all the augments at once, and I wanted to point out something interesting. Half the lobby has picked something that kind of leads you in a specific direction. Now, because these are silver augments and they are just hearts, you can just play them as, you know, an augment splash. But we have Assassin Heart here. We have Sniper's Nest for Soju. We have Scrap Heart for Lucky. And we have Irresistible Charm for Nubao. So these are all specific traits that they are going to be helping. And yes, the ones that are hearts, potentially Scrap and Assassin, you don't have to put that much investment into it. But Sniper's Nest and the Irresistible Charm, you do want to be playing into that strategy a lot more. And they're a bit more committal out of a silver augment on 1-4 that we have generally been seeing throughout the entire tournament. Most of the time, people are going to take these more open things like the makeshift armor, like the blue battery, right? Like these things that you can play in a lot of different comps and they're always going to be good. But that seems to be what was offered, and players are going to have their lines drawn on at least what direction they would like to go.
So, and we also have to understand where we are in the process right now. At Lobby 5, it is now or never for about half of this lobby. So picking some of these augments like these hearts might actually be a result of where your placement is, because you have to go for those first or eighths. And you know, maybe the peak power of some of these comps with these extra hearts is going to potentially bring us there, but we're not going to be able to get awful value right here and right now. Something I also want to bring up about the board we're seeing right now is the fact that we have a Locket on here. And this is something we saw Void Sins playing with a lot yesterday, with moderate to no success, but it seems to be doing pretty good right here on this particular comp, giving all of these damage dealers just a little bit of extra time. And you cannot underestimate Camille as a tank for like the first, stage here for stage 2. It's going to fall off real quick, but it seems like it's doing a good job right now. We are competing for the win here. Are we going to get the ult? Yes, we do. But Nar's just a pretty good unit, Cass.
Nar is
pretty
too
good. Especially with that Infinity Edge. Good unit, friends.
Pretty good unit. Pretty decent unit overall. Ripple gonna find that win. Is gonna be playing that Gnar, putting it right in the Socialite X and going towards a potential Warwick. I mean, there's only 2 of them. Yes, you've got kind of the setup, right? You've got the Twitches. You have the Singe, the Tryndamere. So there is an opening potentially to go all in on Warwick. But Ripple doesn't need to from this point. Can just play it for now as a strong board and look to pivot to something else. There's nothing fully committed to putting you on that Warwick. And even the IE is not really an item that you would have wanted if you were going to play that Warwick.
Sometimes it's just water off a duck's back. You just play along with it. You take what the game is giving you and you play flexibly throughout this point on the lobby, but it's still really early and this comp is pretty beefy. We saw how good that Gnar is. We have some good itemization as well. We have a Murillo's option, Runeins, Rageblade. We've seen all of those items so far today, and we have a package right now on this board that can go a bunch of different directions.
All right, there we go. Taking the Gnar out for now to play another Tryndamere, get more value out of the Challenger and Chemtech synergies. I'm just going to jam that Infinity Edge on Tryndamere.
All right, we've got a couple trends on here. You're not seeing double. Don't adjust your screens. Well, you are seeing double because there are 2, but don't adjust your screens. That is what is happening. We do have the IE with the bow, so that is potentially going to go into something like a Giant Slayer or a Rage Blade. We'll see. Having the IE on the Tryndamere is pretty spicy. We'll see how long that goes. We do have a second Tryndamere, so I can definitely see selling it, but we have some AP items on the bench, so this next carousel / PvE round is going to do more in terms of developing our context for Ripple than I think what we have currently.
All right. Yep. Ripple just going to take a bit of a hit there, but still one of the healthier members of the lobby loses out on their streak. We're starting to get towards the next augment phase. It's 3-2. We see a bunch of level 6s coming out, as you normally will see on this stage. It's very common place for people to go to level 6 to try and stabilize, to try and roll down even, as we are seeing here from Darth Nub. And there's the level to 6 as well to play this Gnar 2. That is a huge spike. 6 Yordle currently in play for Darth Nub. I'm actually realizing that this is a pretty committed 6 Yordle. There's almost a Lulu 3 already.
Yeah, and Lulu 3 early is a very good unit. And look at this Corki absolutely critting the bejesus out of the other opponent here from Spetham. But the thing about Corki is I always feel like his ultimates are just a tad too slow, right? There's no other unit I feel like I lose by 1 or 2 units more than Corki, especially during stage 4. But we're going to peak in power right now. We're going to be able to overcome that power if we get a tier 3 Corki too. And if we are committed with calculated loss as well, things are going to be going our way. We do have 2 extra we do have a 2 win streak too. Pandora's items are going to help us get exactly what we need itemization wise onto that Corki, so we're not just losing
the blue battery,
by 1
though.
unit. Right? We're going to be able to push these wins in as the Lulu 3 does appear on the convergence, folks. It's our first one all weekend.
Yeah, Lulu 3, we got the blue battery for this Corki because you also have the mana cost reduction from 6 Yordle, so it synergizes really well. Get those rockets being spammed out. I mean, it's starting to feel more and more like a commitment to just going 6 Yordles. This might be our first Veigar of Challenger Series. If Darth Nub can hold on, and calculated loss is going to help those rerolls, help you hit more and more Yordles, even if a loss streak starts up again. But right this second, Darth Nub has a pretty powerful board in comparison to the rest of the lobby.
Exactly. So we also have the extra socialite here. We're sacrificing a Tristana for a socialite hex, kind of, for this first set 6.5. But what the socialite hex does is it provides Yordles an opportunity to get some of those extra stats. It's also a really good pivot point as well. We've seen a lot of socialite 3 Irelia so far today, and we have another itemized Gnar. This time it's got a Titans and a Rage Blade, and there's certain itemizations. Titans works really good on Warwick. It would make sense that these similar items could work on Gnar as well.
Yeah, and the Gnar just chunking on through everybody. The Lulu 3 can't do enough on her own, but the loss just means that a little bit more gold and a reroll heads over to Darth Nub, and so a chance to continue on trying to get more of these Yordles. It feels like a full commit at this point. Like, a Darth Nub is just going Yordles. It's surprising. I really didn't expect to even see one the entire weekend, but it does feel like it's the best place to go for Darth Nub, and if they can hit, I mean, Veigar is incredibly strong.
That is an early call on the Veigar, my friend, but I would love to see that Yordle Lord on the field, and I wonder what kind of itemization we might be able to push. And winning a lobby in a tournament like this with Veigar, that's bragging rights as well, and sometimes that's enough to change your strategy, at least in my opinion. Spetham now, actually, I had a chance to talk to him just a little bit and was pretty bummed on that last lobby. And I hope that it's not carrying over into this one at 38 HP. We're not running mercenaries. We went the mutant direction, and we don't have any good units for it just yet.
Yeah, mutant direction and just not hitting on the Malzahar. That is the big unit that you need. There's a blue buff at least, but to synergize with the Synaptic Web and just make those auto casts come through for the Mals, but it is just going to be a Mal's 1. Just looking through some of these augments, though, we had them up on the screen during the carousel, and I just want to call some of them out. Spetham picked up the first aid kit. There's not a ton of use for that yet, but there is enchanters in, so you're going to try your best to get some value out of that from the Morgana, from the Oriana. Down the line, I mean, you still get some value from the shields on even someone like the Kassadin, right? So wherever you can find that shielding, and hopefully looking for a Gunblade later that can synergize with on your Malzahar. On top of that, we had a Triforce for Ripple Overdrive, so we'll look for those 3 costs coming through. Thrill for Noob Owl, Keepers from Malala. We got Ancient Archives from Lucky, so we'll have to see what emblem they end up picking up down the line. And then other than that, just some pretty normal things. And Soju grabbing Stand behind me, which makes sense because with the Sniper's Nest, bodyguards tend to be pretty okay for the front line.
I mean, that is a very good combo, in my opinion. Like, Sniper's Nest along with those bodyguards. You don't really see a ton of bodyguard front lines, but for that particular direction, it's pretty good. And I know Noob Owl will just throw a Blitzcrank in with their snipers because of just the interaction of how that works and how aggro works for that unit. Our top 2 players both in the top 2 positions right now. There's no better way to kind of assert your dominance in this position for Noob Owl and Soju than just top 2 this lobby as well, and say, hey, we own this weekend. We are going to be your representatives. I want you all to fight us. We're not going to let you do it. You're going to have to take this away from us.
I know. It's crazy that almost every lobby, we're just seeing them as the top 2 in HP, right? I mean, it's just a testament to the TFT they're playing. They're playing very aggressively, going for the win streaks, constantly playing to just have that high HP, look to transition it into fantastic late games, and they've done it time and time again. Noob Owl, yet again, just 100 HP. And Spetham trying to stabilize this Malzahar board. Looks like they're rolling once again to just try and land it, but just not finding the Mals. And they're still 2 away. I mean, it's not even like they're close. They find an Ahri. Maybe they can pivot away and hopefully make something out of that. I mean, maybe they get completely bailed out and hit a spatula here where they can just turn it immediately into a mutant spat, throwing it on the Rek'Sai, and then play mutant Ahri with Synaptic Web, which we've seen have a 100% win rate. But nah, not going to high roll this time.
100% win rate is easy to achieve when there's 2. Of all of the lobbies that we've seen, I think what's
the meme.
Actually...
If I had a nickel for every time mutant Synaptic Web Ahri won, I'd have 2 nickels. Man, it's not a lot, but it's weird that I have 2.
More nickels than I have. But I also want to point out that we have had 0 prismatic augments on broadcast throughout the entire weekend, and we're about to go to our last lobby. This is lobby 5, though, and we still have an opportunity to see a potential prismatic augment. But we're going to roll down here at level 7, all the way to 0 gold. Lucky, trying to be lucky. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like we hit everything that we needed because these Malzahars might as well be Waldo right now. Hard to find.
Yeah, very, very difficult to find these Malzahars. We're looking around the lobby, and every single time it's just a different player looking for Malzahar and not actually finding it, as this Gnar is just crushing with these rocks, just throwing the clock towers and knocking everybody down. Big Ben chimes once again. Malala takes a win.
Okay, we do have a blue buff here on the bench. Oh, we're moving over to Malala right now. We're having Yordles, so we've been developing that economy. We did win on 4-1. It seems like we lost a couple before that, looking at our HP. But K3 Soju, looking at kind of the rest of the lobby, in third place right now, seems to be spending his time. It seems like Soju, either at stage 4 or stage 5, will sack some HP to hit level 9. Pretty impressive if Nubal maintains this streak through this round, because eventually he's just going to get top 4 by attrition.
And there we are, Soju versus Malala. We get a chance to look at what Soju is playing. Does have these bodyguards in front, does have the Braum, but it is just an MF1 and a Jin 1 for the carries so far. So there's a lot of scaling for Soju to do. It is pretty strong setup though, and if he can find these 2 stars, he's going to be in a really good spot, especially with that sniper's nest.
Zilean, one of the best
Zilean.
final units, and that
Zilean.
is why, friends, Zilean can be an
difference.
MVP. It's Zilean and Kate, I feel like, that can get that to happen a lot. They can steal around. I think the Zilean had a little bit of an advantage there because of where the mana was once it was a 2v2, but a Zilean at this point in time, maybe tier 2 on a 1v1, equal HP, Zilean probably takes that 80% of the time. Looking at the bench now, we do have some strikers in with the Sivir, but I mean, right now, why move the Gnar out? It seems to be either losing by a little or winning by a lot at this point.
Yeah, and I just want to point out, because we did just see Soju's board and how he needed to hit some upgrades. He just grabbed a Braum too, so that's going to help buy a lot more time for that Jin. Jumping over, we see Deepay, double Giant Slayer on this Aurelia. One of them, of course, being scrap made, so it's not quite a full Giant Slayer, but a lot of damage coming through from this, and it looks like the Gnar is just not going to have enough damage. The team is already gone. Going to take out a lot of units, though, before going down. That could have been a much worse loss than it ended up as.
That was almost as satisfying as that one Ari ult we saw 2 lobbies ago, getting 5 units out at the end of the round. Malala starting to lose some HP here. 2 loss streak, and the middle of the leaderboard right now is pretty close. Nubal does fall 82 HP, so that seems to be 2 losses. But from where Nubal was, exactly like Soju, these losses are expected. They probably had a good amount of money, and we're probably going to be pushing experience here moderately soon.
Yeah, and I wanted to call out, we did get a chance to spot what Lucky had out of that Tome of Traits, and it was a Bruiser emblem, but now Lucky has just picked up a Spatula here, and I have to imagine, seeing as how they were the Mutant player, that they do have a cloak, and this is a Mutant emblem coming through, and this will be Lucky. Potentially, I remember an Ahri on their bench. I don't know if it's still there. We'll have to check in a moment for that, or I'll get confirmation, but they might have an Ahri with the Mutant going in their direction, but this is Malala going to 8 and starting a roll down, and we'll see what they can hit to try and upgrade this Gnar board.
All right, we also saw some upgrades on other boards here, and I wanted to bring attention to Spetham getting an RE2 at 12 HP. RE went from not winning a lobby to winning the last 2 of the weekend, and it's so interesting. One of my favorite things about TFT, how tournament lobbies kind of have their own meta. Sometimes it's RE and AP, other times it's Draven and Debonair, and we have some good Draven items going on. I like Titans, it's defense and attack damage, but it's also maybe going to give us just a little bit time to get 1 or 2 auto attacks in. And how many times have you seen Draven win by 1 or 2 auto attacks?
Over and over again this tournament, we've seen it. And here's Draven trying to close this out. Not going to have enough time this time, going up against Darth Nub, who's still on those Yordles.
Streaking.
Finds the win there. And hey, there's the check-in with Lucky. Would you look at that? That's a Mutant Ahri and a Cho'Gath 3. And Lucky, now look, they're in a rough spot. 18 HP. This is not where the Mutant Ahris have started in the past. So that win rate might get a little bit ruined here considering this board. But this is still powerful, and Lucky might find a little bit of a way to start to stabilize playing that 5 Mutant. Ahri is a mutant. This is a pretty powerful board. I wish you had some Cho'Gath items. Wish you had some more items on the Ahri, because it's a little copium for me right now. But I do think that this is the most powerful way to play Ahri, and it's one of the most powerful things in TFT is a Synaptic Web Ahri. It's just, has Lucky hit it too late?
I feel like every time we've talked about Synaptic Web, You've talked about Ari, and for good reason. But what makes me a little giggly about this board is this board obviously was a Malzahar direction that we just happened to get Cho'Gaths for. But, you know, we're going to be okay with it. We have a front line, which this comp can lack, especially if you're not running that Rek'Sai to go with the Cho'Gath. But we're going to take the 2 spaces for the Cho'Gath. We have 5 Mutant, especially with this Ari, but we have no itemization on the Ari. And I actually think these snipers might do well against her at this point if the Jhin is able to take her out in the corner.
I mean, but you can see the power of Synaptic Web. She has just the mutant spat alone and is already at 4 orbs. If you can 2-star this, Lucky is honestly in a very solid position in this game. It's just, do they have enough time at 18 health with only 8 gold? That's the biggest question.
All right, let's see if we're going to be able to manipulate that RNG to our advantage. That's, again, one of those things that separates the great and the good players. Knowing exactly how many units are in these packs, knowing who's rolling, knowing what other comps are peaking at this moment in time, so I can decide to peak or not to peak, right? I can sack some HP to hit 9, I can start rolling, and Darth Nub gets one of those win conditions, and that's something that we should be talking about a lot more of, especially in these last 2 lobbies, are win conditions per lobby, but win conditions for people like Nubao and Soju to lock up these last 2 spots, Cass.
Yeah, I mean, that is the big deal, and we're looking at those augment choices, those last augment choices. No prismatic for you, Boop. We're just getting some gold augments. Electro Charge for Darth Nub. We got back foot for Soju. That's great with the Sniper Nest, right? Get that extra attack speed. You already are putting your units back there anyway. Really nice pickup. Noob Owl grabbed Disintegrator, which I think is very strong. And wow, look at this. We've got a roll down. A little bit of a level up to 8. Ipe does have the Aurelia 2. Picks up a 2-star Seraphine as well.
Excuse me. So we're going to keep the Aurelia in the Socialite Hex. Seraphine with the Rage Blade should help us. Seraphine, one of the slowest mana chargers in the game. And we actually put the QSS on her to either bait a Blitzcrank hook, but also give us even more attack speed. So we're going to start this round with a higher attack speed in general, which is going to help rack up this Rage Blade even faster. And honestly, over the last couple rounds, we've seen some pretty monster Orianna ults as well. But this is Corki versus some AP. Zillion is in the front line, hits the Lucian. That would have been big if that was on the Corki. Morgana having no help here. What is going to be the final call? Orianna ult, not enough. 2-unit win for Darth Nub and those Yordles.
And Spetham goes down. Darth Nub grabbing another 3-star Yordle we see on the side. Poppy being picked up. And hey, I said Vagar earlier. We'll see if we end up there as we start to get those. That's a 3-star Zac for Ripple Overdrive also being grabbed. Is Deepay still looking for more upgrades themselves. It looks like they can find an Orianna and they can find a Gnar. Try and upgrade this board further before having to kind of go to 9, or maybe can find a pivot with some 5 costs. But a lot of really great synergies right now for this board, and it really just comes down to, can the Aurelia continue to take off and find the resets?
All right, we still have 2 Tryndamirs on this board, along with a challenger, Zac. That's not something you see every day on the Convergence. It is Draven versus the world right now. Draven has the Titans. I believe we have another Draven player in this lobby with the Titans Resolve Draven, but it's Tryndamir in the 2v1 along with Irelia. Irelia is going to take it.
Yeah, Irelia takes it down. We're going to check in with Soju. We've got that Sniper's Nest. We've got a Challenger MF. It's just giving attack speed right now. It looks like just that emblem was picked up somewhere along the way, and it's just hanging out. But we'll see if there's any payoff on that later down the line. I don't think there will be. There's really no point. The board is looking really good with this Galio. Pick up the 4 bodyguards with the stand behind me. You've got the Orianna 2. You've got the Jhin 2. I mean, a very, very strong setup for Soju. Just going to see if he can continue to find the wins.
Smetham was eliminated in 8th place. Oh man, in terms of someone who I think is falling in terms of the mental right now, I think Smetham having a little bit of a hard time. I think we fell to a little bit of a self-fulfilling prophecy there. I can't, know that for sure, but 2 low placements here, especially after that last round where we had really good augments, does not feel good as these snipers finally leave the corner. This Jhin doing really, really good work so far, and it's not very often that you're going to get 3 augments that all interact with each other, right? The bodyguards are going to help the snipers, for example, and we're going to get more damage off the back foot. So Soju in a pretty good position as everyone here at the top side pretty close, but we do have some elimination station friends with Deepay and Malala.
Another mutant spat, but Lucky already got theirs, right? So they They already have their Ari. You could try and go for 7 Mutant on 7. I mean, 7 Mutant is really insane with the Ari. The extra 50 AP does make a difference, and Lucky maybe just go in that direction. Hey, look, I talk about the Ari a lot because of the fact that it is so good. Like, it is one of the most powerful things you can do in TFT right now, is that Synaptic Web Ari, and we see the win streak from Lucky happening alongside it. So back with Soju, we saw Malala drop to 1 HP in that last fight. We'll see if they can hang on in this next fight, but Soju just trying to set up this board, try and continue to hold on to their spot in the top 2 and hold on to their spot at regionals.
We finally got the Tryndamere 3, if anyone was keeping track. And the other thing I love about this board is we're seeing a unit that we barely see ever, which is this Galio. So Galio going to be helping out these snipers, along with providing really important CC, which is going to be a really big deal against this Ari. All that he needs to do is make sure that we don't get bursted down by any one of these units before we're able to get up into that ultimate. We have been mana reaved, though, so it might actually happen. Galio does not ult. And once again, the mutant Synaptic Web Ari takes the dub. Tier 1 with Zeeks, by the way. Not even best close to best
up, Boop! Look how fast it stacks up! It's insane! It is insane how fast it stacks up.
All right, we're moving closer to seeing that Viger. We are...
Yeah, we're 1 Vex away.
1 Vex away, and in terms of HP, we are definitely going to get there.
It's happening.
Yeah, we don't know.
Happening.
Oh, here it is. So we're going to actually roll.
Now.
So
it's happening after this round.
Yeah, well, 2 rounds because the next one's going to be PvE. So it's going to take... to round 6-2 to get to Viger 2.
You're right.
Yeah.
Correct.
And then we're really going to see what the sky holds for us.
Yeah, going up against the Ari, it is still a 1-star. So this is still, it's losable for Lucky, especially because this board of Yordles is actually quite powerful. And there we go, the casts are coming through, but because of the fact that she's not strong enough yet, this is the problem that we were worried about with Lucky not having enough HP. Because if you can't find the Ari2, you can't get the AP items on it. Even if there are 6 orbs going out, some boards will not die to a 6 orb RE1.
Malala falls in 7th place, continuing a little bit of a day that we might want to give back, but we made it to the finals, and remember, everyone in this final 8 does finish in the money. We have a $2,500 prize pool that they're all splitting. I believe it's $800 for first place, $500 for second. QSS here, you know, it's a great item in general, and I love putting it on people like Vex. I know we already have one on her, but that dodge chance, especially with the stone plate, you know, at the end of the game, things do come down to 1, 2, 3 auto attacks, and that dodge can be huge, especially against these Dravens and these Tryndameres.
Okay, back over to Nubal. Let's see what he's got cooked up this time. It looks like trying to set up to play a bunch of 5 costs again. Goes to 9. Not going to have a lot of gold right now, but the fact is Nubal has 59 HP, a strong board, and the ability to just win streak into the potential of just turning these into 2-star 5 costs, can afford a couple losses as well if they need to, but the Debonair VIP Draven should be able to carry some of these matchups. Going against Darth Nub, don't have the Vhagar 2 yet. We need, like you mentioned, 2 more rounds on that. Just trying to hold out for as long as possible. 28 HP on that side to do so. Can they take out Nubal? It looks like Nubal's Draven is just shredding through everything. Can the Corki get it? No, it cannot. But a decent loss for Darth Nub. However, they're pretty much on 1 life at this point.
Yeah, Lucky does fall, so the perfect win rate is not
ruined.
Going to continue. And I also wanted to say this is probably the closest to a Bill Gates comp that we've seen all weekend. We have 4 tier 5 units, or 5 cost units. We still need to get them to tier 2, but you saw just the raw power of those 5 costs there, along with the pure power of this Draven. Giant Slayer, Runins, Rage Blade. I love that almost everyone has dropped IE from this unit. Not really a ton of IE Last Whisper combos overall over the weekend, as we're going to do some swapping. Let's see if this is going to be able to continue this win streak, Cass.
Yeah, I mean, Nubal had the Bill Gates comp in the previous game, and they just get it again because the consistent play they've had so far has been so great. You get the Zephyr onto the 3-star challenger, Zach, and now it's just the Tryndamere in the back line, but Draven turns and is smacking away, going to take him down, and now just has to hit the Zach with the Bramble, but there's not a ton of crit, so it doesn't really matter. You just shred on through that with the Giant Slayer. Ripple Overdrive going to fall very, very low. Just a matter, can DP survive? DP cannot. Ripple Overdrive makes it into another top 4. but he's joined by Soju and Nubal, who are holding on to these top 2 spots. Darth Nub has survived Veigar too, though. So we got it. We got the Yordle Lord. We got there. We got there, Boop.
Man, Soju and Nubal saying, you're going to have to pry this invite from my dead hands. We're going to stay in the top 4 with you. We need the rest of the 6 here to potentially team up and cause Nubal and probably Soju, because he'll be in 2nd place, to try to force an 8th out of them. I don't know if you're going to be able to do that. Really great play once again from Nubal and Soju. And also Darth Nub and Overdrive, who've been, consistently top 4ing, and unfortunately Nubal and Soju are top 2ing a lot of the time.
Yeah, and even with the Veigar, it looks like it might not be enough against Ripple. The Draven just going to be pumping through. Can these last couple missiles from the Corki do enough? Just barely. And Ripple Overdrive goes down. Soju to 1 HP. And once again, Ripple Overdrive just on the edge of glory. It has been every tournament that they have played this set where they are placing, they're getting final days, they're placing very close to making final days, they're getting such great placements overall, but not able to cut it in the end, and getting just another top 4 behind Soju and Nubal still in that top 3. We might be setting up for a Game 6 victory lap for these two, Boop. I'm not entirely sure. I'm not going to try to do the math, but just the consistency, the level of play that has been displayed by Soju and Nubal, clearly worthy of spots in the North American regionals.
Absolutely clear as a day. Perfect reflection in that water, as we are going to move our sniper from Misfortune to the Zeri. Remember, we are competing with Nubal with that Zeri. We have 1 HP. I like this idea. We're going to put the Giant Slayer and who we think is going to do the most amount of damage. We've got Yordles versus Bill Gates here, as that's a tier 2 Jinx, a tier 2 Silco, a tier 2. Oh my goodness, Zeri. I don't understand how this could possibly lose, especially with all of that backline access. Darth Nub is struggling here and is probably going to get eliminated. Soju. Actually, no, Darth. Yep, there it is. It's going to be
he's just dodging the bullets, but there it goes.
Yeah, exactly. And Matrix, so Nubal,
it doesn't matter.
Lag, win so far. This is shaping up to be one of the greatest performances in TFT tournament history, along with another amazing performance in TFT tournament history with Soju. In terms of consistency, that's something that's been hard to find with Soju in the top 4, and we're finally seeing it now. I love him. I'm sorry. I feel like I'm being mean.
No, I mean, it's there is some fact towards it, right? But coming up in this tournament, the story was starting to be Soju from the first game. It felt like, oh, Soju is playing out of his mind. This tournament performance might have gone down in history if it wasn't for Nubal coming through and going lag 1-1-1-1 and just overshadowing everyone else. But guess what? Second still goes to regionals, and Soju is happily and comfortably sitting in that position right now.
And remember, Soju was the last qualifier into today's games, as we do have the scores. We know who's at the top, but do we have competition for that 3rd place? As we look over at this Draven frontline flex comp, it's been Draven. It's been a ton of different comps. I believe this might be 3 or 4 different comps for 4 lobby wins.
Look, I don't envy production for trying to name these new battle comps that we get towards the end of the day, because they're all just the slam all the 5 costs onto the board with a bunch of really strong stuff, and good luck, figure it out, have fun on the back end trying to name that for the graphic. But we'll take that and we'll move on to the lobby scores, where the difference between Nubal and 3rd is 14 points. Nubal is locked. He cannot be dropped out of the regionals. He has qualified. Soju, on the other hand, potentially could drop out to Ripple Overdrive, and that's going to be the big thing to watch out for, Boop.
So Ripple has to get at least a top 3 to compete. If Soju gets 8th and Ripple gets a top 3, I think it will tie. And if Ripple gets a 2nd and Soju gets an 8th, Ripple will overcome. So Soju just needs to avoid 1/8 place, pretty much, right? Anything from 6th and above is probably enough to secure our spot, but this is not over. This tournament also, you have to look at Nubal. If you see that spread and you don't talk about it, I think you're doing a disservice, especially since I'm going to say it, Nubal is probably the best flexible player in TFT right now. We didn't even play set 6, right? We came in for set 6.5, and look what we've been able to accomplish.
Yeah, there's probably about like 10 high-level challenger players that are kind of fighting for the snapshot position that are panicking right now, and also excited because they have a chance to try and get in on snapshot now that Noob Owl is qualified through the Challenger Series. They're going to be fighting for that. The ladder is going to be chaos over the next few days, trying to get that snapshot, trying to get that last ladder position. And Trade, I'm sure, is incredibly excited as well after going out 9th yesterday, maybe feeling like their hopes had been dashed, and now having another opportunity to try and make it through ladder into the North American Regional.
A lot of TFT players really rooting for Nubal to take this spot. And what's actually kind of interesting about this whole process is Appy's secured an extra spot too. So we have 2 people that potentially might not have been able to participate in regionals, but because Appy's played so well, because Nubal is playing so well on ladder and on this tournament, we might be able to get a couple more participants. But that is the end of Game 5. And you know what, Casa? Also marks the end of the day for you. Do you have any final words for everyone watching?
No, I really just was excited to be a part of this. I love the Challenger Series. I've done actually quite a few Challenger Series over the last couple of years here, and it's always a tournament I am happy to be a part of, getting to qualify players into these bigger events and seeing just the hype that gets to come from it. Soju and Nubal are playing like absolute monsters, but I'm very proud of Ripple Overdrive, who's been my pick throughout the weekend, as someone I was really looking at to perform well, and they still have a shot to make it in if Soju decides to grief their last game here. But it's been a lot of fun, Boop. I was very grateful to be a part of this desk with you and Jirachy. Big step for diversity and inclusion, and I'm so happy to have been a part of it. And, I'll see you around, Boop. I'll see you around.
I'll see you around, especially when I win Fantasy TFT a little bit later today. But, Cass, I just also wanted to say our first time working together was an absolute blast. Much love all around from here and everyone watching as well. But we're not done yet. It's almost like I'm talking about your funeral. We still have one more game to go. Jirachy will be back for the final lobby, and we'll be closing things out after the break. Welcome back, everybody. It is the last lobby of the Challenger Series. Everything comes down to this. We know one thing. Well, we know two things. Jirachy is back, and New Battle has secured the spot, which opens up an extra spot for the ladder. But also, we have a battle for second place. This battle is between K3 Soju and Ripple Overdrive. If Soju gets 5th or above in this next lobby, I believe that is locked up for that top 2 spot. We have to avoid an 8th or a 7th. If we do get 8th or 7th, it's not over. That means Ripple will have to get a top 3 finish as well. So if I've done the math correctly, 2nd and 3rd is where the narrative and storyline truly goes. So there's 2 things that can happen. We get the same top 2, right, Jirachy? We get New Battle and we get K3 Soju, or, Soju gets that 8th place and everything is a question again.
There's also a couple other possibilities. Soju can technically pass Nubal. I believe if Nubal goes 8th and Soju goes 1st, Soju can still win this. But also when you look at how Nubal's playing, really? You really think this man is going 8th? Yes, it's still possible, but I just don't see it. Nubal all but locked up this tourney already. So yeah, it is the fight for that 2nd place. All those scenarios you outlined with Ripple Overdrive, but Darthnub is still hanging on to a shot. Soju goes 8th, Darthnub goes 1st. He can sneak in there. So still some stuff to play for. And the rest of the lobby playing for some money as well. It's not like these placements are locked as is. Even though it looks likely, there's some wild scenarios that can happen that shake things up for sure.
It's not mathematically impossible for a couple of players to sneak into that 2nd spot. And mathematically impossible can mean success if you're a Pittsburgh Steelers fan from this last NFL season. So that must have been an awful Sunday. But anyway, going back to TFT, the other thing that I also wanted to mention is, in terms of tournament performance, we've got 2 people performing super well, but this is also the only time that you can go into a lobby and play spoiler, right? So if you're Malala, if you're someone else, you can play spoiler there. And if you think you know who's going to win this lobby and you know who's going to go 1st and or 8th, you can go to fantasytft.com to try to win those little legend eggs if you think you're that good at predicting. This is the last lobby, so this is the last time you can bet for those eggs. Again, that's fantasytft.com. We're going to get into this lobby pretty soon, but Jirachy, I just kind of want the high level opinion on what you think we're going to see playstyle wise from our top 4 players.
Just bet on Nubal. Honestly, he's crushing it. He is just wielding the power of his super strong early mid game, just snowballing out of control, going level 9. He and Soju have been at the top of the scoreboard for a lot of these games. And at some point, you can't just chalk that up to variance. You're high rolling 5 games in a row? Yeah, sure. But as we hop in the game now, we're going to see probably those 2 on top again, continuing to show it is a PD. They are the 2 best players in this tourney.
All right, like we said, statistically improbable to get lucky that many times in a row. It can happen. That's why it's not impossible, but improbable. Just like our friends trying to get into that Soju spot in 2nd place, not impossible and moderately improbable. So all eyes, and I think a lot of people already watching Soju. In my opinion, in this lobby, his performance is the one to watch.
Yeah, and if you're Ripple Overdrive and Darthnub, it's not just about I need my placement, it's also I need to guarantee Soju goes a low placement, so then that mixes in some playstyle quirks, like how do I stop Soju from getting that high placement? What can I do to grief him without griefing my own gameplay, because I need my own placement? So there's that extra wrinkle that these players are thinking about, adds another level of thinking to this game, and will that be something they can pull off? Genuinely not sure, but it could always happen.
Mm-hmm. And I hope New Battle doesn't put their foot off the gas, because to win this last lobby too, that's right up there with some of the greatest esports performances, not even just TFT. And we've got 2 people who've been able to win out except for 1 lobby. As we get our first augment here, Blue Battery, Scrap Heart, and Pandora's, Jirachy.
Yeah, he goes for the blue battery, and with the AP start, I can totally see this. You're thinking maybe like an Ari direction, maybe the Renata. It's now, oh my god. It's like a synaptic web again?
Synaptic Web. We're going to see some Aries. Those Aries didn't happen last time around because I didn't see any. I think there were only like 3 total spatulas overall that were offered to try to get to that mutant. Someone had to pick it off of a carousel. So it could be a similar situation. We might not see that Ari at the end game, but we're definitely going to have some people looking for it.
Yeah, for sure, and it's another Synaptic Web game. But I'm gonna cycle back to what you were talking about with Nubao. We hope he doesn't take his foot off the gas. He wants this. He wants this last first. He wants to cement the dominance, the lag 1-1, 1-1-1, matching Robin Song's legendary performance in Set 5 regionals. So yeah, it gets to pre-level and again doesn't hit a 3 cost this time, but finds a Talon. Honestly, could slam the Locket looking at these early items. You have 2 rods. You're going to go ahead and slam it. It's a good early item to help win streak or save some HP. So good slam to start out with. Decent early unit in the Talon, and okay, also going into Ripple Overdrive, who has just 31 star Yordles. Yeah, this is a win for Nubao for sure.
Yeah, this is 100% a win for Nubao. And I also wanted to bring attention to the fact that I believe this is the 4th Synaptic Web in a row, but we've had 0 prismatic augments. I wonder which is more rare. But I also wanted to mention, because Ari has found so much success with this particular mutant buff, mutants are going to be contested. So there is an alternate strategy just to go for a comp that can beat mutants and just take the losses elsewhere, because it's probably going to be pretty contested overall. I'm not really quite seeing a ton of mutants, but we do have mercenaries now for Ripple, and this is exactly what he needed to do to compete for this 2nd spot. This is what you call a 1st or 8th play.
It's not quite 2-1 mercenaries, which is it's not a guaranteed first. It gets close. 2-2, not quite as good. That 1 extra round, especially late, once that loss streak starts stacking up, that gets a lot of value. But 2-2, still super early mercs, still a play for first from Ripple Overdrive. And again, it's about him playing for first. Where can he sneak in griefing Soju in the meantime, putting Soju in that bottom 3 placements that he needs Soju to get in order to even pass him.
So Soju is able to play Soju's game. If we're in a really good position going into stage 4, we start losing some HP from stage 4 to stage 5, and then we try to compete for that top 4. Nubao has been able to do the same thing, but win the lobby. If Nubao wasn't here, today would just be such a totally different experience, right? But this is what you call utter domination when it comes to a game like TFT, and I think it also goes to show that there is a lot of skill manipulation, skill expression that Nubao is able to do, because I think those are all different comps. Nubao is the most flexible player, best flexible player in the world, and we're seeing it right now. Soju showing us why he can be considered one of the best players in the world. Ripple Overdrive definitely wants that to change, though, and this is the best way to watch it because Ripple's playing Mercs, so we're not really going to see what Ripple's able to do until we get that cash out. And honestly, cash outs over this tournament have been incredibly underwhelming.
Yeah, and a small thing I'm going to call from Ripple Overdrive, he had a small economic advantage by playing Yordles for the 1 turn. I don't know what cost of unit he got, but even if it's that 1 extra gold, he actually could have made 20 here. And instead he opted to play the Camille, okay, let's see if I can get a little bit of extra board strength, but he sacrificed being able to make 20 gold. Could have sold the 2 Camilles, could have sold the Warwick. That gold checkpoint enables you to then make 30, 40, 50 the next 3 stages. So Ripple Overdrive actually sacrificing a decent amount of gold for no monetary gain, that could bite him in the future.
Okay, looking at this spread, it is exactly what Ripple Overdrive doesn't want to see. Strong early games from both Nubao and Soju. Deepay and Spetham and Lucky getting to level 5 at 2-5. Some good auto attack based items here. We have a Giant Slayer, we have a Titans, this potential, we have 2 bows. Ooh, that's what I think when I see the 2 bows.
I don't even think it's correct for Soju to play Warwick here because you just run the risk of missing and just going bottom 3. And if Soju just wants to make it to regionals, which is the primary goal here, he's going to slam the Titans on the Warwick. And goes for the Giant Slayer as well. And I think this I think this is not a full Warwick play. I think it is, we are going to just put these items on Warwick for now and then get to whatever 4 cost later. No need to risk your tournament life, your regionals life on this 2 cost. So Soju gets the items on the Warwick for now, gonna continue to streak, and I'm anticipating go towards the 4 costs later.
I actually really like the way Soju is playing this right now. We know that Warwick is a very good early game comp. We saw how good it was even at tier 1. We have a mutant, we have a mercenary, we have a challenger, we have a chemtech direction. Super flexible right now, and we have moderately flexible items. The Giant Slayer a little bit more usable, I think, than the Titans on more units. But at the end of the day, what this is going to do is push a lot of players down. Right? We might get 4th place, but we could get 4th place because we build some attrition and just have 30 HP to spare by the time we hit stage 5. So I like the way that we're doing this. And if we're able to transition or pivot into those 4 cost units, this is a guaranteed top 4 for K3 Soju, but we have to play clean again, right? In these situations, as long as we've been playing, this is where those unforced errors will come and bite you super hard.
Yeah, and going into D-Pay, the strength of Soju's board, the strength of getting these items on the Warwick, it's just a Warwick 1, but it's still a strong enough carry to not just maintain his own 100 streak, but snap D-Pays. And that's going to matter a lot for the strength of D-Pay's board, sacrificing a lot of gold on his part, and just overall lobby strength might just get a little bit weaker while Soju stays on top.
All right, so we have the Lucian. We actually had a twin shot aboard get second, I believe, a little earlier today because of a recombobulation, getting 2 tier 2 gangplanks on the board. I believe that was Darth Nub who was doing it. Ripple Overdrive once again already at 58 HP, playing Mercs, right? And hopefully no one griefs this Merc player, because I've definitely been in a situation where I am playing up against another Merc player and I end up cashing out on accident, right? So that might be the best way for Soju to secure a top 2. It might actually be to cash out Ripple early.
Yeah, and that way, once Ripple builds a super strong board, he's hammering the rest of the lobby. That actually is a viable way to play around the Merc player. If they're on 1 life and you can make sure they never cash out, it's okay to just send them 8th, guarantee that 1 extra placement, but sometimes cashing out that Merc player, let them hammer the lobby for you. Not the worst idea, but for now, we're on D-Pay, has the Locket slammed, has his general strong early board, even though he got his 1 streak snapped. Going to Malala, who has found this Gnar again. This Gnar has been super prominent all day as the mid-game carry, has the Infinity Edge Last Whisper, is setting Malala up to go just towards the generic Aurelia, Kha'Zix, Straven Root. Just hits the mid-game carry.
Seeing an IE means that we'll probably see a Bramble. It's so interesting how these lobbies can change what items that we see. We were seeing so much Bramble before this weekend in some competitive spaces because of Infinity Edge, but the units that we're seeing right now aren't quite using it, which means that we're seeing more Giant Slayers, we're seeing more raw damage with the Rabadons that we see right now. We saw this exact opening from Darth Nub, a different augment, but we did get the twin shots, and I believe this was also the board we recombobulated. Be so interesting if we got that same augment on this next choice on the next round. We'll see.
I'm pretty sure this one's not a recombobulator angle, though. There's no upgraded 2 cost. The reason the recombobulator worked out for Darth Nub is he swapped 2 upgraded 2 costs into the 2 Gangplank 2s, and that snowballed his reroll potential for the Gangplank 3 so far ahead. This is not a recombobulator angle, but he can still play the twin shots in the mid game. Again, the Shiv and the Rabadons on the Lucian, these AP items, still not going to stand up to Soju, who's still carrying this Warwick for now, pushing for a fast level 6 last turn, looking to push this early game advantage. And Soju looking real strong again here, looking to lock in his regional slot.
Morello's Warwick, not something you see every day. We do have a remover, so we can move it away. Runic Shield, Blue Battery, Ancient Archives. Actually, pretty good choices here. Blue Battery, always good. And we have Ancient Archives, which is a tempo builder.
Yeah, I'm kind of down for Blue Battery here, or Ancient Archives. Runic Shield, kind of the one you take out. You're thinking, am I really going to play around Arcanist here? Except, yeah, he's going to go for the Ancient Archives, go for the Tome. Out of these options, though, Bodyguard?
Well, at least we do have 3
Yeah, it's
options
bodyguard.
that are 2 splashes, right? So it's going to be bodyguard, and that should actually keep this Kassadin pretty healthy through about the first 5 seconds of the battle before the ults come through. It should be able to take most of the auto attacks, no problem. In terms of itemization, we could get some damage onto the Lucian, maybe a Jeweled Gauntlet, but also we've seen the Rabadons go with Giant Slayer a lot today too.
Yeah, and I actually really like this bodyguard emblem for the Kassadin too. It's already one of the better frontline tanks, actually, with his ult giving damage reduction, that combining with the added resistances of the bodyguard emblem. This Kassadin is going to tank for quite a while, really buy time for the solution to get off the damage. This Kassadin's still living, gets one more ult off just right before going down. DP might be a little bit too strong. Yeah, the power of this Hextech board, just a little bit too overwhelming.
Yeah, DP sending the D-Pain on everyone else on the lobby right now. DP only losing, I believe, 1 or 2 times in the early game, playing for a higher position here, because, again, not one of those players that can make it into that top 2 spot, but can play spoiler and potentially knock Soju or even Overdrive out of contention, and I'm getting a little worried right now for Ripple Overdrive right now, because we're at 23 HP. We've seen some low HP totals. This isn't the lowest I've ever seen. I think 17 is the lowest I've ever seen at 3.5, but this is pretty low.
You know what he got, though? He got Mercenary Heart off 3-3. He got the 5 mercs in probably just for 1 round. He's so low, he has to cash here. But depending on what was that prize on 3-3, that 1 5 merc prize could mean a difference here. He has to go, though. 23 HP, so low. If you're playing for 1 more round, yeah, is he not rolling? Wow. If he doesn't roll here, this is so incredibly first or 8th, being willing to play on literal 1 life. Ooh. This is bold.
With a lucky matchup, we might not lose by a lot of units. We might squeak an extra life in for stage 4, but we have to cash out before this PvE round. This is winnable, I think, in terms of the Merc cash out. We don't have that great front line, and we only have a tier 1 Malzahar. Remember, the Malzahar was super contested last game. But this front line seems to be a little bit too hard to break through as of right now.
Oh god, I'm worried. 11 health. There's a world this man dies on 36. There's a world this man never sees wolves. Oh boy.
If you're an Overdrive fan, I know Cass definitely wants to see Overdrive, see wolves, it's so interesting to see Renata just not played at all. It was such a conversation at the beginning of the set. But back to this round, this has to be where we cash out. Technically, we could survive a loss again. And get a 10 loss streak, but we are greeting out for the max potential payout. And the thing about when you pay out, it's all about getting to that next version of your team comp in time. You have so many decisions to make, and the longer you take to make that first decision, the shorter you have for all subsequent decisions after that. And so Ripple Overdrive is probably already mentally going through exactly how they're going to work through this Merc cash out when and if we get it.
This fight looks good. He hit the 1% Jace and has 80 items for the Jace. Gonna wipe the floor with Malala. I believe, yeah, the Sivir doesn't got this, right? The Sivir's not got this. Okay. Lobby potentially got griefed. Ripple Overdrive is out. He's on 11 HP, so this cash out has to be good, but at least he gets neutrals to sort this out. This pivot is going to be so hard if you have to do it in 1 turn and then be immediately strong the next fight, but let's see the cash.
So, again, these cash outs have been very money heavy recently, not a ton of other things. This is so much better than we've seen. Even a loaded dice to help us. We got a bunch of 4-cost units. We have a Nikos, a potential 2 loaded
Aurelia
dice,
2?
and a Natty Irelia 2. Oh, I didn't see anything pop out of that one. It must have been money, and we were able to go over it as we opened it. But this is what you call direction, right? But because we also have a PvE round, we still don't have the full picture of what's left on the bench and how much money we have.
I mean, he has to go level 8 here, but okay. You know, I don't know. Well, if he win streaks it back, it's clearly because of here, but
We're a little
he's got to use this dice pretty much ASAP. He sells... Okay, he's going to sell the Jace, just get the items onto the Aurelia 2. He has an Aurelia 3, potentially Sivir 3 angle. Is going to start using the dice. Only hits 1 Sivir off the first dice. And this is a strong board for stage 4. Do not get me wrong. You have level 8 on 4-1 with 2 upgraded 4-cost carries. But is this going to be good enough to bring you back from 11 HP? Without hitting a 3-star 4-cost, I'm not sure.
We're definitely going to win potentially through stage 4, but you know TFT, right? Sometimes you just go up against a comp that happens to be stronger than you at that moment in time. There's a lot of rock, paper, scissors that can happen, and I've seen a lot of people... I mean, earlier today, Malala had a cash out and then lost the next 2 rounds. It wasn't as good as this one by any means, but... anything can happen, especially with Soju still at 100 HP. If you have 100 HP past round 4 or 2, I feel like you're guaranteed a top 4 at that point in time. But in terms of attrition, Soju almost double the HP of 4th and 5th place right now.
Yeah, it's... Even when you're Ripple Overdrive and you're thinking, okay, I got my cash, I have my board now... You're still looking at Soju. You're still looking at Soju still at 100 HP. Even if you get first, you need that first, and you need some help. So, and he sold a Sivir, so he's not taking the Sivir 3 angle anymore. I'm not sure. I'm genuinely not sure how.
Oh, this is actually kind of close. This is kind of close. This is risky. Oh, good Zyra ult. Oh, one more. Oh, no. Oh, no. Is this going to be it? 4 Ripple Overdrive. Seraphine is not going to be enough, but we survive.
Okay. He's
4
alive.
HP.
That does not bode well.
That does not bode well, especially since that we had 4 tier 2 4-cost units on that board, and it still wasn't enough. Ahri seems to be doing quite well against Irelia if those first 2 ults go on to that unit. And, you know, maybe I'm going to eat my words as we see the Renata now, as we have our Ripple, as we have our Chemtech comp right now for iLucky, whose board we're watching right now. 5 Chemtech, 4 Bruiser. This is what the beginning of TFT looked like. And now we're going to see Tom Kent farm some items, hopefully, for we're going back to Ripple Overdrive now, as it's going to go back to DPay, as this is Elimination Station, the first one. And remember, if Ripple does fall here, pretty much guarantees Soju into that top 2. This was a big win. You love to see it if you are a Ripple Overdrive fan. And that is a tier 2 Jace now, so that's where the loaded dice in the Nikos ended up going.
Yeah, that helps a lot. Like, just having all these 4 costs on your board isn't going to bring you back from 1 life. You know what really spikes you back from 1 life? Upgraded 5 costs, especially on stage 4. Hitting the Jace 2 that early in the game, that could be enough for Ripple Overdrive to snowball. Go for level 9, add more upgraded 5 costs there. Actually bring it back to that first he so desperately needs.
Man, a lot of tension right now. You can cut it with a knife if you are a Ripple Overdrive fan. New Bowel doing a little bit of a cosplay of his first game. You know, we did win 4 other ones, so we're totally cool with that. But we're actually giving Soju potential higher payday because of this. And just like anticipated, Soju is losing through stage 4. That has been the case, I believe, in every single lobby so far. This is our 3rd Synaptic Web lobby in a row. And if we don't get a Prismatic on this next augment, it will be 0 Prismatic for the entire weekend of the second 6.5 Challenger Series.
And Spetham going back to this Mutants, he's been trying to play this trait all day. Last game, forcing it a little bit with the Synaptic Web. Wasn't able to hit at all 8th. But this game does find the Malzahar 2 on 4-5. Got to go level 8. Has the 5 Mutant in. But the only issue is it's the Mutant Crest, or the Mutant Heart, rather, from the Augment. You're not getting the Mutant Spat on the Ahri. That's where this Synaptic Web trait really gets unlocked. So he's going to get run over by Ripple Overdrive. Maybe. Okay. Triple item Jace 2 on 4-5, and it barely won. Okay.
Ripple,
it still is strong, but it also speaks to how good Synaptic Web is, I guess.
yeah, Ripple Overdrive aging in front of our eyes most likely as we don't get any prismatics. I actually think some people might celebrate that. A Celestial Blessing, Arcane Crest, and Disintegrator is going to be the call, and I love this pick, especially with the Hex Tech utility Malzahar here. That Celestial Blessing going to be doing a lot of work, especially if we're able to fit in a Syndicate version of this comp for the RA, but it seems like all of our power is going to be invested in the Malzahar, and it almost beat the Jace earlier, right? So we're still in a good spot. It's only 4-6. I think because some of our comps have been so fast, these other comps that would be normal in power at this point might look a little weak, but we already have the Kaisa, we have an itemized Malzahar, the Ari's on the board, and we have our 5 mutants as well.
Yeah, and this... Okay, Spetham can maybe do this. He got the Celestial Blessing, which maybe not the best augment you want. You already have the Gunblade on the Malzahar, so you already have healing, but just more healing on top of that, and this Gunblade healing can give you the Celestial Blessing shield. Not a bad choice at all. Also has the Kaisa, which she's getting a little bit better and is a good tech into these 5 mutants, so going into Nubal with his Kha'Zix too, just 2 items on that Kha'Zix, so not the strongest right now. No Bloodthirster as well, so not getting any healing, just immediately goes down. Nubal taking a big hit down to very low life, eventually down to 6 HP. So if you're a Nubal fan and you want him to go to lag full first place streak, this not looking great for him.
Okay, so Soju is the one that needs to finish in 6th or above, and we should be able to lock in our ticket to regionals. 2 tickets shall be punched after today. One already there with Nubal. The second one still to be determined, and the person who can take it is Ripple Overdrive, who is our Merc cash out. But this lobby seems to be tempo-wise pretty fast, as there's no mutant spat here, but we do have the spat potential. We need to find a Negatron Cloak somehow. I don't think that Ari is going to make it.
Yeah, and as we pan over to Nubal's board, got a blue buff drop, which isn't that bad for the Kha'Zix, actually. Without the Synaptic Web mutant in, he's not getting that damage that mana reduction, from the trait. But you get blue buff on him, yeah, just mana generation back, so kind of just the budget mutant trait, combined with the 5 Innovator, 3 Socialite. This is a true Nubal flex board, flexing around the Innovators, has 3 Socialite in as well. Kha'Zix will be able to heal, and we'll see if it's enough against Deepay.
All right, so Deepay, remember, was bringing the Deepain onto the Convergence, and let's see if it's going to be enough to get a top 4 position. 19 HP is not that much. This Alistar is probably the beefiest Alistar we've seen all day today. This Kha'Zix as well should be able to take care of this for Deepay, falling to 4 HP, the same as Ripple. 3 members in single-digit HP. 47 being the top at 5-2, again, means that anything can happen, but you should be pretty solid if you're Soju right now, especially with Nubal bottoming out here. We might see a different winner after this.
Yeah, if Nubal goes 8th, that breaks open the series for Soju. If he gets that first, then yeah, he takes the whole tourney, but Soju, he needs to get there. With his early game streaking, that opens up, maybe he doesn't have the best items, maybe he can't cap out as hard, maybe he can't go for that first. We'll have to check in with him later, see where he's at, but for now, we're still going to hang on to Nubal. We're still going to hang on with the man who, if he gets, I believe, the top 6, I'm not sure how the tiebreakers work out, the Kha'Zix takes down the Sivir, should be alive for one more round. This man looking to just solidify, I'm going to win this tournament. I'm going to put my mark on a dominant performance today.
Nubal takes the dub there. The man, the myth, the avian, right in front of our eyes, showing the rest of the lobby exactly how to play some TFT and play some flexible TFT. There has been 0 forcing from Nubal throughout the entire weekend, and I believe Nubal has the highest win rate from both days, because Nubal, I believe, won 2 lobbies yesterday too. So that's almost the majority of lobbies that we've seen over the last 2 days. So the legend just increases, even if we get a bot 3 placement here. Deepay, speaking of a bot 3 placement, gets a top 8 placement here. We played super tempo at the early game, and we expected to fall off, but I think the power levels of these comps were a little surprising for a comp like Deepay's.
And back to Darth Nub, who's one of those players also looking for a first, not playing the Merc route, playing a little more standard and maybe trying to convert that to a first, but running into Ripple Overdrive. Hey, he found the Merc board that is win streaking him back, delivers a pretty substantial blow to Darth Nub, is still win streaking. Nubal takes a win as well. Soju, 11 HP, has taken some very bad losses. If he just bottoms out right here, that can open the door. That can blow open the door.
Soju, potentially, with a really bad loss, could get eliminated. Look how close this is. These early game units that we were able to win, 1-0 on round 2-2, coming into play right now for our bottom 4. Even everyone remaining 36 HP at the top, 4 at the bottom, but one of our strongest comps is Ripple Overdrive right now. Soju just needs to avoid anything lower than this 5th place, and we should be fine, and that is not for sure, as Soju here has 2 Jinxes in front of the Silco from Arcane and needs that upgrade. Does get the Irelia upgrade, and that is enormous. Are we going to reforge anything here to put onto the Irelia? That is the question.
There's nothing you can really reforge here. Cloak is one of her better scrap items. It can roll Bloodthirster, Runeans, a QSS, all decent items. Zephyr, not an Aurelia item, but just a good solid item. But he did get the Shroud. He can cheese this. He can get a great Shroud on Darth Nub. Shroud Oriana and Victor doesn't quite get the Ahri. That could mean a difference here. And this is going to be close.
This is going to be very, very close. Right now, the Ahri is doing a ton of damage. The Jinxes are finally in the back line. We do have a fully stacked Titans, but so much damage coming in from that Ahri. This isn't enough for a kill, I believe. No, it is. And Soju finishes in 7th place. Ripple Overdrive still alive. So Soju is best friends with literally every other person in this lobby. Now Ripple Overdrive needs to finish exactly what they've started here with that Merc comp and finish in the top 2. And it can happen. Look how close this lobby has become. Has Soju just given up his chance for regionals?
Oh my god, the tempo player can't bleed out slowly enough. The rest of the lobby has spiked so hard. Lucky, Victor 2, Ripple Overdrive with its Jace 2, Nubal running it all the way back with the Innovator board, Bilal with a Zeri 2. This lobby is so capped out, and Soju just cannot keep up with 2 Jinx 2s. 2 Jinx 1s, bottoms out in 7th, and Ripple Overdrive with 1st place potential.
I think Ripple does need that first. Are we going to be able to get it? We do win the last round. This is getting so close across the entirety of this lobby. Lots of casts from this Victor. That's going to be a 4-unit win against Malala. Darth Nub falls in 4th place. Everyone within 12 HP of each other currently. Ripple Overdrive, if you win, you have done what people might have thought was the impossible. Soju playing some of the best TFT of his life. Could not finish it out in the last lobby, and it's unfortunate because the power level of these comps, Jirachy, are stronger than some of the finished lobbies that we've seen so far today.
Yeah, it's a capped out lobby, and on Spectrum here as well, running that Synaptic Web Mutants on the Malzahar carry. More than happy to just find himself here in the top 4. But for Ripple Overdrive, he has the Shroud on bench. He can cheese this Shroud. That's going to be important for getting him this next fight win. He's level 9 now. He made it there. Gonna swap out the Seraphine as well. He can now cheese a Zephyr and a Shroud. 2 very important items in the late game to guarantee good placements on. He gets a little bit more rolling in, finds a Vi 2, can play that if he wants. Yeah, gonna go ahead and play that for Enforcer. Also just a general good unit. Gets Zeri in as well. We're capping out. We're getting the 5 costs in.
Any loss before top 2 here is an elimination for Ripple. All eyes on this Jace. That is where the damage is. Silco might throw this for this team. We've seen it happen. This is a Victor comp. I think Ripple should be fine here unless this Victor is able to burst through the Jace. Look how low the Jace is, though. Is K3 Soju gonna let Lucky know how happy he is? And it looks like that is the case. Soju
Lucky's got Soju!
Relax.
Soju going
Lucky
to regionals!
and Soju are best friends forever from this point on, as that is a double elimination. What a thrilling end end to today's games. It's going to be Lucky and Malala, two people who I love seeing here at the top, have been struggling the rest of today. So many stories. We're getting the first-time lobby winner for today. Soju and Lucky, best friends forever. And Ripple Overdrive, one round too early in that death. Whew!
Wow. I mean, the tournament's almost set. Malala and Lucky just playing each other for placements now, playing each other for, hey, I want this one lobby win. Not been having the greatest day, but I want this one. And wow, what a day of TFT. Soju almost threw it. He almost got 8th to 7th. That puts him out of regionals, but nope, Lucky's got him. Will Lucky not? Oh, this Victor does so much damage, but the Zeri in the backline, peppering down that Victor.
It's okay, Jirachy.
Wait,
that was really,
Lucky...
really intense.
I need to breathe. Oh my god.
Right? So
and Malala's dead.
Malala is gone. Look how quick that lobby was. 6-2. Not even close to stage 7. I want to see the Discord message between Soju and Lucky right now, because there's got to be a thank you for that. We know that New Bell has a 1, but that was very close. Soju almost eliminated himself, but that's not even what it was. That lobby was kind of crazy in terms of top end power. Like, if you just weren't hitting, you got 6th, 7th, and 8th.
Yeah, and I don't even think Soju's game plan was necessarily incorrect. When you're playing for not bottom 3, you're really trying to play for HP early, play for tempo, try and just bleed out. But when the lobby's that fast-paced and has that many upgraded 5 costs, Soju bleeds out too fast, has to rely on iLucky having him with the elimination on Ripple Overdrive. iLucky also won the lobby, so put Soju in regionals, gives himself a first place in the process. Shout out to iLucky.
All right, let's see the final graphic. First, we're going to see the team comp that won, and then we'll see the rest of the lobby and who has punched their ticket to regionals. Still recovering from that last game, not going to lie. That was the most invigorating 7th place I've ever seen. But it's going to be New Bowel and Soju. 2 points for Ripple Overdrive. It almost happened, folks.
Yeah,
too little, too late.
Well played to him. He had a very consistent day. I mean, look at that score line. On ladder, that's up a solid 100 LP. In tournament, when you have these 2 Titans on top, it puts you almost there. Yes, your Ripple Overdrive, you're thinking, I could have made it, but you cannot be disappointed in how you played today. Bottom 4ing 1 game, it's only a 5th. So consistent. Great performances out of all our top 4 today. But also New Bao. Like, come on.
Well, I also want to give some props to Lucky and Malala in that last lobby, getting that 1st or 2nd. So everyone pretty much finding a good amount of success. Everyone, I think, gets a top 2, except for Ripple. And that is why we don't get into the top 2 for a regional. So, you know, Ripple Overdrive, that score line is probably top 2 in most other tournaments. But unfortunately, you ran into a New Bao and a Soju that were playing so well. And unfortunately, Ripple needed 2 things to happen in that last lobby. One of them did. Soju got 7th, but the second did not happen. We did not top 2, and we were 1 round away from doing it.
I still need to breathe. Just give me a sec.
All right. So we are going to congratulate our players as well. So congratulations to Soju and congratulations to New Bowel. New Bowel took a break in set 6, came in and absolutely destroyed in the Challenger Series. But some other housekeeping is because New Bowel did win today and took one of the tickets from this tournament, someone else from Ladder is going to be able to take it. If your name is Train, everyone's looking at you right now because you just got to get to the last station, which is regionals if you're Train. But everyone is going to be looking up on that ladder.
Yeah, and it's not just Trade. Also, Voidson. I think Malala might be in there. I'm not sure. I'd have to look at the snapshot leaderboards again. But also, Voidson actually, I believe he was top 5 last night, even after not making it to day 2 of Challenger Series. He was playing ladder after. He was still having some good games. He's still up there. He has a shot now at getting that snapshot. And like we said, the top of show, all throughout today, New Bao getting one of these slots blows the snapshot spot open. So who's going to get that spot? We're going to see in the next 2 days, see how those players play on ladder.
And before we, kind of wrap up some of this before our interview, if we have one, is the fact that, again, we have 2 people locked in. Train and the rest of the ladder still have an opportunity, so there's still some things to go. But you have to give credit to literally everyone who appeared today. I cast a lot of TFT, right? I cast a ton, and today and yesterday is probably some of the highest quality and some of the best TFT I've seen from individuals. But in terms of overall lobby presence, we had so many of our lobbies going into 1-round losses, right? So pretty intense stuff. Jirachy, before we take our last break, anything you want to say?
Great TFT.
Exactly.
Let's talk to Nubal.
All right, great TFT. We're going to try to set up that interview. Everyone stay tuned, because I'm sure all of you want to know how Nubal was able to win all but 2 of our lobbies today. We'll see you soon. Welcome back, everybody. It's Boop and Jirachy. The games are over, but the fun is not quite yet. We do have a winner's interview right now. with New Bowel, probably one of the biggest misnomers I've seen in recent in-game name history. New Bowel, I know you're probably feeling really good, but did you expect to perform as well as you did today?
Well, it's always possible. A lot of these Challenger series, a lot of people have been doing really well continuously, 1-1-1. But I'm pretty happy it happened to me. I think I played really well today, so...
Might be an understatement.
Yeah. You played pretty well. That is a very big understatement. But we talked a lot on this broadcast about how you took a pretty big break in set 6 and then just came back guns blazing in set 6.5. Just talk a little bit about like why the time off happened, and then what was your prep coming into today? Is there anything you felt like you did differently at the start of the set, or just doing the same old and it translated, it finally clicked?
Yeah, I mean, so the reason why I took a break in set 6 was mostly because playing TFT competitively takes like a ton of time. And I was just busy with IRL stuff basically the entirety of the set. Plus my PC broke down, which was kind of annoying. I was actually playing on mobile for 2 months there. But
oh my goodness.
Yikes.
Yeah, I climbed to 1400. It was not bad. But
what?
Yeah, it was during that patch where I just played Lux and I didn't have to swap, so it was fine. But
wow. All right. Do you have anything else you would just like to brag about, since you're doing it right now?
Yeah. I mean, it's 6.5. I
Yeah.
think I climbed like 1500 LP in like 2 weeks, so maybe that's something to brag about.
Wow. Making it happen on mobile. New Bowel. Do you have anything else, Jirachy, for New Bowel?
I mean, well, yeah, like besides just climbing 1500 LP in 2 weeks, do you felt like you did anything differently in that 2 weeks to get yourself to this point?
Yeah, I mean, the way I'm playing ladder is, I play like a really win streak style. It's not very good for tournaments, honestly, which is kind of why I'm surprised I did so well. But yeah, I just been playing pretty consistent. I don't think I've won a single game in my last like 20 to 30 games, but I've been going top 4 like every single game on ladder. I'm just pretty good at that. It's my playstyle, I suppose. But I'm glad that it somehow translated to tournaments. I was surprised.
Well, I mean, honestly, this was a pretty stacked lobby, and to have the kind of performance over 2 days that you have, I think a lot of people are going to focus on your wins today, but you played really well yesterday, too. We've talked about your prep. Do you want to give any specific thanks to any individuals that might have helped you perform so well today?
I mean, I didn't really talk to anyone preparing for this. I don't think a lot of other people have been taking breaks until regionals, to be honest. But I mean, I appreciate everyone coming to my stream, honestly. It's funner to play TFT on stream, yeah, for sure. So,
all right, I have a short question for you and one last closing question. Where's New Bowel from? How'd you come up with that name? What's the history behind your in-game name?
Oh my god, it's from I used to play a game somewhat competitively as like an 8-year-old. It was on Fun Orb, which is by Java something, who makes RuneScape. It's like their offshoot games. Yeah. And then I don't know. It was like a really small community. There's a lot of people called like the name plus like an animal name or something like Tiger or something like that. AOG Tiger.
Yeah.
I just took that. Just kept with it.
Cool. So to close things out, you got your tickets to regionals. How do you think you're going to fare? And after you answer that, tell us where we can find you on Twitch and give us all of that information so we can follow you through your journey to regionals.
Yeah, I mean, I hope I do well. I feel pretty good about the set, and also the patch isn't changing, so the fact that I have probably one of the most amount of games played on this patch.
Big true.
So hopefully I crush everyone, but and yeah, you can just find me. My Twitch is just New Bowel. So yeah.
All right. I cannot wait to see you at regionals. You're going to be repping the greatest region in TFT, in my opinion, and we'll see you absolutely destroy them at regionals as well, along with Soju. Thank you so much for participating. Thank you so much for the games today. It was an absolute pleasure, New Bowel. We'll see you later.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, so that is the end for New Bowel. Again, just one of the coolest guys ever. Right, super chill. Even when he's bragging, I'm like, yeah, totally. You know what I mean? I'm not like gonna go against it at all. It's just like I want only good things to happen to a New Bowel. And again, K3 Soju is our next participant. But we also had one thing going we're going to have to make it about us just real quick at the end of the day, because we had a fantasy draft at the beginning of the broadcast last night, and someone is going to be the victor. And, you know, I was talking some mad trash
God.
going
We
into
got
it.
destroyed.
And
Oh,
yeah,
no.
that wasn't close, friends. So I get to say that I'm the smartest caster on Challenger Series.
I got second. That's all I care about. I beat Cass. We're good to go.
I almost doubled Rissa's. If I was able to get a couple more points, I almost would have doubled Rissa's score. But yeah, congratulations to me, mostly because of Noob Owl. But yeah, congratulations to all of the casters, and thank you everyone for watching today. This again was probably one of the best tournaments that I've ever participated in general. It was an awesome time to cast with Jirachy and Cass. Thank you everyone behind the scenes as well. Thank you Riot, thank you Giant Slayer, and thank you for all the players, and thank you for watching as well. Jirachy, this is the last one. You have anything else to say?
Yeah, no, like, shout out to everyone you just said. Shout out to Nubal. Also, go follow Nubal on Twitter, because his Twitter is just cats. It's just pictures of his cat. It's one of the most wholesome things I've ever seen. But yeah, this was a great time. I love coming back onto this desk to cast TFT. Love getting to rep all these flags that are behind me. All the Pride representation. Again, all queer desk. Might be a historic moment in esports. Just in general, definitely is in TFT. Really glad I could join you and Cass. Fantastic time, fantastic games. I'll see y'all in the next one.
All right, friends, that is going to be it for the Set 6.5 Challenger Series. The next time you're going to see K3 Soju in Nubel, it will be for the midseason regionals for Set 6.5, representing the great North American region. For the last time, I am Bupasaurus, your caster and fantasy TFT winner, here with Jirachy and Cass. Thank you once again to our wonderful producers and everyone behind the scenes, like Kathy and everyone else at TFT and Giant Slayer. Thank you so much for everything, and we'll see you for the next one.